Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have Teej Hanley as the sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. Teej Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 5-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of Teej Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because Teej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off your first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show on the Lapeef Network. How y'all doing? What's going on, family? It is Friday. All right, show me some love, all my people. It's Friday. We love this particular day. This is a necessary Friday. I am beat. I don't know what the hell going on this week. I need to go get tested for that C19 because they say lethargy. Lethargy is one of the symptoms, right? Extreme fatigue. And then yesterday, I thought I had pink eye. That went away in about 2 hours, but eyeball crusty, swollen at the bottom. I was like, what the is it? Yo? But it's about that season, man. You already know how it is. We just out here living, trying to keep our health intact while doing the day to day. Shout out to everybody that does that, man. Shout out to you, everybody. You know what I'm talking about. I got the utmost respect for people that just get up and get to work every day, despite the circumstances, okay? Shout out to you for that. I think we make it seem like it's a normal hustle. No, 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 no. It is really for the elite. Everybody can't do what you do. And I appreciate you for all that you do. Shout out to all of our new viewers nationwide and international. Everybody in England, everybody in just Europe in general. All of our African viewers, our people in Australia, New Zealand, and here stateside as well. We got people in South America, everybody in the up north side, New York, what's going on? Midwest, Chicago, down south, Atlanta, Florida, Southwest, and Texas. You know me, I'm in the H Town. All the people in the West Coast, you watching this, it's still morning for you. But welcome to the Trigger Mike Show on the greatest network on YouTube, which is the Lapeef Network. Show me some love. Who we got? Who we got? Also, as usual, got to do a little bit of housekeeping. Shout out to the sponsor, Tej Hanley. Today is payday. Go ahead and grab that Tej pack, 30% off along with a free gift. The link is down in the description. For those of you that want that uncomplicated skincare for men, go ahead and get that Tej pack. It will keep your skin looking good, smooth, not dehydrated. I encourage all men to get a better skin regimen. Get some self-care popping in your life. It's not even just for the ladies, it's for you. You want to bring out that confidence in yourself, look the best for yourself, and you will see changes. So once again, shout out to the sponsor, Tej Hanley. Go ahead and grab that Tej pack. The link is down in the description for you. All right. So if you want to support the show, drop a like. First off, drop a like. The likes are free. If you want to support the show, drop a like. We got 68 people watching right now. 38 likes. Go ahead and get those up to 50 right now. If you are watching, go below and hit that like button for your boy Trigger Mike right now. Almost got to 40. Let's get to 45. Y'all can do it. And as I usually ask all my people on the show, go ahead and share this stream out to one social media outlet of your choice. Me, I'm going to click that share button right below the screen. On my computer, it's right next to the like button. It might be the same thing on your phone. Go ahead and share this out to your Facebook, your Instagram chat, your group me chat. Share this link to one social media outlet so everybody can know you are watching the Trigger Mike Show here on Friday, and we are about to cover some fire. All right. Live right now. All right. So I just posted that to my Facebook. So y'all go ahead and make sure you do the same. All right. Yeah. Do that again because I think that just posted it to my YouTube. But either way, live right now. I did two social media outlets. All right. Shout out to everybody for coming through. We made it through the week. This was a trying week, a really trying week. All right. Who we got in the chat? Let me give some chat shout outs. My dog barking. Who's at the door? Who is at the door? If you ever wonder why nobody walks up on me in this studio, I got my guard dog downstairs. Let me know whenever somebody coming up in here. Catch that good heat right to the face. Plus, he's trying to wake me up and come bark in my ear if there's an intruder in the middle of the night because I'm a heavy sleeper. You know, that happened once. Not that it was a burglar. It was we still don't know. Nobody in the neighborhood knew who she was. We don't know if it was a lady fleeing a domestic abuse situation, but the way she looked, we think it was a woman that was on drugs going around, and everybody's Ring and Google camera caught her. And my wife said she tried to wake me up. I'm a heavy sleeper, okay, and I snore. She said, I tried to wake you up and you just didn't wake up. So I had to train the dog to bark in my ear. So basically, do little things, come to the room, bark in my ear. So I'll wake up. Nobody shall intrude on this premises. I will put holes through that person. All right. I just got to be awake to do so. I got to be awake. And then I don't know if any of y'all who own homes, or even if you don't, but I think it's more for people who own homes, who live in these communities. You got to get on the Nextdoor app. All right. So a lot of the stuff going on in your neighborhood, people talk about on the Nextdoor app. There was a guy, I don't think he was a teenager anymore. He was just young, that was going around in his underwear, jingling people's doorknobs. And this is an affluent area. So people are a little crazy. They do crazy stuff in affluent areas too. Okay. It was some white kid in his drawers and boots with a trucker hat and his long hair coming out the back, jerking on people's doorknobs. And then you scroll down, the dude told the story. Okay, my door was open and he was caught masturbating over him and his wife's bed. He wasn't violent. So what happened is the dude woke up, thought he was dreaming, like, what the fuck is this? Then his wife woke up, like, what's going on here? So he basically got out the bed. He got out the bed and kind of guided the dude like out of the room, like what's going on. He thought he was gonna have to put hands on him, but the dude's literally sitting there, like then just balls up, curls up in a ball, start crying. So I'm like, this dude cannot be sleepwalking. This is some kind of mental illness or whatever. And crazy enough, I dealt with a lot of those patients when I worked as a tech in the mental hospital. If you ever get a chance to work mental health, especially at the tech level, that's why I make such a great administrator. If y'all don't know, I worked at all levels of care. Okay. I worked at the tech level. I worked at mid-level management, the administrative level. Okay. And if you work in mental health, especially on the acute unit, the people with that guy would have went to the acute unit. All right. Sexual crimes with mental health diagnosis puts you on a specialized unit for rapists, woman beaters, all that type of stuff. But they also have a mental diagnosis, paranoid schizophrenia, or every kind of disorder you can think of that you've heard of in the past. They put those people on that unit. If you read these people's charts, I advise you don't unless you have to. If you read these people's charts, it will change your life. You will be thanking God that day for how normal, throughout all of this stuff, how normal you are versus what some people are suffering from. Some of the illnesses, some of the background trauma, so what their father did to them, what their mother did to them, what the neighbor did to them. Oh, man. So some people got serious trauma. That's why I don't even like the word trauma. I don't like it used in the space of high functioning people. Yes, we can have bad demons in our past, but you want to talk about trauma? I think I reserve that word for those patients. I reserve that word for those patients, but I don't want to get too far off topic. Let me see who is in the chat. We got 107 people watching, 64 likes. Go ahead and get those likes up right now to 84 likes if you could. We're doing our best on the Trigger Mike Show. We don't want to do nothing but have a conversation. All right, so let me get to the chat, see who we got here on this good old Friday. All right, y'all deep in the chat today. My man Demetrius Carter, what's going on? Says, wait, on the planet? Yoshioma wrote a monologue in this mug. Jill's Chocolate Boutique, my favorite. How you doing, Sugarfoot? Much love to you. Wait a minute. What's good with you? Always faithful. Thank you for coming through. My man Dale Matthew, always in the building. Yes, please get those likes up. Hit that like button and then hit that share button and share this out to one social media outlet of your choice. Tell people to like and subscribe and join the Green Gang. All right. The Lapeef Network is the greatest network on YouTube. I think we proved that last night, but we're going to get into that. I think we proved that last night. Always just here to have the conversation. Some of us, anyway. The Paragon, where the fem cells at? We're going to get to that too. Good morning, CC. How you doing? Black Beauty, what's going on, my sister? How you doing? Real King, what's going on? These titles are wild, but they made you click. So am I an idiot or am I a genius? I don't know. You tell me, Real King. All right. The Seds, my people, what's going on? What's popping? MS Bests, what's good with you? Welcome. Kings and Queens. I read this earlier. Very interesting. Good point. Princella, allergy or energy? Destroys brain cells. 50 hours, intrigue. Oh, bet. Appreciate that. My man John the Baptist, what's good with you? Risharda, how you doing? Welcome. Good Friday to you. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, no Valerie. Thank you for the positivity. Ooh. I love feminine positivity. I don't know. Maybe they were right last night. Men, you know what? I'm gonna leave that as a question. I'm gonna leave that as a question for the panel. But do men need women? That's on my mind. Because I don't think men have ever refuted that we need women. For our needs anyway. And to be quite honest, this to me, it's a disgusting need. It is a very disgusting need. But yeah, we need women. We've never refuted that. All right. So, what are we getting at today on the Trigger Mike Show? Harmonic Universe, welcome. So Real, welcome. All right. So, for those of you who want to understand where this topic came from, last night I hosted Lapeef Let's Talk. We had a special guest. All right. We had Princella the Queenmaker come on. I've personally never had the opportunity to talk to her personally or be on a panel with her. Very interesting viewpoints, to say the least. She brought her following with her. Very opinionated group of women. I thought there was a man in there, but I think that was actually. Wait, I'm sorry. I thought there was a man, but that was actually a woman. I don't know, but in the chat posing it. But he said something in a super chat, and I think it was a woman. But yeah, man, I'm gonna be real with you. Listening to her dialogue via broadcast is a lot different than listening to it and getting to respond to it. It's a lot different. The ability to ask her questions changes a lot. All right. So one day I'm going to want to be a panelist and not a host. Couldn't really, do as much as I wanted to as a host, but it was still good dialogue, man. Put a 1 in the chat if you thought that was just good dialogue. And I'm not talking about something you agreed with or did not agree with. People, okay? I am a college professor. I really don't care what people have or really the opinions they have, as long as they form one and as long as they're open to having their opinion changed based on the facts, or rather not opinion change, having their opinion challenged. That was very good, substantive, necessary dialogue. I love smart people, but I also love smart black people even more. So yeah, up until, that's all I'll say, we had very good dialogue, back and forth. Very, very good dialogue. I was loving that panel last night. Up until, we all know. But it's neither here nor there. I thank Princella for coming through. Precious, Di, I don't know. I'm not gonna think MLG. I'm in the deficit on MLG for like 4 weeks. He pissed me off every week, and I'm in the deficit. I told you I would mute his mic. The nigga just unmuted his mic. I'm about when I see him, I'm gonna kick him in the nuts. I swear to God. But yeah, very good dialogue on that show. Very good show. A lot of people gonna make a lot of money off it, reviewing it, but it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Damn, half of YouTube was reviewing that shit last night. The show wasn't even over, but much love to everybody. Much positivity coming your way. You know, it was a good show all in all. I'm just glad to do it. I'm glad to have the conversation. I'm here for the process. I just want the process to work better. I just want the communication to work better. All right. But it is what it is, man. So let's get into the topic for today. Are women the natural leaders? I wasn't going to go through that long ass video to find out. There was, like I said, I could only write down my points because remember, there's some things that people say on these panels that's supposed to be debated in real time. And then there are other things that people say that you're supposed to go take and study. All right. There's other things people say that's supposed to be taken to study. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. If you have an off the cuff rebuttal for everything, that means you're just being emotional. Some things is actually an I don't know. Let me go find out. Let me ponder on that. I'm not sure at the moment. You know what? That's a good point, but I don't know. You might have got me there. There's no shame in that right there. And one of the things Princella said last night that I said I'm going to take to study are women the natural leaders. So let's give a little bit of context to that because I said that video was long. I wasn't about to sift through it and find a clip, but she has said that women were given the resources and it was taken from them by men. All right. Women were given the resources and it was taken from them by men. So, in the grand scheme, meaning erase all the progress that we have made on earth, take it back to an Adam and Eve narrative. Are women the one who are supposed to lead the family, lead society, build, conform, produce, farm? Are women the natural leaders in society? That is the question that was posed last night. What do y'all think? This is not something that I have an off the cuff answer for because I know what I'm going to say in a second, that women aren't the leaders, right? And I mean that from a societal standpoint. Men are the leaders. In fact, women look for men to be the leaders. But is this the natural way or is this just social conditioning? What are your thoughts, chat? Are women the natural leaders, but we've all been socially conditioned to believe that men are the leaders? Now, let me make this clear. You'll never, ever get me, Trigger Mike, to believe that men aren't the natural leaders. In fact, the thought that I had, I ain't read anything last night. I just went back in my memory banks because I got it like that. I just went back in my memory banks and I went back to that Adam and Eve narrative. Let me tell you why I believe men are the natural leaders. A man doesn't have to have an example of leadership necessarily. He will learn leadership throughout his life with his woman by his side. Let me tell you one point I want to make on that. And I'm going to drop the link for all my people so we can come up and get this dialogue started early. Women, leadership, men, leadership, and then we'll take it off into some other convos. But let me give you my example on why I believe men are the natural leaders. I believe a man who knows nothing about leadership will end up leading his family. Naturally. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. A man that has never read a book on leadership, that knows nothing about leadership, but knows that he wants to be good to his woman, that he wants to provide for his children, he will end up being the natural leader of his family. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with that shit. That is my belief. I stand on that 1,000. I do want to pose the question, contrary, but I stand on that 1,000. All right. Here's why I stand on that. Because I can back up everything I say. A man who knows nothing about leadership, who has never read a book on it, if he can watch his woman suffer through, he will know where he then can supplement or complement. A man who knows nothing about leadership will watch what his woman can't do. He will watch her take herself to her physical limit. He will watch her take herself to her emotional limit. And he'll say to himself, well, I don't have those deficits. This doesn't seem to bother me very much. My arms aren't even tired yet. My legs can do a lot more work. Maybe I should stand in front of you so you don't get shot. Maybe nothing happens if I stand in front. You see where I'm going with this? You don't got to read no books on leadership to be a leader. By nature, watching a woman suffer, trying to be the lead, will let you know you are the natural leader of the family. That is my story. And I was taught. I come from a long line of married men who just stand in front, who teach others to stand in front. But if I even wanted to take a break and let my woman lead just a bit, just a little bit, I realized very quickly the limits she has that I don't have. I don't want to see you hurt like that if I can do something about it. Why don't you take a seat and let me get this one? Let me stand in front. This is why men should do business deals on behalf of their family. This is why men go to the mechanic and say, what was that price you quoted my wife? Ain't going down, player. In fact, give me my goddamn car keys. And I ain't paying for the goddamn inspection. Because you wouldn't have quoted me that price. When we stand in front, shit just don't seem to happen. A man can learn leadership by learning what a woman can't do and where he complements in every area. This is why we must stand in front. But if anybody, I'm going to drop the link again, wants to come up and prove me wrong, we can have the dialogue. This was a great question that I think was posed. Well, she didn't ask the question. She made the statement. Therefore, it prompted the question in me to say, are women the natural leaders? That's what we're talking about right now. Got my man John the Baptist in the back. What's going on? Good morning to you, brother. Or good afternoon, rather.
What's going on with your trigger? How you doing today?
Hey, man, I'm chilling, blessed,
I want to
alive. And I'll
clarify.
be, yeah, go ahead,
I'm
go ahead.
sorry. Go ahead. No. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I would say I'm gonna be better when I drink this coffee. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I was listening to you talk, man, and I want to clarify something before I actually get into it. You was making a statement that it's better to. It's good sometimes, like just rather than just have a comeback for everything that is said. Something you just should take away and just go meditate over it, think about it, and then just be willing to say, "I don't know." You got me. Were you making that statement in reference to this subject that we're talking about right now, that men should that are women natural leaders, or you just saying that in just in gist?
No, I was saying that in general.
Okay, so it wasn't just pertaining to this topic. Okay, so but I did agree with that statement that sometimes you don't know, you just don't know. Go back and think about it, figure it out, and then read some books, whatever the case may be. But are women natural leaders? The answer to that question is no, they're not. um women's nature and men's nature are totally different, and I think they're both needed. I think they're we shouldn't destroy women for her natural nature, and we shouldn't destroy men for his natural nature. We should learn to appreciate it and learn how to and not coexist, but learn how to work with each other, because I hate that word coexist. People just liberals just use it wrong. But we should just learn each other's nature and appreciate the way that God created us. So now the reason why I say that women can't be naturally, because Her natural instinct is to nurture. And in order to nurture, she mostly looks inside or is more self-centered. It's going to be herself and her kids that she's mostly going to look out for, and not society in itself. Men tend to be more selfless, and they tend to look outward and say what's best for my family and then what's best for the community, because we understand that as leaders, that community actually can help us. If we've got a strong community, it can help us as individual men, uh, that when we work together collectively. And I'm using myself as an example. I came from the worst example of a family model that you could have, full of
Mhm.
gynocracy. I mean, only gynocracy, just women leading everything, and it really wasn't leading anywhere successful. It was just a bunch of degenerate stuff happening over and over again. When I got married, when I left home, got married, with no example of a father, no example of a leader that I could watch every day in my own personal home, I immediately learned what it meant to look out for danger, protect what was mine, and then to create a safe environment. And then also, once we got that safe environment, how do we grow from here? Instinctively,
Mhm.
this was natural to me to recognize when someone was a threat to my wife, and then when someone was a threat to my kids when we later have kids. No one taught me this directly. Indirectly, I saw some things, but it's just natural for a man to be a leader. And I land my plane there.
All right, let me get to these super chats real quick. My man Big Ant, $10 says, was that Princella or Easy E on the panel last night? My man Trev Smooth, Chew the Fat with Smooth Podcast, $10. Women are truly necessary for procreation. That was wild last night. I had a battle with Princella for 7 minutes and 40 seconds in her dwelling. She got the hyenas on me. I'd say overall good. All right, my man Trev, appreciate that $10 super chat. If you are just tuning in, welcome to the Trigger Mike Show on the Lapeef Network. Please get those likes up. All right, my man.
What's going
Hey,
on,
what's going
gentlemen?
on?
Hey, listen, man. I saw some of the podcast last night. I didn't know it was last night. I just popped on and I saw it there. The only problem I had was when she was trying to challenge everybody and all the men that you're not a leader unless you read a book. And
Yeah,
I said, man, I didn't like the way you guys responded to that one because I thought that was bullshit in terms of how far she was going with that. And the whole thing that bothered me the most, and we could talk about natural leadership. If I was to take a representative sample of black men, the men on that panel last night would be what you call a random sample. We don't know each other out of here, from in real life, and nobody on that panel was the dusty kind of man she was talking about. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, at the very least, was able to lead their families and people in their orbit, whether they read a book or not. Now, I have read Maxwell and some other books on leadership. And, it says some things that gives you clues to sharpen your axe. That's for sure.
yeah,
So you can't deny that. But she takes those kind of things and stretches them. Yeah, so women can be natural leaders over certain things, but not in general. And it's not because men hasn't let them, because they don't want to be in the front of a man that can handle things, right? They'd rather the guy do it. And they say that themselves, by the way, all the time. Even in there, just like for your modern man, right? They keep with those caveats. If you were this, if you were that, I'll be this, right? I'll be that. And so, no matter how much money they make, they want a man to be able to take the reins. And they don't have that many men to pick from because natural hypergamy takes you out of the market for the general population. That goes for men too. So anyway, I just thought that it was a good conversation last night, and men are the natural leaders of the world. That's why we're where we are, and we're
mhm,
seeing that the matriarchy, by the way, can only exist under the patriarchy that we still have. By the way, in America, it has rubbed things up. Look at our communities. Look at the emotionalism that goes into politics. Look at all the kind of stuff where we at, and all the stuff that we that we accept that men would never accept on the face versa, on the surface.
Mm-hmm.
So listen, I told men, and I think this the manosphere that everybody doesn't want to be a part of. By the way, men getting their shit off their chest and speaking, as long as they're not speaking in red pill rage, is good for men to have this kind of barber chop talk, so we can say what we mean and mean what we say. And it doesn't matter what women think on the natural thing, because it's what we think, especially when it comes to marriage and stuff like that. So anyhow, I'll land it there. I don't know we're going to go around the horn, but it's unfortunate that we're going to make a lot of this panel on her. But there was some interesting discussions last night. And Mr.
Yeah.
Lego always disappoints me. I like the guy, but man, he panders too much. Anyway, I'll land it there.
All right, NBA. NBA, you there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, Robbie, you want to go? You got to
Yeah, because
interject?
I'm out and about. I can't really stay long.
All right, NBA, let it go first, and I got you next.
Okay, that's cool.
Thank you, NBA. I appreciate you. I just want to say this, like, we all will not agree on every topic, right?
Mhm.
But what I find in these spaces is when men don't agree, instead of having the conversation, what they do is they cut a woman off while she's in the middle of stating her premise or her point. Now, true leadership, though, is being able to hear out the other person, regardless of if you agree or not. And if what they are talking about or what they are doing is not in alignment with what is best for the whole, directing them and leading them into the space that you need them to be. What I find very interesting in this space and on these panels is men that profess to be leaders have a really hard time holding on to their emotions, their emotional intelligence. They also have a really hard time leading people to the point that they want them to get to, saying that, oh, well, it's a whole bunch of single mother homes. Oh, well, women are doing this. Oh, well, women are doing that. So if men are the natural born leaders, the conversation needs to be, where has the leadership gone wrong? Because if y'all as the leaders, ain't no way women should be getting the best of you. Ain't no way what women are doing should be a conversation. It should simply be what you gonna do to make sure the behaviors that y'all don't find acceptable are changed. But I'm gonna let y'all have it because it's definitely a conversation for the men. I think y'all definitely missed an opportunity to take that conversation super deep with Princella last night. I'm not team anybody. I'm just telling you, as an observer of the situation in these spaces, if you're going to let women on the panel, if you're going to invite women to the conversation, at least hear them out to fruition. Otherwise, just make it a closed club. Only men can come up because low key, that's how it presents to the global community. But y'all enjoy your Friday. Make sure you guys come over to don'tplaywithit.com tonight at 9 p.m. because we will be playing the game. Love y'all. Be great. Peace.
All right, Robbie.
Hey,
All right,
please,
NBA.
NBA. Listen, do you have one more nice gesture in you, brother?
Oh yeah, go ahead. I'm good.
Listen, I love my sister Robbie, but I would have to respectfully disagree. I think that Princella is a disease from which there is no cure, and I also believe that when you have a woman speaking that type of thing, you're supposed to cut them off. Now, let me tell you why. And this is for men and women, but particularly we're talking about last night. So let me tell you why. Even in the court of law, you have a jury overlooking the case. When you have a jury overlooking the case, you will have somebody on the stand that will say something that will plant a seed in the jury's mind. They have a term called strike that, right? But even though they strike that from the jury, the seed has been planted with the jury. Even in the Bible says, let's go to the word. The Bible says that if a person gets up and speaks tongues, a person who is of Christian or a person who is of God is to get up and tell that person to sit down and be quiet. The reason is because you don't want that babble giving a bad name to what you believe in. So when she's on this stage last night preaching and teaching all this poison that she's putting out, somebody has to cut it. Now, whether it could be a man or a woman, but again, I'm going back to say, particularly last night, we're talking about Princella. She is a woman who is married, who has a child, and gets on social media and tell women not to submit to a man, but she submitted to a man in the bed, legs wide open, received his sperm, had his children. She submitted to him sexually. She submitted to him in marriage, and she's teaching other women to not do what it is that she has done and is still a part of. She is still legally married to this man and has a child. And now you have a child, which is a boy, and now you're gonna get on this show last night and talk about your baby daddy is a good man. My husband is a good man. But you're writing books and preaching that all men are horrible and women should submit to a man, and you got a son and you still have a husband legally. So
I mean,
where
yeah,
did
go
I
ahead,
go wrong?
BMG. So I don't even want to make this a personal, you know what I mean, thing. I did like what you say about, I think Tommy had said the same thing last night, where you cut them off where the wrong is, something like that.
Yeah.
But so
Yeah.
that's your belief. You're in the name of your belief, do not let anybody spit any more nonsense. That's what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is, okay, some nonsense is bearable. Like right now, if I get on here and say, "Hey, man, our Payne used to strip for the Queen of England," okay, that's nonsense, right? You can say, "Man, that's stupid." But when you start saying something that's detrimental to how people live their lives, like let me give you an example. Cynthia G said all male boys should be deleted. When she said that, if you go down in her comments, there are women in the comments, a few women that says, "Well, I'm pregnant now and I'm finding out what I'm having next week. If it's a boy, do you think there are services or people that can help me get rid of it?" So see, when you're detrimental and you're planting those toxic seeds like that, most people are not strong enough to have some type of discernment. Some people will believe it. It becomes a cult. They believe it and they'll start living their lives based on what these people are saying. That's what I'm saying.
All right. NBA, you finally got the floor.
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make
Loud
sure
and
my mic
clear.
was working.
Loud and clear.
It's
Loud
good.
and
It's
clear.
good.
Well, to answer the initial question, no, women are not leaders. Women can be trained to be leaders, but men are natural leaders. I mean, it's just that simple. We just instinctively know what to do when it pertains to wife, kids, jobs, all kinds of stuff. Men typically step in when women won't and just do things. It's just part of what we are. Um, and as far as all the other stuff that I just heard, I don't know that lady, but I'm just gonna be honest. It's hard for me to listen to that stuff because if this space or any male space is that unbearable or that horrible, um, instead of coming in and complaining about that space, go to your own space and do your thing there. But that's part of what I've seen lately as a problem within the black space. White folks don't have to argue about who the leaders are. The women that know that the men are the leaders. Hispanic families, they know the men are the leaders. You can see a Hispanic guy broke standing at Home Depot waiting on a job, and he go home and his wife will still fix his dinner and put it on the table for him, even though he's
Facts.
unemployed.
Facts.
Okay, that's just they know that men should be respected in certain cultures or whatnot. Black men are the only ones arguing about whether or not we should be respected and treated as leaders. And when she said that if we're the real leaders, then why are we letting women get the best of us? Well, I can answer that really easy. Because men set out to raise their kids, not raise their women. We shouldn't have to raise y'all. Y'all are adults. We shouldn't have to punish y'all and treat y'all like we treat our kids. So what she was really saying is we're children and treat us like it, is what she was basically saying. And if I have to treat you like a child, then I'm just going to remove myself from the situation. Nobody wants to try to raise a grown person. And unfortunately for black men, dealing with black women is trying to raise a grown person. They act like children. And what else can you do? I mean, it's what it is, you know. I saw some of the stuff that was going on the stream last night. I was off and on the internet last night, and it was unbearable for me. I don't know how you guys should be commended for y'all patience to sit there and listen to some of that stuff. It was wild to say the least. But that's about all I got.
I want to jump
All
in
right.
again, Mike, if you don't mind. I want to add one more thing
All
to
right,
it.
real quick, then Sweeney, you got it.
Oh, more. Let Sweeney go. I didn't know somebody else came on. Let Sweeney go.
Yep. Sweeney, you there? I think you have an audio. All right, not right now. All right, go ahead, John the Baptist.
What I wanted to add to it is to the comment is that I watched that show last night, and I think I watched a couple of videos in the past, and watching the videos in the past and watching the show last night, a lot of her arguments began to fall apart when he was challenged by men on the panel. And so she seemed strong on the video, but when the ideas are being challenged in real time by various men and various identities and various ways of thinking, she sometimes seemed like she was off and was trying to overtalk to get back. And it's the natural thing to do when somebody overtalks you, then you want to overtalk back. But before that video, before last night, on the other videos and other podcasts I've seen on, she's confident. She stays quiet. She doesn't get caught in her feelings and emotions. But she lost it a couple times last night because she couldn't stand on an argument. But and even when Mr. Let Go, I mean, and I don't like hearing this dude talk. But I'll move on from that part. But what I want to get to, what I want to say, what I want to say to this is that one of the reasons why her argument fell apart is because naturally she is emotional. She's trying to be something that she's not. Which why the idea that always stood that women should learn in silence. Women should not be in public spaces talking and have these conversations with men, because what tends to happen is women will always talk from emotional that's how they feel about something and not about the facts that's actually on the table that's presented. And what it does in public platforms, and I know this is what YouTube is. I'm not trying to change YouTube. I'm not saying that women can't talk on YouTube. What I'm saying is, as long as it always happens this way, you're always going to have confusion in conversation. You're never going to get anywhere because it's not designed. Life is not designed. Society is not designed to have public conversation with men and women. We are not wired the same. So we're creating the environment that's actually giving us the headache, trying to make this make sense.
I've been saying for the longest that it makes no sense for women to come into a male space and try to change the way men talk. And what they don't want to admit to is this: all your feminism, all your boss babe stuff, all your we don't need men, all that stuff is provided to you by the safety of men. Feminism
Men,
couldn't exist without men on the front lines protecting it. Boss babes could not exist without men on the front line protecting it. Everything that women have is because men. There's some man somewhere doing a job that allows them. You can't get on the internet and be a boss babe and sell bikini pictures on OnlyFans without some man climbing up a pole to hook up your internet and hook up your electricity. Women, they like to call themselves all these things and they like to act like they don't need us. But the reason why I don't get too upset and excited about these topics is because I know they need us. You guys know they need us. So it's no point in arguing with them. You know, when they say I pay my own bills, yeah, you and Uncle Sam and the taxpayers' dollars that you get from him, that's who pays your bills. But it's okay for you to think that you're a boss. You know, you pay. I do this. I take care of my kids. You know, they want to be pat on the back for stuff that men do every day. I got into an argument yesterday with a woman, and I didn't even really talk. I just let her yell at me because I don't argue with women. She screamed at me about how she take care of her kids and she do everything. She don't need no man. And I told her, I said, obviously you needed a man at some point, or you wouldn't have kids. So you needed a man for something. I said, unless you could just make them on your own. The facts are this: these women that come online and scream all this horrible stuff about black men, they don't like getting it back in return. When black men come on and complain or talk about black women, they want to burn it to the ground. But they sit around and they trash us all day and all night. And women like the one y'all dealt with the other night, and Cynthia G, and women like that, they are in abundance on YouTube. There's so many of these black female channels that talk about us like we're animals. But here's what I don't get. Even though they talk about us like animals, there's still so many of us trying to break through to get to them when all we need to do is give them what they've been asking for. They've been telling us for years, we don't need y'all. We should just give them what they want. And I'm talking about the ones who do that, not all of them. Before anybody hits me with the not all speech, we know who we talking about here.
All right, let me
But
go ahead.
but can I?
Go ahead,
Oh,
BMU. Go ahead.
what I was going to say too is that a lot of the women in that come on to do that and have this wherewithal, like we're the true leaders and we're stronger than the men and we can do what men do, be the first ones to get feminine and looking have selective feminism. Let me give you an example. You can come on and say all your rhetoric, but then when somebody returns that rhetoric, you want to turn your femininity on and say, I can leave. I ain't gonna put up with this. I don't have to. No. I've been in several arguments over the last 3 years of me being on YouTube. I've never ran from a conversation ever. I'm never gonna log out. I'm never gonna get off. If the conversation goes left at the end of the conversation, I'm able to say, hey, bro, you had your opinion. I had mine. We move forward. That right there shows you the differences between men. I can have a
Well,
disagreement with Trigger Mike and then right at the end be like, hey, Trigger Mike, that's still my boy. But at the end, but now we have women that say, I'm like a man, we're balanced like a man, we're equal to men, but be the first ones to run when they get a little pressure.
too many black men are scared to walk away. You know how many black men are with a woman they don't love and don't want to be with, but they are afraid of the consequences of walking away?
Oh,
Or you know how
absolutely.
many black men come online and deal with women that they don't even want to talk to, but they're afraid of the consequences? The bottom line here is men have lost that they've lost the backbone that they need to just
Yep,
say, you know what, I don't need you, fuck off. I do
I
it
agree.
constantly. I don't care what anybody thinks. I don't care what anybody say. The hell with them. I live my life like this. I'm a good man, but I'm not a nice guy. And I've never in my life pretended to be a nice guy. I'm not a nice person. Matter of fact, most people say I'm an asshole because I'm very blunt and unfiltered all the time. And I told my woman straight up, I said, you got any problems with me on any level? You don't like something I'm doing? I will help you pack your stuff. I will take you to the airport, drop you off at the bus station, whatever you want. I said, but men have to learn that there are more than just that one woman. If your woman is treating you like crap, leave because they're not going to get the message if you keep staying. And that applies to these online spaces. Like that woman said, if y'all just want it all men, just make it all men. If it was me, that's not my show, but if it was me, I'll be like, all right, thanks for the advice. Click, hit that button, get out of here. And the next one that try to come on, say no. They don't bring anything to a male conversation except trying to change us and make us talk and act like them. That's all they bring to every time I watch these podcasts. The women are trying to force these black men to act and talk like them. If you
All
want
right.
that, go hang with your gay friends. If that's what you
So
want
I'm
black man to
I'm a
be.
I'm gonna play
Damn,
devil's
preaching.
advocate. I'm gonna play devil's advocate a little bit, just a little bit, because I'm not gonna like the manosphere in general or this space for men to dialogue at all is absolutely necessary, but it can't possibly be all males. It couldn't possibly. And the reason why is that by the time I'm done talking, I need people to they validate what I say is true. When they come up and give their perspective, it gives more validation to what you said, NBA, right? So men that can articulate themselves like the word. So this is what women have been doing. When men say things, and we usually talk in absolutes. When we say women are emotional, when we say women don't like to be challenged, they actually use their femininity as a weapon to get men to stop, not because they wouldn't do it to us. They want us to stop so they can dominate us. Like when we say stuff like that, we actually need to let them come up so we can prove it. That's why I particularly like when women come up. And
So
more so, when they try to make points, all you got to do is let them talk, and they will contradict themselves. The
so
world need to see that,
your
But
So
your devil's
so
advocate
basically you
argument,
saying
your
yeah,
devil's
so
advocate.
basically you saying giving them enough rope to hang themselves.
Pretty much.
in a sense, that's what I'm saying. Because you need the alternate opinion to validate what you're saying. That's
But
what
the
I'm
only
saying.
problem
I
with
think
that is this: there are hundreds, maybe thousands of examples of women coming on making complete fools of themselves, and it hasn't lowered the number of simps or the number of women who keep backing up their stupidity. They listen. If you've ever watched an episode of Fresh and Fit, girls can say the stupidest things ever, and they'll still get thousands of fans, thousands of simps, and thousands of women saying, "You go, girl." So giving them the rope ain't doing nothing. They're taking the rope and cutting it and going right back to it again.
So I'm gonna play
so.
devil's advocate. Oh, go
Okay.
ahead, John. Go ahead, John.
The only problem with this argument is that it's like you're entertaining the very poisonous snake that's about to bite you, and you're giving it a platform to promote the poison. We've given the in this analogy, and I'm not calling women snakes, but in this analogy, you've given this snake too many opportunities to bite you, and they've bitten you too many times already. It's not benefiting you by keep proving. I don't think it for YouTube. Okay, I get it. It gives you rating. It makes the conversation
That's a fact.
entertaining. But outside this conversation, outside of being entertaining, there's nothing beneficial to being men and women on the same platforms talking, because all it's doing is weakening a man's stance and weakening him as a man. We can't keep entertaining this thing. YouTube value, I get it. I don't agree with it, but it is what it is. It's the monster we created.
Yeah, but we're on the
if you hurt their feelings too many times, they'll just flag your channel down anyway. So you lose either way. Because there are a
Yeah,
lot of channels that don't exist anymore because they told women like it is, and they either got removed from YouTube or demonetized. So ultimately, it's a zero sum game. You lose no matter what.
Well, it depends on what kind of panel you have. But I mean, these are good points, right? But John the Baptist said it right. The reason why you have women up from time to time is because it helps the ratings. And it helps the ratings, and it makes it a complete conversation based on what Trigger Mike says. Even if you can refute some of the dumb shit that they say. But one of the things is every so often you get a woman who's a gem, who understands what you're saying. And so I think people just need to hear the full message. But there are panels where there shouldn't be any women allowed, just like women have some panels where they won't let men up. So I think we could have a mix, but that depends on the person who owns the channel. Because
Oh, I agree. I agree totally. Look, I consider it all arguing. See, here's the thing. No matter how polite a man is, no matter how articulate you are, no matter if you agree with their points, no matter what you do, every single time there are women on these panels, it devolves into a feelings-based argument where they paint all men on the panel, even the ones that aren't doing anything to them, with the same brush. I've watched it, and you've watched it, we've all seen it, where there are good guys on the panel agreeing with them, propping them up, and they'll paint them all with the same brush. All these black men do this, all these black men do that. But as soon as you say all these black women do this, not all, not all. I don't hear black dudes doing the not all speech. We just take it and go. We don't even argue with them when they paint all of us as the same person. We just accept it because we don't do the emotional crybaby thing. I'm not saying don't bring women on. I get it. I totally get it. Believe me, it makes money. But at what point do you drown out the other part of what you're trying to do, which is help
I don't
men?
think I don't think there's enough. Okay, so to R. Payne's point, you're right. Every once in a while you get a gem that comes through, and that's right. Every once in a while you get a gem. I don't think it's enough to justify the risk versus reward that we take having these conversations on open panels. Because every now and then you may have out of 30 women, you may get one gem, and that's just made up number that do out the air. But
That's
I
pretty
don't think it's
accurate, brother.
enough. But I don't know
Terrible ratio.
Yep.
whatever the ratio is, it's not enough to justify it to me. But because we worship the mighty dollar in America, and I'm not trying to kill your platform, I'm not trying to kill you guys what you're doing, but it's just I think we value the wrong things too much, and I think that's what throws us out of the loop.
I think it's giving them exactly what they want. Like the lady who came on a little while ago before she left. she took the opportunity to plug her channel and tell people to come watch her do girl stuff. That's all they really after is validation and more eyeballs. That's all they really want. Look, I'm gonna keep it real. If you like me, if you're anything like me, and I'm 46, I'm an old fashioned dude. I can't listen to women talk. I can't. It just sounds like hen pecking, chicken scratch. I can't listen. I can't even listen to songs that women are singing because they just don't have nothing I want to fucking hear. And it's like I tell people, and I tell them all the time. If me and some guys are talking, and a woman joins the conversation and starts talking, I won't say a word. I won't say nothing. I'll just sit there and let her finish. And when she done, I'll look at all the guys and I'll say, "Is not a man done talking?" I've done it to my wife's friends won't come to this house because I will say that shit is not a man done. I don't want to hear that. Shut up and leave. When men are talking, women and children supposed to be quiet and find a corner somewhere. My own mama told me that. My mom taught me women and children should be seen and not heard. And the problem is men have decided we the ones should be unseen and unheard, and we've let black women take over the neighborhoods, the households, the businesses, the ballot box, the politics. They've taken over. Only black men have to deal with this matriarchy crap. White men are not dealing with it. Asian men are not dealing with it. Hispanic men are not dealing with it. Black men are the only ones having to battle with their women about who's in control, and it doesn't make any sense.
You're
Well,
actually wrong.
I will say white men are dealing with it.
White
I
men
don't
are
know why
really dealing with that shit
I
right
don't know
now.
why people say white men aren't dealing.
Not
White men
not
are,
on the level we dealing with it on. Not
I,
even
I,
well,
close.
No,
yeah.
it's
If
MBR,
go ahead.
MBR. It is actually white men are dealing with it to the level we're
they
trying to deal
they
But
with it.
not at
actually
the levels
Because
that
it
we
is
are.
how is
okay.
that
So
not on?
okay, so
They're not
I would
they're
give you,
not
I would
sitting
give you,
on
I would give
panels
you,
bitching about it.
I would give,
They're
Oh,
I
not
would
sitting
give
on
you, I would
panels
give you,
bitching
I would
about
give
it.
All
you
right,
the
one
level.
mic, one
I would
mic.
give you the, I would give you the level. I would give you that the level is debatable, right? I would give you that argument. But what I will say though is that the dish that someone dug for us, they're now starting to deal with their own dish that their dish that they dug. And so you're starting to see whether if it's the level is debatable, but it is actually it's starting to happen at a high rate now. It's
But
I,
starting to happen.
I I have a
what's not
question.
debatable? What's not debatable is that white woman still respects their white man's
No,
color.
that's a lie, but that's a
That's
lie.
not a lie,
So
man. They
okay, so do you know about the white manosphere?
yeah, they
Yes,
do.
I,
So
I look
so
at it
so
all the time.
do you know that like there's not only on the United States, Brazil has gigantic channels, they're European content creators. This is happening all
And
across
did
the
you know on
West.
the white manosphere channels they don't have a bunch of girls on there arguing with them? Only one white manosphere channel brings on girls to argue with them, and that's called the Whatever Podcast. And
But
he don't
that's
even argue with them, but
but
he
you
just
are
brings them on because they're wearing bathing suits and they
but
look hot and it gets views.
so what's the difference between a call-in show where women call and talk with, for example, you have Tom Likey's 20 years ago getting calls from white woman complaining that me actually dunked on him. What's the difference about call-ins
They,
and
I
having
actually
panels?
listened to Tom Likas old
Yes.
videos and
It's
and
funny.
radio stuff, and
Huh.
every time a woman called in, he
He kicked
spoke to
their
them.
ass.
He spoke to them the way men speak to each other.
Oh,
He didn't
so
kiss their
okay, so
ass.
they have
He didn't
woman
do none
on.
of that stuff. That's
So
the
they
difference
so
between Tom Likas and
no,
what's going on
you
today.
are literally moving the goalposts. First you
No, I'm
said
not.
they don't talk with women, and then he says they don't talk with women like
No, I
women.
said they don't argue with women.
They actually do all the time.
Okay.
Go to car and
Daddy,
entrepreneurs or whatever that shit is. There's a bunch of white content creators right
white
now
women
that
still
they have
vote with
shows
their
about
white
that.
Like
man.
What are
White
you guys
women
talking
still
about?
vote with their white men, fatty.
What did
White
you
women
say?
Okay,
still
but
white women still vote
let's
with
not
their
hold on,
white men.
hold on. Let's not get lost in the sauce. We don't let's not get lost in the sauce. Let's get back on
Okay.
topic of what we're talking about because we
we're
understand
talking about them coming on arguing with us.
All right, hold on, y'all.
whether
We got a few new
whether
people in
we
here.
agree. Go ahead.
We got a few new people in here. Let's get them in real quick. What's going on, Philosophical?
What's up, dude? Oh,
Hold on. Let me fix
fix
your
it.
mic real quick. Try it now.
Y'all can hear me? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah,
That's
I
perfect.
got
What's up, man?
You good now?
What's up, Fatty? What's good? What's good? Peace to everybody on the panel. How y'all brothers doing?
you. Good.
Um,
What's up?
I'm gonna say this. That this is this when it comes to our people, a lot of people have found a new lane to make money, to be able to, use this YouTube space, and it's, they can monetize themselves. You know, they've made money for themselves, and it's another way to profit yourself. When you're dealing with black people, you're dealing with a specialized thing. I've said this in the past, but I think we really get besides ourselves and what we're dealing with. Comparing ourselves to white people is irrelevant. The difference is white people might have the same issues that we have. Men all over the world are dealing with women because feminism is a global phenomenon. However, we have a unique plight here, and things that are damage other people will damage us times 10 because we're not in control of our media. We're not in control of our education. We're not sitting at the seats of power. We can dictate to our people what we should learn and what we should consume. So when things are given to our people, it has a way bigger effect than anyone else. So that's for one thing. I don't think comparing ourselves to white people is an irrelevant issue. We got to deal with how it affects us. And the problem with this space is people care more about views than they understand the minds of who's consuming this content. Our people are not good at filtering information correctly. They're going to go with whoever has the camera, whoever has the following, whoever has the views, and they're going to ride with those people as if they have the answer. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah. So certain people, to me, don't even need to be heard. You know, this woman, she has a platform. She wants to put out her content and she wants to speak on her own. Let her do it. But I feel like people bring her up there to speak, knowing the venom she's going to spew. Unless you're going to really attack her arguments fully, it's really not going to get nothing accomplished. Like I said, like I like what the brother NBA said, it doesn't matter what the men do. It doesn't matter how much these people's points are debunked. They're still going to get people to agree with their sides, regardless of if they have relevance or not. And people like her are just spewing venom and hatred towards the black community, which is not helpful. Like this woman was asking men what books have they read on leadership, but I was waiting for somebody to ask this woman, what books has she read about black people's history and what books has she read about just being a woman? Everything about this woman is masculine. Everything about this woman is from a masculine point of view. She dresses like a man, she speaks like a man, and she quotes men's information. She even quoted Napoleon Hill, which the book about leadership, but he also wrote a book called Think and Grow Rich. So if you're going to take his book talking about leadership, effective steps of leadership, he also has a complementary book about finance, which in conjunction, you would take his leadership skills and apply it to profiting your life. And in that book about Get Rich, Think and Grow Rich, he speaks how a man and a woman unifying can profit a man greatly. So this woman, while telling other women to not be with men, is quoting from a man who has notated that a heterosexual relationship is an advantage to a man. So she has no real logic at all. And for her to just get on here and just say anything, I just feel like everybody doesn't need to have a platform where people with logic and sensibilities are speaking. And I feel like what this woman is on is not fruitful to anything. It's not even beneficial to women. And I just feel like she don't need to be given a platform. She does work for every little platform she get. It don't need to be assisted by anybody because it's going to lead to views and likes. But our people are extremely confused, and they go back and do their homework on a lot of things. They take what they hear and they run with it. They don't do their homework. They just go by who the crowd is following. And it's a small group of us that's really going to look up thoroughly if she has some credence to what she says. They're just going to go by the popular crowd.
So let me give a little bit of an unpopular opinion about this. Some of those women that are following her, they can't be saved, bro. They can't be saved. They have been down the venom path a long time. And if your mind is that malleable, you couldn't be saved. You wouldn't make a good mate for a man anyway, right? So I'm not really opposed to it because to be honest, I wouldn't make a good man.
Can I ask a question, Mike? It's a real quick one. Yeah. Here's my question. And anybody can answer it. I don't really care. Anybody in the chat, I don't really care who answers it. But here's my question. If we all know the numbers, if we all know the percentages of certain groups of people that are single, if we all know who's having kids out of wedlock, if we know all the numbers, because every one of us has probably talked about it a million times, why do we still keep arguing about it? Listen, black women know the consequences of what they do. White women know the consequences. They all know what's going to happen. They're going to get older. Nobody's going to want them, and they're going to be single moms. If they know the consequences and they still keep going down this track, then why argue with them?
Because it's
NBA.
entertaining, it's a money
The
trap,
reason
it's for
why
clout, it's
the
for
reason
clicks,
why
it's for views. Like what, why are you asking these things? Like you know exactly what it is for. Is because for some reason man and woman will gravitate towards each other. This will be an infinite topic because as soon as somebody graduates from it at 40, there's some two 18-year-olds trying to join the conversation, and this shit will go on
I
forever
asked the
because men and
question.
women keep fucking.
there, there,
I
there
asked the question. I
there's
asked
two
the
They're
points. There's
question
get.
2 points.
because not everybody is motivated by money, sir.
Oh
That's
really?
why I
So
asked.
so,
I got. Hold on,
Hold on, hold on.
okay.
Let me get these super
Hold on,
chats.
fatty.
And
Hold
let
on,
me get
fatty.
these super chats, and y'all got it. Let me get these super chats. Advanced perception, $2. Feminism exists until a brick gets involved. Y'all taking this brick thing all the way. All right. My man Big Ant, $10. Question for Trigger Mike and Pain on people like Princella. Why does it seem like it's so hard for some people to keep walking and help those who want it and keep walking on those who don't? I got to use the bathroom, so I'm going to let Pain go first and I'll go second.
Hey,
Mr. Fatty.
Mr. Pen, Mr. Pen, can you ask MBA why is he here then?
Because I feel like it.
No.
I'll be right
Do
back,
you see
y'all.
what I'm
Y'all
do you
keep
see
it
what I'm
going.
talking about?
Hey,
You know
Fatty,
that why you're
Fatty,
here.
No.
hey,
The
Fatty,
reason why.
let's not go there. Let's answer the question, right?
It-
I mean, I wish I had the question again.
I got it. I got it. So the reason why we had a conversation is Fatty had one point because it is money is it is YouTube content. That is one reason why. That's one of the major reasons why we had this conversation on YouTube. I get it. One of the secondary reasons why we should one of the benefit could we had this conversation. Another benefit we got this conversation is because there are young men every single day who need to see this conversation. Who don't who are young boys returning into men who don't have a father figure and going to be led to the slaughter if they don't get this information. So we can make it a place where young men can learn. But I think the young men learning should be more important than the money aspect of it. But that's my 2 cents.
What can the
Now
I
that's a
agree.
good answer.
I agree.
what can the
I,
young man learn from Priscilla?
No,
no. But
No,
What?
no,
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 Wait,
no.
wait,
we're
wait, wait.
we're,
That's a.
we're
Let
not
me
we're
answer
not
that.
we're
Let me
not
answer
we're,
that.
we're not hold
Let
on
me
we're
answer
not
that.
we're
Let
not
me answer that.
we're not
Let me
hold
answer
hold on
that,
hold on hold
Fatty.
on hold on hold
I'll
on
answer
no
it.
wait
because
a second. Let him
no
finish answering. Go
I
ahead,
ain't
John.
learning nothing from Princella.
No.
reason
What you
why
can learn,
Can
what
I
you
can
can
I say
learn
something
is
to
it's not
that?
it's
wait,
not
wait. If you
it's
what you can learn from her is everything you don't want as a man, everything you don't want in a woman. This is the
So
thing. Wait, when it comes to everything, when it comes to, it doesn't matter how she behaves or what she believes. It's
mm,
about the woman you do want, that you do want to follow example, and those that you don't. And we have to see and point out those that you don't.
yeah, but every time we bring a gay person
Can I
or a
add to
trans
that? Can I
person
add
to
to
the
that?
panel, there's a bunch of people saying "Yeah, they shouldn't be allowed here. We shouldn't be talking to
Okay.
them,
Hold
right?
on. Okay,
Why
Fatty,
are you
back to
saying,
that.
hold on, let me finish?
Right? Well, go ahead, land it, man. Yeah, man.
I'm just asking why, when, for example, it comes to some men, nobody says they are a prime example of what a man shouldn't be. So we should bring them here to show them who they are. And so now with woman is the complete like no, that shit doesn't make sense. It's because of clout and views. You are
Hey, Fatty.
literally one second, please. I'll promise I'll
Can you
pass you
answer?
the
Let him
mic.
finish. Let him finish.
I promise I'll pass you the mic.
Go ahead, Fatty.
You are literally sitting on a channel, and shout out to JR, but I have to say it, that literally did the revolution a few months ago because people were talking about this show as the place where men hate women. And now 3 months later, we bring a Miss Andrews to a panel. So
Okay, so
this is about money, views, and clout. There's nothing to do with teaching and learning and good conversations. This is about getting money, and for me, the same thing. And for most content creators, this is about actually make our shit popping and create conflict and be good to go. I'm sorry, that's exactly what it is.
okay,
you got
so
to echo
Can I
you
can
got
I
to echo
can
in
I
your
wait a
mic,
minute,
respond to
Fatty.
that?
John.
Can I
Hey,
John, wait a
Fatty,
respond?
second.
you
John,
got
wait
to
a
echo in your
second.
mic.
It's
John,
not me. It's the last
No,
person
no.
that came in.
Cloud Jones had it on his, and when he muted up, it went
wait a
away.
second, guys. Wait a minute, man. Fatty's correct, man. That's what these channels are for, to make these guys want to make money. However, that still doesn't mean every panel has to be for profit. I've seen content creators who make a lot of money forego a certain payday on a certain channel to get a message across. I've seen that happen, Fatty. So it's not like it doesn't happen. Yeah, JR was well within his rights to have her up here to cause a little stir because he wants to make money for his channel. That doesn't mean today, right now on the Trigger Mike show, we got to go down into that well. We don't
Oh,
have
but
to go down to
also
that
you
well.
think Trigger Mike show is different? Either he doesn't want views and
Wait,
money.
no,
Do you think I'm different? Everybody's doing the
no,
same shit.
Fatty, listen to what I just said.
Go ahead, sir.
So today, right now, on the Trigger Mike show, we don't have to go down there, but we already have people who know she's necessary. I think he said she was necessary just now, so people know what not to do.
No,
So
but the reality.
it's
I
not like,
apologize.
yeah. So what I'm saying is, we got all kinds of different men here who might even agree with you, because I do. But that doesn't mean we have to get lost in that source. Of course, this thing is for profit. We know that. We know that.
She's not necessary at all. She's not necessary at all.
Let's not move the goalposts now.
She herself is not necessary.
She's not necessary at all.
Yeah, that's what I meant. The message.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But the reason I disagree and say that I would say she's necessary because when we use the word misandrist, we have to know what it looks like and what we're talking about. And for everyone who's watching the channel, watching us, we have to point it out for what it is. This is what this is, and this is what you're where it can get you later in life. It's going to get you tore up. It's going to get you lied about. It's going to get you shamed. It's going to get you this. It's going to get you that.
Okay,
that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, so Dragon, what was the result? Because today I woke up and I want. Go ahead.
Okay, so basically what it is, she's necessary as an archetype, not necessarily her as an individual.
Right.
Is that you need someone of her characteristics to come out to display this in the evidence so men know what it look like, what not to deal with.
Right.
The archetype is necessary. Herself individually is not really needed.
So you guys think she lost? Because I woke up today in the morning, there was 400 comments. All of them would say, all hail King Priscilla. I saw that she started the stream yesterday after your show. She got $400 in like 20 minutes or something like that. She probably has more followers than she ever had. There were men literally bypassing the fact that everybody was lying about, oh, she served them and saying, oh, you guys shouldn't interrupt her, let her talk. And actually, I agree, but she didn't like you guys to say this is for people to learn a lesson about what she won. She got what she wanted.
Fatty is actually right. Fatty is right in what he's saying. Fatty is right in what he's saying. He is saying what she is doing is furthering her platform. And that is true. She is furthering the platform. She's getting more followers. She's getting more money. And let her do what she's going to do. But the opposite side of the argument is also money comes at a cost. Let her keep doing what she's doing. But it's also
somebody has a bad mic.
It won't last long for her, and it's beneficial for men to see this also too, this archetype, so you can make your conversation stronger, make your intelligence stronger.
How is not going to last? She's been on this place for 10 years. Every time a woman gets a broken heart, you know they're going to run to her. Every time a woman gets experience with another woman, you know they come to her. Every time a man, a baby daddy leaves the kid, you know they're going to go her. So this is not about pointing out the monster. We actually are giving her more clout, more views, more money, and make sure that she actually become a cult leader. Because she will. She already, like, Cynthia G is the word. Like, you know when you used to watch the Terminator? And Cynthia G is the first, like the Arnold Schwarzenegger one. And then you have the metal one, that the police officer, they used to melt and shit, that it was way better than the first version. This is her. She is the second. She's Terminator Part 2, and for us to keep masking this shit, like it makes no sense.
Where's Fatty? Where's Jim Jones at right now, Fatty?
Hold on, y'all, because I must be the most patient battle strategist on this panel. What happens to all cults and their leader?
Jim Jones. What happened to Jim Jones?
You're talking about the Catholic Church and the Pope.
Hold up. What we tend to do is argue that a woman might have won a battle, but they can't win the war, bro.
Right.
That's why I say that in this space, it really doesn't matter whether we let them up, they don't let them up. This is why I'm always going to say you let them up to let them talk.
Fatty actually said something I agree with when he said that all the broken-hearted women are going to run to her channel. All the ones that are, and I agree, let them go. That's what we want anyway, right?
That's what I'm saying. Let them go.
Let them go.
Let them go.
I agree with him. Let them go.
I told y'all, we have this. We might be the ones with the savior complex. Black men might be the ones with the savior complex, trying to save women that want to leave. remember, there is no saving the black community. There's only creating a new one.
So
Right.
so
We got
I
an inferiority complex, like we can say this shit.
no, but
I
I
am
agree.
not trying to save this shit.
Nah, man.
Mike, I actually agree with you, but that's the thing. Just don't mess this shit as righteous behavior. This is business. Do that, point out what she's doing, send the damaged woman their way is fine, but just like the same way she's pimping her followers, and we are very quick to say, oh, she's harboring like damaged birds and she put in little, like she is actually doing that like a pimp. Why on our side we don't say, yeah, this is business, we are here to get money, to get views, and to get like some clicks, and if she actually brings that money and some views and some clicks, we are actually willing to propel her to get the sad views and let her go and let her do her shit. This is actually reality. It's just I don't disagree. I just want to say this. I don't disagree with letting her come up. I don't want her the platform. I don't want nothing bad to happen to her. I actually believe that if she is willing to gather those followers, she's entitled to. I just don't like the fact that we mask this as this is a righteous conversation. This is about saving women. No, it's about
if every man got married, right? If every man got married to a woman, there still would be women left over. If the women is left over,
there's a lie.
Hold
on, there's 4 billion women and 4 billion men right now on the earth. It's the same number. Like
no,
they're not. It's the same number. Go ahead and Google it.
What was your point, John? Go ahead and finish your point.
The point I'm making is, if those women want to follow her, and if there's more women than men, I mean, if there's more men than women, whatever case, it doesn't make a difference. Every woman that wants to follow her, they want to follow her for a reason. So the woman that want to follow her is not fit for a wife anyway. So we don't care if they go over there.
Thank you. So
just let them go.
Let me give y'all my ultimate philosophy on this. Because one thing you'll hear men say is it's hard to find a good woman. Fellas, it is easier than ever. They are literally canceling themselves out of contention for you. If I see a woman that if I see a woman listening to this shit, if I'm on a date, if I was single, I'm literally pulling over and be like, get out my car. Listen to that shit while I'm around, thinking that shit is cool, right? They are canceling themselves, putting themselves out of the running for good men. Good men, forthright men who take care of their families, who got all their shit in order. We don't deal with that shit.
You actually do.
I don't deal with it.
I don't deal with it either. I don't deal with it.
You know it's funny. Let's compare. Priscilla is like the old face for woman. They are going to get it sooner or later. You just don't know if he's with you or not. You wish that they got Priscilla when they were 23 and now they actually healed from that shit. But it's inevitable. If like she's actually is going to be literally sucking woman left and right. Forgive the like forgive the use of the word, but she's actually going to do it because women go through phases on their life. Just because you married a woman at 29 and she doesn't listen to Priscilla, that doesn't mean that she wasn't listening to her from 24 to 27. Like you are going to actually deal with this woman. These women are not out of the market. These women are still dating men. A lot of these women are married, and I'm not going to put names on it, but I saw a woman that I know on this space married, being big donators, being members of our show. So you think that these women are on the fringe of society? No. This is just listen. 1 second, Jesus Christ.
Man, because you keep talking forever.
I know, but listen, you have to listen and then
that can't be saying somebody talking forever. That can't be. Yeah.
That cannot be. That cannot be Ikene.
Well, he got something to say. So Ikene, what you got? I mean, you got something to say.
Come on, guys.
No, you have to let people. You have to let people respond because I let you respond. Go ahead.
Let me get these super.
Yeah, let it play, man. You guys
Glenny,
what's
going on? Y'all still talking about Princella? Women are waking up to the weird mindset of males needing to control women for your ego. We on to you now. You know this. I saw a lot of this in the chat last night, and this is actually one of the things I think is very unfortunate in society. To be honest, is that women don't understand men at all. You sit on, you jump on every negative. So this is the worst. This is the worst part about it. Men are this. Men are that. Men are literally the people that have given their entire lives up to you. their entire provision up for you. That's who men have been for the. That's how we got to this point in society to create an internet for you to talk shit up to us on. Everything we've done, we have done for you. But it's weird because it's that. God damn it, Ike, hold on. Women only want to understand us this way because in the long run, they think thinking about us like this benefits them. The only way women can make themselves seem strong and capable is to make us seem weak. I say that shit all the time. So this is where it comes from. You're waking up to the weird mindset of males. I guarantee you this woman got a baby by a black man or two, right?
Single.
Y'all are not talking to all black men. You're talking to the man that hurt you. I'm not stupid enough to think you talking to me. I got the results. You ain't talking that shit to me.
Me either, brother.
Fuck y'all.
Definitely ain't talking to me.
Let me put it this way, right?
Got hands in the background. They just bring ideas, find own truth.
It's still reading the supercharge. It's still reading the
Ikane, he reading the comments, brother. He reading the super chat.
Yeah, you guys stop talking so he can read it, man.
All right, family.
That's you, Long-winded University.
All right, so appreciate the $5 super chat and all the people that drop super chats. Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show. We got 323 people watching, 164 likes. Please get those likes up over 200 right now. We got an all-star panel. All right, Ikane, man, you got the floor. Say your piece, but I want you to answer this question real quick.
Okay.
Can leadership be learned from a book?
That was the most stupidest thing she said last night.
Look, hold on. Because I don't even want to keep making this. This is not about Princella, the Queen Maker. She made points, right? So, I'm a professor by trade. I do this to my students. I'm not going to downgrade their opinion. I'm going to counteract it with logic, in fact. So I don't want to make this about her. She said the shit out of her mouth that we can rebut as men with fact and logic. Don't even say her name no more. We're not even going to say her name no more. She said it. These are her beliefs, and I have a counter argument, and I want y'all to make the counter argument. So right now, one of her arguments is leadership. Men have not read books on leadership. Therefore, I want to know, can leadership be learned from a book? Ikane, you got it first.
Yeah, the thing is this, man. Let me put it this way. When somebody tells you that you have to learn to be a leader by reading books, that is somebody that doesn't have a father that can make such a statement. Or say that you got to go to leadership school to learn how to be a leader. That's somebody that doesn't have a father. And in our case, a woman talking about leadership is a misrepresentation of actual life because women are not leaders. Women are followers. A man to be a leader is something he has to get the moment that he's born. There is a man that is supposed to be next to our boy or uncles if his dad is not alive. They will teach him how to be a leader. You see what I'm saying? They will teach him from the moment he can retain information. He's going to be coached on how to be a leader. And from there on, he goes through the basic training of becoming a leader. Leadership comes from observation, not from thought, because you watch your dad act. You watch the way your dad eats. That's how leadership is being inspired. You have to watch those things. You don't need no book to make you to teach you how to be a leader. Because if you look at generations past, right, they were leaders, but they didn't read any book. It's something that was put into them by the men that they grew amongst. That's how leadership is. That's how you become a leader. You become a leader by training, which is family training. You become a leader on how to be able to go to war by being trained by the military or by men of war in your community. They teach you those things. You don't go to school to study it. You don't go buy books to study how to be a leader. I am a leader in my household because my dad made a leader out of me.
Hey, Ekene, you literally contradicted yourself. What the fuck is the Bible, bro? Your God made you a leader. Where did where did you get those instructions? It's not from a book called Bible. Wait, no.
Who
So,
said
okay, so no. We are going to actually get to the bottom of this. You said,
I'm not?
"My
I'm not.
God." One
I'm not a
second.
Christian.
One
I'm
second.
not a Christian.
You said,
You
"My
said the Bible
God."
is not a
One
Christian.
second, Kenny. You
Let
said,
us
"My."
ask you a
I'm going.
question.
I'm going to ask you a question. You said, "My God made me a leader." Where did you get those instructions other than the Bible, which
Who
is a
told
book? Go
you? So
ahead, sir.
let me
No,
answer
go
that.
ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me answer that.
Uh,
I never said my God made me a leader. I didn't say that. So where are you coming with that?
really?
I never said it. I said your father trains you to be a leader. I never
Hmm.
said anything about God here. I never used the word God. I said your father makes you to be your father's responsibility to make a leader out of you because it's called transfer of baton.
So, can your father make a daughter a leader?
A daughter is not supposed to be a leader
Why?
because she's supposed to be under the coverage of another man
Why? Where did you
because
get
she's a
this?
woman.
No, where
It's,
did
I'm
you get? No, wait. You said your father created the leader, which is you. If your father can make you a leader, a male, why can your father, that has the tools to create a leader, not create a female leader?
well, my father is not going to create a female leader
Why?
because my tradition doesn't allow him to do that.
And this comes
Because
from where?
from my tradition, Igbo land in Nigeria, we don't make women leaders. Only men are leaders in our
It don't
community.
got nothing to do with religion, fatty. I see what you're trying to do, bro. Stop that, bro. Stop.
I keep
No,
telling him,
Stop.
no. Actually, I'm not going to
Bro,
stop.
you be always trying to
Well,
you
and,
always,
and
you be always
hold on.
trying to do a
Hey,
gotcha
hey, hold
moment,
on.
bro. You be always trying to do a gotcha moment.
Let me say this
Wait,
real
wait,
quick.
no,
Let me
hold
say
on.
this
Let me
real
say
quick.
something, bro. No,
It
hold
has
on. Let me
nothing.
say
It
something,
has
bro.
nothing
Nah,
to
let
do
me
with.
say something, bro.
Can y'all
The
hear
whole
me?
thing is, the
Yeah,
whole
we
thing is
got
he's
we
trying
got.
to get a
Hang on.
gotcha moment when he thought he said God, but he really said dad. He didn't say God. That's why
I never
he
said
try to
God.
reference the
Right,
Bible.
right. Let me say this real quick, guys. The reason is you could take let's take religion out of it for a minute. The reason is that when you have a daughter and a son, which I have a daughter and a son, my son can go out, take his shirt off, and be out there in the yard all day helping with the fence, helping mow the lawn. He's stronger than a damn ox, right? My daughter cannot at any point get on his level as far as his strength, his speed, his agility. He's a bad man, and she is never going to be on his level. So I would never train her to reach for something that she will never achieve. She will never be him. She will never be as strong as him. She will never be as athletic as he is. She will never be him ever. So there's no reason for me to teach her how to do something that is conditioned for a man to do. And this is what I challenge people to do. I think that we should do an episode since we had this whole male and female war. I think somebody with the money to back it up. I think what they should do is take all the content creators, all the male content creators that talk shit, all the female content creators that talk shit. I want you to strip us of everything that we have. Put all the men, take 30 men, put them on an island for 30 days. Then take all the female content creators and put them on an island for 30 days. They have to build their own shelter, start their own fires, find their own food. And after 30 days, the most people who are left are the winners. And the women get back to who they're supposed to be, and the men are standing in leadership like they're supposed to be. When you go
They
back to that,
actually did that already. It's a show called Bear Grylls Island where they
yes,
separated the men and the women. And within
exactly.
2 days, the women they had to come onto the island. The people that set up the show had to come onto the women's island and help them. And
That's
within a day, men had fire, food, shelter, everything. The women were standing on the beach arguing for like days until they started getting sick from not having food and water. And they
that's
had to actually come on and help the women because they didn't know what the hell they were doing. So
that
that's happened before.
that's an asinine type of way of looking at the world. Napoleon was 5'9", 6'2", whatever his height was, and he was one of the most powerful people on the world.
And
We are not on those times. We are not on the like every.
Fatty, you just
No,
hold on,
Lily,
Fatty.
no. One
Fatty, you just
second.
contradicted yourself, Fatty.
No, I
You just
didn't. One
contradicted yourself
Jesus Christ, man.
because a few minutes ago you said everybody do it for the money. Napoleon power was way more valuable than his money.
Listen, I was mentioning the fact that you want to actually put us on our natural environment, which is no clothes, no nothing, and see if we can survive. Napoleon will be smashed by a million men bigger than him, stronger
He
than him,
still was a
faster than him.
man.
But that's the point. You now have tools to actually delegate to weaker men in terms of physical strength, but they have the brain and have the capacity to actually become the leaders of this world and to become the most brilliant minds. You have, for example, the guy on a wheelchair, the Hawkins guy. The guy was literally a paraplegic. He was one of the most brilliant minds of this earth. He was one of the most strategic, empirical, and savvy men walking around this planet, even though he couldn't even walk. That's
And you
what
know
we're
what?
like.
And you know what,
We are.
Fatty?
Go ahead.
You know what, Fatty? As men,
Yes.
if he was on that island with us, guess what we do with him? He would be one of the men we go to for counsel. Since men would agree to say, "Hey, we go to him for counsel. How we do this? How we do this? This is a brilliant man." If it was the other way around, and those women on the island, they're going to fight for power. They're going to beat the shit out of each other until they figure out who's going to be the leader over there. But we would recognize our strengths and our weaknesses, and we would build on that, and that's how we would be successful.
So, and that's the thing.
Let me put it this way. Let me put it this way, guys, because I was going to say something before you guys cut me off. This is what happened with last night. There is something that you guys didn't experience last night that I experienced, and that's Sweeney. Sweeney pinned that woman, and as soon as Sweeney pinned her, she ran off.
It wasn't Sweeney. It was Ali.
That was Ali.
Ali, I'm sorry, Ali. As soon as Ali, it was Ali, because I was going to say I'm going to call Ali and tell him you did a good job. Ali pinned her, and as soon as Ali pinned her, she ran away. You know why? Because Ali discovered she was a fraud. A married woman that shares custody, that takes care of her child.
I said we're not doing personal shit, man.
Oh, good. Okay, good.
Well, here's what I'll say to leadership, though. I think it's not something that one person can walk up and take. I think it is something that is more bestowed onto a person, whether or not they want it. When you find someone who can speak eloquently and can speak truth to power, something that I've always thought about this as well. I think that in leadership, when one person can speak so relatively to more people and more people can feel what the person is saying, then you have a bunch of followers who are saying, I feel what he's telling me or what they're saying, right? I don't feel any lies. I don't feel any deception. I feel exactly what he's given me, right? And not everyone has that gift, right? You have motivational speakers, right? That's because they're working off of some book or some manual usually. But leadership is natural. It's natural for certain people to lead. Others may want the position but are not qualified for that, right? It's not something you can learn from somebody else. Leadership doesn't work that way. You actually have to earn that position, and it's really bestowed on you.
Actually,
you're
guys,
kind of not.
Let me nuance this for y'all real quick. When Tom Brady got into the NFL, he sucked. He was at one of the worst quarterback ratings. Nobody liked him. None of the veteran players wanted to listen to a rookie quarterback. He turned into probably the greatest quarterback to ever play, and is considered one of the greatest leaders on the football field. But he didn't come in being a leader. He learned how to be one from his head coach and from Drew Bledsoe, the quarterback who was ahead of him when he first got drafted. So, like I said in the beginning, yes, there are guys that are natural born leaders, but leadership is something that you can learn from other people by being under their mentorship or under their leadership, and then they can teach you how to become a leader. Because Aaron Rodgers, he learned how to be a leader before he won a Super Bowl. A lot of quarterbacks. Here's a great example: Steve Young. He played behind Joe Montana for years. When his turn came up, everything he learned from Joe, he took it, became one of the greatest leaders of the San Francisco 49ers. So you can learn to become a leader. It just depends on what you're being taught. Now, if there are people in front of you that aren't teaching you leadership qualities and things of that nature, then you can't. You think a man can just walk into a building and instantly become the CEO? No, he has to acquire skills and leadership skills on his way up the ladder before he can take over and become the leader of that company. That's how it works in life. You have to acquire the experience and learn certain techniques. Just being a leader is not just some flat thing. There are techniques to being a leader. and you have to acquire those through life. You don't
Can you
just automatically wake up and you're a leader.
can you get them
And
from a
go
book?
and go read a book. You can get that
I
from
don't think you can listen. I don't think you can read about it and do it, but I think being taught
You gotta
it through
practice.
experience is different than reading about it. That what I'm
Yeah.
talking about is
Hey,
somebody
Jess,
teaching you
you.
how to be.
Watch out let Juan Solo. Watch out let Juan Solo say
All right.
something.
Yeah, Juan. You've been in the cut for a while. Damn, my
Yeah,
bad.
let
Bro,
him
I've
say
been
something.
trying to talk, bro. I've been trying to talk. I was the
All
one
right, so
who called Fatty out
uh,
on that gotcha moment.
all right, go ahead, bro.
Bro, my whole thing is this, man. People need to learn what leadership actually means. People are only looking at one aspect of leadership, and they're not really taking in the full definition of what leadership is. Because it's a lot of people that are put in leadership positions that they don't want to be in. You see what I'm saying? So it's and I always look at it like leadership is not on you, it's in you. It is in you because Tom Brady, like the example you use for Tom Brady wouldn't have became the leader if he didn't have to be, but he also had somebody that was coaching him up to be a leader. So that was the leader. And for as far as the football aspect of being a leader, it really comes down to respect. That's really what that comes down to. But outside of football, these people who are single parents, single mothers, they don't want to be leaders. They just basically what they are, they're glorified babysitters. That's really what it is. The government is the one that leads them. Their family are the ones that lead them. If you look at it, if you listen to a person, and this is what I do, I always listen to a person and listen to how they talk and what they talk about, their past experiences. If you listen to them, you be like, man, you're not a leader. You just got them kids. You really are just a glorified babysitter. Yeah, you had the kids, but you're not teaching these kids anything. You're not trying to get your house in order. You trying to live your life. That's not what a leader do. A leader is the one who takes accountability even when it's not their fault. A leader is
Yeah,
somebody who, when all else failed and nobody else has an idea of what's going to go on, they make a way out of it.
that is the truth. Let
So,
me get these. Oh, go
yeah,
ahead.
my
Go ahead. No, finish
no,
up.
I
Finish
was
up.
just saying because that's the only reason I came up here, and I know y'all don't want to harp on that woman. I've seen her videos and seen her talking points before, and it's really just all for one side. You see what I'm
You,
saying?
you are describing a
Her
leader,
whole
not a
intention is I think her
you are,
whole intention is she just trying to gather more females so that she can have a bigger pool to fuck on. But other than that, it's like if y'all talking about leadership, anybody who's a leader, they don't even want to be the leader. Like natural leaders, they don't want to be a leader. They don't want to be leaders. They just do it because they have to be. But when you put these women in leadership roles, see how they work. I don't care about what people be talking about on the internet, talking about this, having these moments and stuff like that. Let me look at the results. Let me look at the results of what you're talking about. But that's all I had to say, bro.
All right, let me get these super chats, y'all. Advanced perception, $2. Leadership is learned from experience and failure. Damn, you took my whole next piece, bro. Those are my words, but I agree wholeheartedly. Big Ant, $10. It's amazing how NBA and Fatty can talk about let go, talking over people, and trying to dominate the conversation just like him.
thank you
All
for the
right,
super chat.
appreciate that. If you're just
I've
tuning
been
in
quiet
to the
most of the
Trigger Mike
show.
Show, please make sure you hit that like button. Let's get these likes up right now. All right. This is my overall look. So, can leadership be learned from a book? So, I'm telling you, I'm extracting some of the things she was saying, and I'm taking it to counsel. No, the best leaders I know. This is the funny thing about books. Women, I'm going to talk to you for a second. I know what you're doing. Women have education, formal education over men. So now it's your argument to say everything comes from a book because you're more well-read than men. But the funny thing, the one distinction that I want to make is that women value formal education, but men value competence and skill. I don't give a damn what level of degree you have. I have never met a woman that is more skilled. The most competent woman is not more skilled than the most competent man. Never in history has that happened. Men always value competence over formal schooling. What the hell is a book going to teach me? For everybody that went to college, okay? Everybody that went to college, tell me what taught you better. Was it your classes or was it actually doing the damn job? I'll wait. Everything that you are going to learn from leadership comes from observation and then failure. Men try, fall on their face, try again, and do it again. And the one thing that somebody said in terms of leadership in its totality, what makes the totality of a leader is accountability. The reason why men will always be the natural leaders and better leaders is that we will accept accountability, which is synonymous for the word blame. Women will always retreat when it's time for blame to be distributed. That is why we're their natural leaders. Here's my other point on leadership. In terms of what people want in a leader, women are honest leaders, they're intelligent leaders, they're hardworking leaders, they're ambitious, outgoing, creative, and compassionate. That is what it has been said that women are in terms of leadership. I told Priscilla this last night and she disagreed, but it is a fact. Men are hardworking and ambitious, but the one thing that we have over women, and they can never overtake us on, is our level of decisiveness. What's the good in being able to form the army, put guns in everybody's hand, make the guns, load the clips, but you can't make the decision when it's time to fire? Men will always kill, disrupt, and do what needs to be done in the name of getting it done, where women will never pull the trigger. That is what we have over you, and that's why we always in charge.
Y'all damn, Trigger Mike.
Can I say
Wait a minute,
something
Trigger
real
Mike.
quick?
No, we got hold on, NBA. We got to let that simmer for a minute. Mike just cooked a whole fucking pot of gumbo. Let everybody get a bowl real quick. That was wonderful.
I agree. There's only one problem with it though. The other day when I was on here and I said experience was the best teacher, damn near all of y'all told me I didn't know what I was talking about. So now Trigger Mike says experience matters more than learning it from a book, and y'all all do this.
What
y'all
are you talking about? We never said that. Come on, bro.
I don't think I said that.
Damn, we never said that.
Go back and look at the last stream I was on, because when I said experience we were
maybe I
talking
wasn't
about
here.
raising children, and I said experience is the best teacher because we were talking about people that don't have kids giving advice about raising kids, and I said experience is the best teacher. Damn near all of y'all said nope, you don't know what you're talking about. You're wrong. But now here today, experience is the best teacher apparently.
But that's debatable what Mike said, because the best.
I'm just reminding him. Go
Oh
back
my
and watch the other
God!
stream.
Relax.
I like consistency, and I think people should be consistent.
But it's fine. But that's the thing. Not the best coach
Listen,
is
I
most.
wasn't even talking to
Oh
you
my
or
God! I
whoever you
know,
are.
sir. I'm not interrupting you. I know. It's
Yeah,
fine.
you are interrupting me because I wasn't even done. But
finish.
go right ahead.
I apologize, sir. Go ahead.
Go right ahead. No, it's good. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Both of you are crazy.
The best coaches, the best coaches for most parts are not the best players. It's the role players that become best coaches because they learn from observing, they learn from experience. Like this book shit is just a bunch of like you can get audiobooks, you can watch the commentaries. The question actually should be, do you become better leader by absorbing information from other people that you didn't experience? And the reality is yes. When you want to know about economics, oh good, read good, poor dad, rich dad. When you want to know about dynamics between a woman, go read the Rational Male. When you go, like people literally send you, hey, watch this documentary, watch this material, see this play. It's just about you going out of your way to absorb information, because what do they say? Stupid people learn from their mistakes, smart people learn from other people's mistakes. I don't have to go to the moon to talk about the moon. I can literally sit on my office and say the moon is this and this and this.
Hey man, I got a question. Is something wrong with the emails?
Emails?
Oh,
you talk
because every email attached.
Oh, okay. That didn't work. All right. So I don't even have a rebuttal to that, Fatty, but I think in terms of leadership is more of an action. All right. And in the action, damn, I forgot what the hell I was going to say, of leadership, I think it is more about observation and failure. And then you learn to sharpen your skills by learning from the experience of others. Right? Then you can gain that experience to other people. Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely, but that was my point. You don't need to be on a battle to actually become a strategist. You can be on the side, actually seeing what happened, taking notes, learn from it, and go from there. For example, Art of War. For most of times, most people, and you learn a bunch of things. Hey, if your enemy is making a mistake, Don't interrupt them. That's something that you learn from a book. Let people talk on these panels all they want. Let them bury themselves, and then afterwards, you are going to literally defeat them with their own point because they made a mistake. We learn tons of from books. We learn tons from YouTube, the commentaries, from being on these panels from each other, how to deal with people. So the fact that we still are undervaluing the fact that we can literally absorb leadership skills by osmosis, even if we are not on the situation, just because we saw it or we retain the information that somebody gave to us. I think that is not wise. Let's say.
I will put it this way. Right? I know Trigger Mike don't like us saying this, but Trigger Mike, I understand. The thing is this, right? She made the lady in question, right, made a lot of missteps yesterday. But again, as soon as she was
Kenny,
found to be
did you listen to what he said?
I know you don't like us saying this, but I was about to drop your like Ekin.
Like, do you listen to what he asked you? Yeah,
like,
literally asked
I'm
you.
talking about the point. We can, because that's what I'm about. Attack the point. I don't gotta attack the lady. She
I
made
can,
the point.
I'm attacking the point. The point is what I'm attacking. Somebody was actually talking about how women shouldn't be with men, how women shouldn't cooperate with men, how women should seek leadership. Whereas that is not what that individual practice. That is misleading. That is fraud. I'm not saying that she's fraudulent. I'm not saying that she's a fraudster. She's a fraud.
Kenny, I don't trust a man with lack of impulse control to be a leader. You need to actually follow directions if you want to be a leader. If you're not a good follower, you're not a good leader. The fact that he told you to stop and you keep going shows that you are not fit to be a leader.
I remodeled it away from that lady.
No, you literally.
Well, wait a minute. We're talking. Okay, so the subject. Well, let's just leave the subject to leadership, right? And I think we're all trying. Hang on. I think we're all trying to say somewhat the same thing, right? But we're going about it different ways, using different analogies. But what I would say is that it's a natural occurring phenomenon, and you cannot get it from a book. And I don't think people can just hand it to you like a newspaper or a baton either. I think it's something that's bestowed upon a person, right? People start following what they think and what they feel. And that comes through. And then I think in a combination of that is inspiration. You inspired somebody, whether or not, I mean, we're having a conversation right now, but someone watching can follow a particular person on the panel because, hey, I like what he's saying versus what he's saying, so I will follow him instead of this guy, right? So you have a bunch of followers, but followers kind of bestow the moniker of leadership upon a person that they are inspired by. I don't think you can learn about that. No one can give that to you. That's just something you do have or you don't have it. And it's fine. You're still valuable either way as a man. But I mean, but people do naturally gravitate. It's not by force.
Something? Can I ask you something? Are you guys talking about good leaders or leaders?
Hold on. Wait. I had the same question.
Go ahead.
Daddy. Hold
on,
Hold on, y'all, real quick, because we got to make the distinction, and it's actually important for. I don't like when women talk about leadership. They got that shit backwards. I don't know what they're talking about. Never in history has everybody been a leader. And let me put it in the context in the way I understand it. When we say the word leader, women think we're talking about men that lead other men. Small group of men that ever have the ability or the opportunity to do that effectively. Most men play a role, and then maybe if the chance presents itself, they can become a leader. So men that lead other men is not usually what we're talking about. In terms of women, a man in general not being a leader of other men has no bearing on his ability to lead his family and his woman. Because women think we're talking about men that lead other men, talking about King Leonidas type shit. We're never talking about that. We are talking about well put together men who are able to able to responsibly put a situation together for themselves without help, who are seeking a woman and children and all that to lead their own home. That's what I'm always talking about. They're talking
Yeah,
about these
yeah,
other niggas.
I actually get what you're saying, but this is why I asked the question, right? And I don't want to be messy, but Mr. Let Go is a leader. He coaches multiple women, he fills arenas, he gives speeches, he is a leader. Like, you are not describing Mr. Let Go at all. And he, for some reason, he is on that position. I don't know if he was bestowed by him, like Black Dragon says. I don't know how he got there, but in reality, we have a lot of shitty leaders in position of leadership. Everybody had a shitty supervisor when they were growing up on a job. Everybody has a shitty teacher. Everybody has somebody that actually shouldn't be on the leadership position, give them orders, lessons, advices, and all that. So I think you're describing good leaders. Most people are incompetent, in my opinion. So by default, most people that are in position of leadership are going to be incompetent by doing so where they shouldn't be there.
I think that leadership, when you talk about leadership, this is what it is. Leadership is a hierarchy, but in society is a structure. Every man is a leader. Let's just talk
No, they
about it.
are not. That's a
All right,
Let me
no,
lie.
finish.
no, come back on
Let
that
me
one.
finish,
All
Fadi.
right,
Let me
finish up. Let him
finish.
finish the thought. Go ahead.
Every man is a leader. You know why? The reason why every man is a leader is because that's the first thing. That's the first virtue that your dad teaches you, because you're going to have a family. So
Every
when
man
you
don't
have a
got no daddy though.
when you have a family, now you're the leader of your household. That's why every man is a leader.
But there's
Then
the
when you
thing,
get
not every man has a household. I'm sorry, Mike.
people talk.
Why are you wasting our time with
You say,
lying?
no, you want me to land the plane, but you don't want to ever land
No,
the
no,
plane.
it's not about landing the plane. You are throwing
But
the
land
plane
the
against the towers. Stop
phone.
doing
Okay,
that.
good. So, but check this out. When you step out of your house, now you have to be, as a man, when you step out of your house, you have to be under another man's leadership.
So
It goes all the way to the whole country being under one man's leadership. You see what I'm saying? That's why leadership is a structure, is a pyramid.
so
So what I'm trying to say in essence is that, just like Trigger Mike said, very few men get to command vast majority of men as a leader. Very few men. But every man is supposed to be a leader. So that is why it's cumbersome and vital that every man should aspire to be a leader. That is why you see women saying sometimes we shouldn't neglect what women say. A woman says something about men being leaders. She's not talking about women don't talk about men being leaders of a company or being leaders of a nation. No, being the leader of your household. As a man, you have to aspire to be the leader of your household.
You do know that 63% of straight men are single, right?
Too bad.
I just want to say this, man. In my opinion, I think being a leader comes down to a mindset and not the obligations. Because you can go through and do the tasks that are put before you that don't make you a leader. They make you a doer, but they don't make you a leader. Anybody can do the task. And I think that's what it is when it comes down to this household conversation, because a lot of people are head of households, but they're not true leaders. And so they might do the obligations of I have to do this and have to do that. But if you look at those people, most of the time they're getting their advice and getting their direction from somewhere else, be it the government, be it the other family members or things like that. They don't have that mindset to say, I'm gonna do this regardless of if I get that type of counseling from other people. I'm gonna be the one who's gonna make the change in the household. If something's not going right in the household, I need to switch up my direction. So it comes down to a mindset. It's not about the obligations. People feel like because they put in a position where everything seems to be on them, that they are now considered a leader. No, you're not a leader.
leadership are his actions, is not a mindset. If you might like, if you don't know how to, like, for example, there's people that are brilliant when it comes to actually leading somebody. but they micromanage everything. They don't know how to say, okay, I trust Figure Mike with this part of the department. He's pretty good at it. I'm going to delegate power to him. I know Mr. Payne knows about this. Let me delegate power. Those are the true leaders, the ones that know how to actually delegate power to other people so they can actually do it by actions instead of saying, I have all the knowledge in my head, but every time Mr. Payne does something, Mr. Payne, come to my office. Did you do this like I told you to do? Like, these are people that unfortunately, even if they have the leadership skills, they either like
Yeah,
soft skills about to how to deal with people.
but
Okay, go ahead.
that's a mindset. You just explained what I just said. That's a mindset for a person to go find somebody else who can handle it better. That's still a mindset.
Oh yeah, but there's an action on it.
Yeah,
Like
you have
you
actions of the
actually,
leader,
for
but I'm
example,
saying the mindset
like,
of it.
but there's a thing. A lot of men think that delegating power to their woman is weakness. Oh, she's taking care of this and that. You are not the leader. No, you allowing the person that is better versed than you in the thing that you actually are not good. That's a good sign of leadership. I'm not good at shooting trees, so I'm telling the other guy, "Hey man, stand on the corner. I'm going to try to push to the basket, and I'll kick the ball out to you." Like that's how what that
Delegation is an aspect
is
of leadership.
is actually I think the most important. Like, leaders understand soft skills. Leaders understand that I can talk with Mr. Payne the same way I can talk with Trigger Mike. I know if I scream at Trigger Mike, he's going to do what I want, but if I scream at Mr. Payne, he's going to be upset about it. So I'm going to talk with him with a different way. I can personalize the way I actually choose to pick and choose how to implement people. I know when to kick the ball. I know when MBA wants to talk, but he didn't talk for 7 minutes. So I have to pass him the mic so I can feed him. Like this is actually
Fatty,
this
can
is
I add
actually
something?
go ahead.
Fatty, can I add something to what you're saying? No, just
Uh,
Absolutely.
let me
all right,
just
let me
add
hold
something.
on. You got the Pain. Let me get these super chats. I'm about to go offline real quick to go get my son. So you'll hold it down. I ain't going nowhere. $5. Fatty, you misheard. Acknowledge, then move on. I've been going back and forth reading the Art of War book for 17 years, and it helps me be a better leader at work. I ain't going nowhere again. $2. Authority versus leadership. Decipher between the two. Damn, I wish I had time. That's a good question, though. All right. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the Trigger Mike Show. Get the likes up, Payne. You got the floor. And I'm going to put the next question up for y'all to start after Payne goes. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, all right. So, thanks. And after that, Austin just came up. I let him say something. Anyway, Fatty, to your point, it's funny that you mentioned about delegation. I remember when I first got into my job, when I was an engineer, young engineer, my boss, he asked me, listen, I told him that, listen, if I work for you, if you want me to do something, I'll do it. I said, if I can't do it, I'll find somebody who can. And he challenged me. And every time he gave me one of those kind of things, always found an alpha dude, alpha dude or a good leader to help me get some things done. I didn't mind about the credit as long as the job got done. This guy promoted me almost every time I needed a promotion because we always got things done. And that's one of the things that I thought when I was an engineer, when I started leading teams. I always try to surround myself with the smartest and best people looking for their own, chiefdom as a point, because I never had a problem being around alpha males, especially if I can get shit done. That's the number one thing I always thought about. But let's get to the question who has the bigger ego, men or women? Hey, Ashton, we're gonna start with you since you're new up here. Ashton, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm
Who
here.
has the
What?
bigger
Can you
ego?
repeat?
Who has the bigger ego, men or women?
I mean, I would have to say women because I mean, us as men, like when we would accept a woman that's not on our level or not equally yoked. But when women get
Hey,
a
but
woman can make a penny.
who is on the space shuttle?
I
Yeah,
don't know.
everybody
Who
But
is,
but a women
Black man
but a
unfiltered. That's all right. He muted up. He go ahead, Ashton.
Yeah,
but a
my bad.
woman can make a woman can make a penny more than your ass. Now she better nail you to the cross. So I just got I think women got the bigger ego. I just oh that's how I feel. I could be wrong.
You
Man,
finished? BMU, go
Yeah, I'm
ahead.
finished.
Men have more ego than women.
Yeah, BMU, go ahead, man. Let's go around the horn.
Yeah, I think I think that when it comes to ego, I think that it's a I think men have ego. I think men have the bigger egos. Let me tell you why. Not in a bad way. I think men have egos, big egos, because that's just who we are as men. We want to be the best we can be. You know, we want to be able to do what we need to do. We want to be able to provide what we need to provide for people, the people we love and we care about, and that comes with an ego, and sometimes that ego needs to be fed. We have to feed it, and so I think that and not in a bad way, but if you don't have confidence, like right now. A lot of people are giving a perfect example. Everybody's talking about Deion Sanders. He has an ego problem. Yes, he does. And the way that he feeds it, he's whooping your ass every week. He's gonna be whooping ass. He's feeding his ego. That's what he does. And doing that, not only is he making more money, not only is his kids getting more opportunities and his family getting opportunities, he's able to take care of his elderly mother. Right behind the scenes, he does a lot for the community, and so he feeds that ego, and when that ego is fed, that ego allows him to feed everybody else. So yeah, I think men have to have a good an ego. Yeah,
Go ahead,
I don't think that's ego, BMU.
Yeah, that's not ego, bro. That's confidence. It don't got nothing to do with his ego.
I agree with the confidence piece as well. But again, if you listen to Dion, and the reason I use that as a prime example, because his interview with Shannon Sharp, if you go watch it, they talked about ego. And he said, and Dion's response was, everybody has an ego. Every man has an ego. He can either use it for good or he can use it for bad. And he said, I use it for my kids, my family. It's who I am. He said, I'm a confident, he did bring up confidence. He's a confident man with an ego, and his ego rubs off on everybody else, and everybody around him is successful. Now, when he says that, just look at him right now. He was at Jackson State with coaches making $25,000 a year and going to AutoZone to work after they left coaching. And now he took all those coaches with him, and they're making $125,000, $130,000 a year.
So when it comes
Go
to
ahead, Fatty, but one thing, his ego feeds his confidence. That's how you put it. Go ahead, Fatty.
Exactly
so
what he
so Dr. Jordan Peterson says that men usually are on the extremities of both poles. So there is both. The average woman has a giant ego compared to the average man. But if you actually look at the people with the biggest ego or the extremities, and like on the people with the lowest ego, it has to be men. Because you need to be, for you to be Michael Jordan, for you to be Sanders, for you to be Tom Brady, you have to have a massive ego. You have to feed yourself. You have to actually, like we'll talk about Kobe Bryant, Mamba mentality and all that. There's ego driven. Of course, you are extremely competent. Of course, you have the skills to back it up. But for the man to be hyper competitive, as you know, a lot of men are, you need to have a massive ego, and you actually need to have that to actually survive. So, on average, women have bigger egos than an average man. But on the extremities of the poles, I believe that the people with the biggest egos, like if you had to put them on a cell or put it on a room, you would have 10 men there. You don't have no woman there at all. You could have 1,000 men there, probably no woman at all. But for you to put average people, then the conversation switches with the woman, because women have inflated egos. That's what it is.
I agree with you to a certain point, man. Well, for one, I'm gonna say this: women do have the bigger egos, and I say that they have the bigger egos
We're
because.
going around the horn, man. But
Oh, my bad. Did I jump? My bad.
Probably, but it's okay. It's okay. I'll go ahead and finish. Go ahead. I'll come back.
Man.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, all I was saying is, with ego comes a certain amount of cognitive dissonance, and the only people that I see that have true cognitive dissonance are females because of their ego.
Can you explain that, please?
I'm sorry.
Can you give us an example, please? Can you illustrate what you're saying?
For instance, when you have a panel and somebody comes up and y'all are having a debate, normally in that debate, the person who veers away from the points that are being and start going into personal attack and ad hominem, they have the bigger ego. The ego has just been hurt, and the cognitive dissonance that they have leads them to doing that. Because see, like I have an ego. Everybody has an ego, which is basically a perception of themselves. You see what I'm saying? So everybody has an ego, but are you gonna let your ego get in the way of you having a
So
productive conversation, or are you gonna let that stall and you're gonna go into what you think is gonna help you win the conversation?
so Solo, can I challenge it for 5 seconds? Because that's the thing, right? I
Go
have a big fucking ego, but
ahead.
my ego is under control. It's
Hmm.
not about the size of your ego a lot of times. It's about if it's under control or not. A lot of people have giant egos, but they check themselves. They say, hey, I'm going to, for example, you guys are saying that Kennedy didn't say God, this is that father, or whatever he said, right? I didn't went and watch the replay. I take the L and go home. Oh, he didn't say God? Okay, my bad. Like, my ego needs to be in check for me to actually admit that, okay, I already did wrong. My bad. I apologize.
Hmm.
So it's
So,
not that.
Fang,
Go ahead.
so Fang, let me add you and Juan. I don't think you're in disagreement. He's saying a woman's ego is out of control. You said yours
Yeah,
is in control. A woman's ego is big and is out of control in the face of reality.
yeah,
No, that's
I was looking at the question. You see, like, who has
right.
the bigger ego? I think, man, like, if you're actually going to go ahead and put them on the same room, like at the extremities, I think men have the biggest egos. I just think that most men actually check themselves. I don't think women have their ego under control at all. Because
Yeah,
Is that where you're coming
so
from, Juan? Is,
go ahead.
what did you ask? What did you
is
say?
that where you're coming from, Juan? Kind of? Women's ego is out of control?
Oh
Well,
yeah, but that's the
oh, I'm sorry.
like.
I thought he was asking me. I thought he
Yeah,
was
he's
Yeah,
asking
asking
me.
Juan.
you.
No, go
You're
ahead.
asking Juan.
Oh,
Oh,
go
okay.
ahead.
Said
I'm sorry,
if
John.
you look at our pain
If
in a
you
room by
guys,
itself,
if you
when
guys
you think
just
man got the
interrupted the
bigger ego?
conversation that we have, we're supposed to be
Juan
going
answer.
down that line. We're supposed to
Yeah,
be going down that line. You guys are messing up the diamond time.
we'll get to you, man. Oh, we're gonna get to you. You're next. I mean, we're gonna get to you. Come on, you're up next, one or two.
No, I have people
So,
before me. So I just wanted to keep in line. Keep in line. Let's keep the conversation in line.
all right. So EBD, you
All right,
skip.
yeah. Let me just 2 minutes.
Stop interrupting me, man.
Just 2 minutes, Ikane, and you good. Probably less. I would say men have a healthier ego because it's what inspires our self-confidence, meaning we have a can-do attitude when but like everything that men have, we acquire through hard work, right? I think when it comes to ego for women, it's kind of given to them, meaning they're affirmed all the time. You're the prettiest, you're special. Men are gonna want you someday. I don't think. I think a king can be the highest version of a male ego as far as a man, but I think a beautiful woman in this modern era, I don't think any man on earth, no matter how much money you got, can ever compare to the type of ego a woman can have. A beautiful woman can have, like a 10, right? Because she walks around the world getting affirmation from everybody. A billionaire can't get that because there'll always be someone richer than him. There'll always be something. Men can at least understand that, yes, you are good, but you're not the best. There's always somebody better, and there's some other man that's really to check your ego, right?
Kanye
That's at
West.
work. That's
Kanye
at
West wants
work.
to talk with you. And Steve Jobs and the
Yeah,
Ramsey. Like, what is the
they
cook? The Ramsey guy. Like, there's people
Tim
like that.
Cook,
These are,
they may be
there's
billionaires,
people like
right?
that,
But
bro.
there's but
Yeah.
they're but
And
but
don't
guess
try.
what? There are other men that'll check their ego, such as women as well. But for women, they can walk around with inflated egos for years, and I'll just leave it there. Go ahead, Mr.
Go ahead, Ikane, before you have a fit, man. Go ahead, brother.
Man, I'm about to put fight in a chokehold.
You better not.
Okay.
NBA, can I ask you a question afterwards?
Ikane, go, please.
Okay. So this is what I'm about to say, right? A man's ego is very large. A woman's ego doesn't come anywhere near a man's ego. A man's ego, when it's rubbed, can start a war. A man's ego can have another man beheaded. A man's ego can set a whole family on fire. A man's ego is too much. I gotta be honest with you guys. Women can never match men when it comes to ego.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
one thing
Yes, I have
that
Ikane. if she is scorned, she would do
Okay.
the exact
But
same thing.
break up with the woman and see what she does to your car, to your
She gonna
belongings,
But
to
burn your
your
shit
kids.
down.
Exactly.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm not new on this earth. I've stood here for a long time,
Yeah.
for a while, a long time.
You are
But
driving. You're not standing.
let me say this real quick, right? When it
Hmm.
comes to women,
Hmm.
the only difference between a man's ego and a woman's ego is that, just like BMU said, um, a man's ego can be checked. A woman's ego, as small as it is, cannot be checked by her, because it's just like putting a testosterone inside a woman and then tell her to control herself. She cannot. Her ego can only be checked by another man. You see what happened? That's how a woman's ego is checked. A man has to check it. A woman can't check her ego. Just like what's his name? The other guy that wears red shirt all the time. That said that women are
let
like
go.
kids. Women are kids. You know.
Just to let
Yeah.
go.
Let go. So that women are kids because they cannot check themselves. It has to take a man to check her. A woman can only be checked because maybe a woman can only control her ego because she already see the consequences, or there is a consequence from the previous event. But other than that, she cannot control herself. So a man does have a big ego. Do not tempt a man's ego. You can play with a woman's ego. She can bust your tire, but a man's ego can send you 6 foot on the ground. You see what I'm saying? Because I see what men can do with their ego. In fact, if you want to test a man's ego, try a billionaire, try a millionaire, rub their ego and see the consequences that come with it.
So,
Women
question.
play
Good.
with it.
NBA is up next, right? Let him go.
Yeah.
NBA is really
Well,
quiet today.
Go ahead, NBA.
I'm just trying to give people their respect. Ego is an inflated sense of self, and it's also an exaggerated sense of self. The reason why I say women have a worse ego than men is because women are selfish. Most men are not selfish. We give to our families, we give to homeless people, we give to our communities. Women, they're entitled, self-centered, and all of those are properties of being egotistical. That's just a simple fact. We deal with it every day. um a lot of the stuff y'all been describing, it is outside validation. That's not a bunch of guys catcalling a girl is not ego. That's validation from men. It's not the same as having a inflated sense of self, which is what the word actually is defined as. We need to kind of separate that, because if a man is getting catcalled by women, it's not
Ego.
considered him having a big ego. So I don't know why it's considered that when a woman is getting catcalled. It's not,
Please mute
because it's
yourself.
not because it's not
You
ego.
make a prison call.
It's just simply how you feel and how you think. Basically, you're above it all. You're better than it all. That's what ego is,
So
and
so
women
but then
always carry themselves that way. That's why
NBA
you can have a girl. Hold on, man. I didn't say a word when everybody else was talking.
No, no,
Not a
no. I
word.
want you to define what it is again so the audience can hear you say it.
Oh,
Define your ego again for
it's
us.
an inflated sense of self or an exaggerated sense of self. That's what it is. You can
NBA,
look it up.
can I pass you the microphone real? Can I pass you the microphone? Because that's the thing. Your ego is based usually either on your accomplishments, on how people feel about you. And what women use to actually inflate their ego is your sexual advances, is people talking good about her, is people going on her comments and saying you're beautiful when you're actually ugly as fuck. Is people
But
saying,
that's
oh, like that, that's
validation.
no, but
That's
that's the thing.
outside
That
validation. That's
no
not
no
her. That
no, but
if a
listen,
woman is standing in a mirror telling herself how sexy she is, that's ego. But if
no.
someone else is telling her how sexy she is, that's
So,
validation.
so you think that external factors are not going to inflate your ego? Is that what you're saying?
Fatty got a point.
Yeah,
Fatty got a
I
point.
know
Yeah.
for a fact they do,
So
but
so
I think
if
that you guys
so
are conflating the two words.
so
I don't,
NBA
I
does.
don't, I
Let me
don't
ask you
think,
this.
I don't think that a truly egotistical person needs outside validation. They don't need
Okay.
it. If you're
So
egotistical, you just are. You don't need
okay.
other people to tell you anything.
So let me tell you this. If we put two women or two men on different rooms, and one of the women are getting, you are beautiful, you are a goddess, rising queen, you are perfect, I will take care of you, you deserve heaven, all of that. And you went to the other room, and for a month you did the completely opposite. You are shit, I don't like you, you don't deserve nothing, you are the scum of the earth. At the end of the month, one woman would have a inflated ego and sense of self, and the other one will be on the dumpster because
That's
She'll
not
be
either
humble.
necessarily true. There are a lot
oh,
of
She'll be
women
oh
who
humble.
get.
okay,
There are
okay,
a lot of women in this world who get trashed, shit talked to them, mistreated, and they still have high egos. So that's
yeah,
not
let's grab the
necessarily true
exception.
what you're saying.
Yeah, let's
No,
grab
there
the
are
exception
there
instead
are
of the
quite.
rule.
I mean, we could take politics. Hillary Clinton gets called everything under the sun, and she still has a extremely high inflated sense of self. Same thing with a lot of other women in politics. Most of them think they're all that, even though most people think they're shit. Kamala Harris, she thinks she's all that, but people think she's shit. So even when other people are giving outside stimulus, it doesn't
Uh-huh.
change how you internally feel about yourself. People treat me like shit and call me crap every day. I don't care. The only way outside stimulus matters is if you listen to it and actually incorporate it into your life. But if you don't give a damn what other people think, that why do you think you got girls walking around 450 pounds? If you ask them to rate themselves between 1 to 10, they say, I'm a 10. Why do
Because
you think
people
they
are,
do that?
Yeah, but he
because
has
But you
people be
blurring the lines
They
too,
because
do
BA.
that because they have an inflated sense of
no,
self.
no, because
Can I?
people be lying to them and saying you are
No, it
beautiful
has
even though
nothing
they
to
are
do with
not.
lying. They just think they all
Absolutely.
that.
Oh,
Both
No, no,
both of
NBA, you
y'all are
blurring the
saying.
lines. It's men, you don't care. But if a woman is called ugly or a bad slur, she
There are
will
a
go
lot of
all the way
ugly
back to
women
night.
that are extremely rich
Yes,
and
but this
powerful
is the
and don't
thing,
care.
NBA. They will go all the way back to 1992 and say that man said I'm fine. So I'm not gonna listen to 10 other people that just called me ugly.
Bruh,
Whatever.
that's what
Look,
I'm saying. What
listen.
Fatty said,
I think I think
is in
y'all are
correlation with
I
what you're
think y'all
saying,
are
bro.
taking two words that don't have really
No,
the
no.
same
Listen, bro.
meaning and just
Wait,
pushing them together for the sake of
no,
being right.
no. What Fatty said was true, bro. Because even y'all both saying the same thing,
To
but
a
the only thing is,
small degree, outside stimulus matters, but if you are
wait.
truly
It don't.
egotistical, it don't.
Wait. It does matter. It does matter because the whole point of the matter is he just said the validation is going to fuel the ego. So
Yeah.
you can have a perception of yourself. If
So if
and
you
then, and
tell
this,
a pretty
hold
girl
on.
that she's pretty and she tells you, I
Wait.
already know I'm
I'm
pretty,
about to go ahead and give you an example. I'm about to
wait a
give you an
minute,
example right
I
now.
just gave you one. If you
What?
tell a pretty girl she's pretty and she said, yeah, I know already. Yeah, are you validating her? Are
y-
you giving her something? If she tell you back, I already know that. And
you
then
are missing.
she
You are
she
missing the
treat it like it
point.
don't
You're
matter, then
missing the
that
You
point.
are
that
mi
doesn't matter.
NBA. You are missing the point. The point that
No,
she
I'm
knows
not. I
she's
understand your point
okay.
completely.
But listen, please.
NBA
Oh
listen.
my God, I sat quiet for
She
40 minutes. I talk and
we
everybody
we
talk.
are- bro, we are having a conversation. I will
Everybody
pass you
been
the
doing
mic.
that the whole time.
I will pass. I
Hey,
promise that I'll pass you the mic.
Hey,
She
Nah, I'm
when
good. You say what you want.
no when she why are you being childish?
No,
Like we're
I
having
just
a
said say what you
conversation.
how it's telling you to say what you want being
Okay,
childish.
so apologize. So listen to
NBA don't want
no,
Ekene.
why don't you
Jesus
just
Christ, man.
listen? He could ask him a question. All right, let him ask him a question.
Yeah, he
Let's
can ask
go.
his question. I ain't got a problem with it.
Let him
Let him
ask a
So
talk.
question.
so this is the thing, right? She will only tell you, I know I'm pretty because 1,000 men before came to her and said that she's pretty. If the 1,000 men before you came to her and said that you are ugly, you are ugly, you are ugly, you are ugly, the day that you come to her and you said you are pretty, she will never answer. I already know that. Most women value their ego, and like ego is something that you already have. If it's inflated or not, usually is inflated by other people. It's outside the information. Yo, you are a really good neighbor, and you're a really good father. You are a really good, like when people actually give you praise, they sing their praise to you. They put good characteristics on your name. They actually validate you. That's when your ego actually grows. The thing is, You can actually get an inflated sense of ego, but it still be under control. Most
You're
women
leaving out.
don't
You're
know how to
leaving
deal
out.
with that.
You're leaving out an important factor.
Go
Everything
ahead.
you said may or may not be true based on if you are a truly egotistical person or not. If you're
Eh,
not, then none of that stuff even matters.
So
And the
you
thing
disagree with the first part? You disagree with the a
I
thousand people
disagree
saying that?
that validation serves the see, you're basically saying that women who think that they're beautiful only
Woman
think
and
that
man.
because they've been told that. There are a
Yes,
lot of
yes.
women who think they're beautiful simply by looking in the mirror and saying, I look good today. I
Let's
Facts.
No,
mean,
no.
you can't discount that.
So you
end it
disagree
there
with me?
because hey, Fatty, hold on for a second. We're not going to get anywhere because you both have elements that's correct, and neither one of y'all need to back down. I haven't got a chance to go yet. And I think,
Right.
so, but the point is a good conversation. What I'm saying is there's no end to it because NBA is not going to move and neither you. So, and then you're both are not, it's not like either one of you are wrong,
No,
right?
I
Because,
agree to some of the things he said, just
right.
not the complete thing he said.
Yeah. So we're going to argue the eaches, man. Let's not do that. But the point I was going to say is I think men's ego is not only bigger, I think it's more important for us to move society forward. A woman's ego is pretty much self-contained around her, her selfishness. But a man's ego is required for him to achieve and keep achieving in the face of adversity. That moves you forward. And I think it's more important for society to move forward when men have enough ego to fight off the detractors and keep moving. NBA, I can imagine all the detractors you had when you got out of where you were at to do what you have done. So, and some of that was ego, right? Some of that was just your own self-importance, which is not a crime, which is good. You got to have some kind of self-importance to
But you
do the
proving
kind of
fatty
things you
point,
want to
Artane.
achieve.
You
So what?
guessing. I said you proving fatty point. You guessing like NBA is. You
But
guessing
no,
how
that's not.
if
We
he
don't have
got
to be.
ego of validation. You
We don't
didn't
have
know.
to
You could
be.
have just asked NBA.
What I'm saying is, there's no absolute rights and wrongs to this thing.
How
And
do
if
you can
someone is
ask
saying,
That
you the
that
man right beside you,
but
Artane?
Mr. Pine, but he actually are. Let me give you a good example of it. I'm out of shape, right? I'm obese, actually.
no more than
If
I am.
people no, if people remind me every day, "Hey, man, you have to go to the treadmill," my
Right,
self-esteem is going to go down. But
right.
imagine that I was 500 years ago when actually everybody was starving or struggling, and the fat people were actually the ones that were in power, because that means that you have food actually to in excess. You actually are rich because you have a bunch of food to eat, and
Okay.
being actually fat. If everybody bow down to me and says, "Oh my God, you're looking so good, fatty. Oh my God, you're looking so good," and I get every woman, I get every praise from everybody. Everybody wants to be friends with me because now being fat is actually a privilege and not something that is degrading.
Okay. So I
My
didn't make
sen-
you
once
wrong.
my sense of ego is going to flip completely. Now people want to be me. Now people want to get where I am. And now my sense of ego is completely on the opposite side because of outside validation.
So you feel.
We go ahead.
So you feel detracted now that you're a little overweight. I'm a fat bastard, but mine's not
No,
even
no,
still intact. My
no.
ego's still intact.
No,
What are you
there's
talking
real
about?
life. No, there's real life.
So
Like
are we
you can.
saying ego is
So
good or
real
bad?
another
Like
Mm.
which one are we
no
saying?
no no
No,
no it's neither. It's
hold on.
neither because it has
Before you
everything to
go,
do with self
It's
confidence.
my
Go
neutral.
ahead. Go
It's a
ahead.
my
neutral
main point
thing.
is that men's ego is what drives them, and it's important for us to move society forward. That's my main point.
You don't think
I
that
agree.
So that's what I'm thinking. And you know what? Well, let's let one more person say something on this before we go ahead, because Corey Collins, he's new. So let him
Okay.
say a few things. Go ahead, Corey. You got something to say on this topic?
so?
Whose ego is bigger, men or women?
I would say men's, for obvious reasons. We have more weight that we have to carry, right? A woman's ego is beneficial if she has positivity towards life. If we have a woman that says that her self-importance is to complement whatever fact that she wants to compliment it, don't we want her to have that high sense of self-esteem so that she can be the best version of herself in that situation? So I don't think that an ego is bad on either side, unless, like Fatty said, it's a negative ego. Now I do have a question. Are we trying to stay on the topic? Because I just finished watching that Thursday show. My camera's off because I'm in uniform. I don't want to be on camera in
Yeah,
uniform.
you can hit it. You can hit it.
So I have a bone to pick a little bit with Trigger Mike
Yeah,
and
me
Bruiser.
too. I got one with
So
NBA.
the one thing that I want to say is when the Queen Maker came on, the one thing that I hate is when people jump on these YouTube platforms and the one thing that they want to use to validate their leadership qualities is the fact that they was in the military. I think well, she said she was a officer in the military for 8 years. I think Trigger Mike and Bruiser should have ran her resume. Because just because you in the military, it doesn't mean that you're qualified to be the best leader to just speak to the fact that, oh, I was in the military, so I'm a leader. Officers, if you've been in the military, you know officers in the military usually supervise. They're not in the trenches with the soldiers leading them. That's what the non-commissioned officers do. So that whole conversation, and she's using this point, and I understand a lot of civilians don't know what happens in the military, but I just have a bone to pick with people who use that point to just justify, oh, I'm a leader. That she was allowed to be on that panel that whole time and nobody ran her resume to figure out what she did in the military. Did she sit in an office? Was she out there with the soldiers? And that's the one reason why a lot of soldiers don't like officers, because you graduate with a degree because you read books, and now you come into the military and you think that you know anything, that you know everything, and then you get humbled because when you're actually in the trenches with these soldiers, you realize you don't know what you're doing at all. And you have to use servant leadership to actually put your soldiers' needs before yours. You're listening to what they're saying and you're figuring out how to take care of them so that you can be the best leader. So that's the only thing that I don't know if Trigger Mike was going to get to that point eventually if she didn't rage quit, but I know Trigger Mike was in the Navy and I know Bruiser was in the Army. And I just think it's interesting when people say that they're in the military. I would love to see people with that background actually come in and run their resume to see if it's valid or if they just using that as a framework to say, hey, I'm an expert because this is what I participated in. That's all I got.
I mean, bro, I don't see your bone with Trigger because if you both of y'all was in the Army and you actually care and respect them, you would say, oh, what section or what medal did you get? You get what I'm saying? Like, I think Trigger is not no dumb motherfucker. Like, he didn't run her background for a reason, and if he did, people would have said that he crossed the line. But that's what we do. We let women sit here and make up anything. Don't run no background. Get her money. But if men say something or they one word off, y'all want to check his background, pull up his references. Y'all want his social security number. So I don't blame Trigger Mike for letting her ride.
Isn't that what we do
but
when
her
we
saying that
validate new
was an
employees,
example of
though?
her ego, though. Her saying that was an example of her ego being inflated.
That's kind of proved that she got
That's
an
true.
ego.
Yeah.
If you don't care what people think, you wouldn't bring up your accomplishments.
Hey,
So let's hit this super chat right here, Bob, $4.99. He looks exactly like Kermit the Frog. I'm trying desperately to listen, but he's full of ribbon. And I don't know who the he is he's talking about, but
you know they talking about you, R-Pain.
But Ashton, let me take this to you, Ashton, real quick. It is though. I think that a lot of people make mistakes because they don't check the resume, right?
Yeah.
It's a right. If someone came to me and called out my friend and said, "Hey, I'm a Q," and I'd be like, "All right."
But that's what I'm saying, Bill. Us as men, we have a code. Do we not? Can we meet in the middle and agree to that?
Yeah, yes, we do have that. But
so if I don't check you, I either don't care or I already know that you full of shit, right?
Exactly. But when you have a prominent person in your face and a person come up, it's just like the presidential election. They're gonna run your damn background. You running for mayor, they're gonna run your background. That's why you have all these commercials. Oh, did you know in 1992 Joe Biden got a blowjob on the back of a school bus headed to Wisconsin? They make those
and
commercials.
He still got elected
because
it don't matter.
Hold on, but
Trump sit there and say check Hillary Clinton emails and background, and nobody goes against Trump. Nobody teams up with Trump and go against Hillary.
Ashton, me and you saying the same thing. When it comes
we are.
When it comes to a man, they check his ass up and down. But when a woman claims to be something, been somewhere, did something, they move past it like it doesn't exist.
I mean, I'm not arguing with you, BMU. I'm just trying to figure out why bro got a bone to pick with Trigger. Like everybody else saying they got a bone to pick with Trigger because he let her get ran off. If Trigger was a sellout, he would. And they, from my opinion, I didn't watch the whole video. I didn't catch it, but they say he was getting thousands of super chats. If he was a sellout, he would have made sure that she stayed on and didn't get over talked. Trigger will let a woman go ham and make sure he roast her ass at the end.
So
He
let me
always done
explain
that.
that. So let me explain my point of view, right? The
Okay.
narrative that she was painting is what's the issue with the black community. We don't value families. And she even said it during a live. She's not an advocate for black families coming together as far as men and women. If
Or
we
man.
if we value families as much as we should, then we would see more marriages. We would see more children being raised in a nuclear household, and we would see more children being raised and being productive in society to the point where we're not wondering why we don't have black people at the table when these decisions are being made. So when you have somebody who has this following because they're using something such as, oh, I'm in the military, I was a leader, and they're using that to gain their audience, the picture that they're painting and the narrative that they're painting is toxic. And I think it goes along with that saying, real recognize real. If she's using the military to validate her position as this influencer, then it would take somebody with that same background to come in and check those blocks. If you're a politician and there's another politician who's coming to the table trying to make a deal with you, right? Aren't you going to check the resume of that person to figure out, okay, is this person going to compliment me? Is this person going to bring things to the table that I need so that we can accomplish this goal that we have? If there's a politician that hasn't had nothing passed and they're just failing, that meeting's not even going to be
No.
had.
I think what Aston is saying. Let me
If
simplify
I'm a
this.
sellout,
What
wait a
he
minute, hold on.
hold on a minute. Hold on.
If
I
I wanted
understand
to,
that. Hold on.
okay.
Hold on. I'll be quick and then you can have it. I think what's being said, and if I'm wrong, just tell me. But I think what he's saying is we're quicker to check men than we are to check women. It's basically what he's saying. Like when a woman says or does something stupid, chances are most people ain't gonna step up and say nothing. But when a guy gets on one of these panels and says something stupid, everybody is jumping on, mics are crossing each other to try to check that person. I think that's what he's saying. And I'm done.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
And if I don't understand your bone with Trigger, if Trigger was a sellout, he would have kept her on. But when you know somebody full of shit, you would let them run or leave on their own, or let the shit just crash. Do you get my point? Like,
I get
but
your
it's still
point,
gonna
but
be
at the end
somebody
of
in
the,
the background saying that, oh, he didn't just check her background.
I get your
Well,
point, but at the end of the
no one
day,
kicked her
if
off. No one kicked her off. She chose to jump off.
she rage quit, but what I'm saying is she has a following because people believe in the things that she's saying. If you expose somebody, that's different. But if you just allow somebody to rage quit without proving why they're wrong, it's just like, oh, there's a lot of people that's looking at that video and they're thinking, oh, she quit because all the men on the panel were being disrespectful.
But
So then it
Corey,
falls back on the men.
you got to give people a little bit more credit than that. She rages quits a lot, from what I understand, from a lot of panels when she
Oh,
gets
I've
Exactly,
seen it.
Payne.
I've seen it.
and
I've
so
seen it.
so so and so the point really is that the people who want to believe in her rhetoric are going to believe it regardless. I don't think I don't think that no matter checking her or not, it's not going to matter in the masses, right? The women who go over to her panel and believe in the crazy stuff is kind of the same way the women go over to Cynthia G's panel and believe in her stuff because they want to believe in it. We have a
Yeah,
fair.
well, okay. Wait, hold on, Payne. Wait, hold on, Payne. Let me add on to your point because this is about NBA.
Yeah.
NBA. I'm going on the limb because I don't like football. Did you say Tom Brady was a leader?
No, I said when he first got into the league, he was not a leader. He learned how to become one over the years and became one of the best quarterbacks in NFL history. But when he first came out, he was not a leader. And that's
And
fact. You
another,
can go back and take a look. He was not a leader of the New England Patriots when he first got drafted. He learned under Bill Belichick and Drew Bledsoe. And after Drew Bledsoe got injured, Brady took over, and then it was leadership under fire. What that means is they throw an inexperienced person into the pot, and you either rise or fall, and he rises. I mean, it's just that simple. It happens all the time in the NFL. And that's why I use that analogy, because he's a perfect example of someone who was not a leader when they started out, but became one of the greatest leaders at the end of it.
but
So,
the
Ashton, how
fatty
does
point.
that
But
pertain to this conversation?
hold on, Payne. I'm finna get to it. A good leader will go the route to where they know it's wrong, but he won't put everybody in that line of fire. Correct me if I'm wrong. What's the guy that kneeled and got kicked out or
Colin
banned from the
Colin
NFL?
Kaepernick. Colin Kaepernick.
If he didn't kneel, wouldn't he be considered a leader to you or better than Tom Brady?
No, not even close. Even on
close.
if we just take it straight on just on the football field and none of the political crap, there's no way he's even remotely close to Tom Brady as far as leadership at all. Like, listen,
whoa! I just came
But
back.
Payne, didn't I just say that? That's what real leaders do. They sacrifice themselves to prove a point and keep people out of the fire.
If he was a real leader, how come no one's following him off that cliff then?
Who are you talking
Nobody
about?
else went with him.
That's the point. He didn't ask nobody else to kneel with him.
I think if Tom Brady would have kneeled, more players would have done it. But Colin Kaepernick didn't have the stature that Tom Brady had. That's why when he did it, people didn't follow him. I guarantee you, if one of the bigger names in the league, like Brady or somebody like that, had joined in that shit, then Colin Kaepernick would still be in the league right now. Guaranteed.
But Payne, you see it?
Actually, before we go down that rabbit hole, let's just say this. Colin Kaepernick, if he had a point, right, and he had a little point, he ruined it with having pig socks on and a couple of other things he did at the same time, which completely derailed his own message. So, so let's not go down that path.
You said pink socks? You said pink socks are Payne?
Yeah. Well, he had pink socks on, man.
So NBA, if you're a football fan, let's be real. They are racist. Do you not know that? No, we always talk about what's the leader.
Wait a minute. What did you say? I couldn't hear you.
I say if you are a real NFL fan, you know for a fact the NFL is racist. Can we agree on that?
Everything is has an element of racism in it. I said this the other day. I said there's a reason why these owners keep recycling the same white coaches and not hiring black coaches.
Why are we going down this?
I said that already, but it doesn't change the original point. What we were talking about, leadership. It has, whether they're racist or not, has nothing to do with that.
But you making my point, NBA. Like, a real leader would stand in the line of fire and sacrifice himself instead of the whole
team. Colin Kaepernick is a real leader, then you have to ask yourself, why did no one else follow him?
Yes. You guys have to point, man.
I got a question for our fans.
Let's go ahead,
We live in a world where everybody's able to do what they want to do, and they call it the free country. My thing is this: if Colin Kaepernick put on socks with pigs on it, that's how he felt about police. Police will also do something to let you know how they feel about you. You had a president that said, "I'm gonna grab a pussy and this and all this other stuff." I don't have no problem.
Oh my God! Please, no, let's not do that.
Hey, come on, let him finish his point. Just let him finish his point.
I have no problem with Donald Trump saying what the fuck he want to say. What I'm saying is that's the point that I'm making. If Colin Kaepernick want to wear some fucking sauce of pig on, so what? If Donald Trump want to say, "I want to grab some pussy," if he want to grab some pussy, grab the pussy. I don't give a fuck.
That's what I'm saying. Let's not go down there, bro. Now you going into misinformation, bro. Come on now.
Go ahead. We're thinking that you have something to say. Go ahead and say it. Please don't take on.
Let me say something to you, MBA. It's very, very, it's very, very shocking and also surprising and also condescending of a man to diminish a fight of another man. You see what I'm saying? I was listening. You. That's what we call leadership. A man doesn't diminish the inspiration that another man has caused, or a movement that another man has caused. You don't invalidate Kaepernick because that guy stood for something, because something happened to somebody, and how long should it continue? That's the question he asked, right? And he protested about that. So you shouldn't diminish that.
That's not what I did at all.
But that's how we received it.
No, that's how you perceived it.
That's how you personally perceived it.
Ikele, you can't answer for every man on this panel. That's how you perceive it.
Not every man. That's how I received it.
Okay, that's better. That's better.
Okay, NBA, before we go further down that point, let's just move on. Let me get to this. Let me go to the super chat. Right? So we got this still low key 21. I said last night, and I'll say it again. She is just another FNN. I'm trying to figure that out.
Fresh and fit.
Fresh and fit.
Okay, she's just another friend, and her audience members are no different than a bunch of incels, bitter and unhappy. And
people kill me with that incel word. They don't even know what the fuck that really means.
It means involuntarily celibate.
No, the true definition of incel was back in the day they would castrate men and they were not able to have sex. That's the original definition of incel.
It actually is a shortened version of involuntarily celibate. Go look it up. It basically means men who are not having sex, and it's not because they're choosing to not have sex. It's because women are not giving them pussy.
That is the new term that they have made for that. That is not the original term. But what
I like to go by what the dictionary says today, not what it said in 19.
No, because when people switch up definition, they switch it up for a purpose. Like I said, the original definition of incel were men that were castrated and not able to have sex. People use the word incel to be an insult. That would just be like me got down on a white girl, Karen. But Karen was not what it meant back in the day.
They call those men units.
It's not that hard to not be an incel. All you got to do is say, I like the finger paint. I want to stay in the environment and long walks in the park. Like, you can easily not be an incel. So. Boy, I know you with me on that. I know you with me on that, pain.
I'll say this. Wait. About last night. The last thing about last night when she ran off the panel. I'm gonna say this with a bunch of black people who she was talking with and this and that. Running from a panel and rage quitting is not a great sign of leadership. Leaders don't run from a fight. They stand on their ground and they hold their points and they take criticism. They take accountability 100%. There's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. That's what a real leader does. Stands in front of all the world as his true self, as a true person. This is who I am. Take it or leave it. You can come at me with all the criticism you want. I'll take it. And that's what leadership's about. Taking all of the heat yourself. That's how people look up to you. It's just them, and that's it. They stand alone right there. They don't run, they don't hide, and they don't follow anybody. They know where they're going, and they have a sense of direction, conviction, integrity, honor, respect, realness.
But you prove my point, EBD, about NBA too. Like, you think somebody care what your black ass say about that woman, or you think they still gonna value Tom Brady and Princella over you, even if she was sorry as hell at the beginning, and they just still do what the fuck they do. You think they care about dignity and what you say over their own opinion?
But she can call herself anything she'd like. But leadership is something that, okay, so we had this discussion about feminine. What's a feminine woman, right? I think the same rules apply. We know it when we see it. And it doesn't matter what she wants to call herself or what her followers want to call her. Men know it when we see it. And we know that it damn sure ain't running off no panel just because some people cut you off or over talk you. That is that. Wait. Think about it. If you're a leader, you have to hear it all day, even at work. I think because I was a team leader at my job, and I think Payne, you said you were a team leader. Wait, hang on. Let me finish.
I promise I ain't cut you out, EBD. I'm just saying, you prove my point. You are right. EBD, hold on, because I'm agreeing with you. You know that's that ego. That's that ego. I am saying you are right, EBD. You are right. But 10 women can still say she is a leader. You are absolutely right. What a leader is: dignity, honor. But they don't care what you think. They still like who they like.
I get it. And nothing I say is going to change it. Nothing you say is going to change it. But it doesn't change the fundamental fact of what a leader is and what one isn't, and what one looks like and what one does. Right? When we see leaders, they stand on the ground. Like, they don't run from nobody. They have courage and conviction that can't be bought, can't be shaken, and damn sure can't be bought, sold, or traded or taught. You can't teach this. You have it or you don't. And she doesn't
Okay,
have it.
name that leader in today. Name that leader in today's world that ain't sold
Like a
their
leader in
soul
today.
for a
Well,
penny. Yes.
I'd probably say a president.
Me?
President's a leader.
Fuck
Get
these
the fuck.
celebrities. Me, these celebrities. I'm a husband. I'm a father. A fucking great father. I take care of my motherfucking business. I make great motherfucking money. I'm that motherfucker. Me. Want to
Right.
pick?
That's ego right there. That's ego.
But I would for example, I would say world leaders, right? World leaders. When we say world leaders, these are people who have the confidence of the people that they represent on the world stage. I would say that's an example of leadership. But not everybody who was elected or selected for the job can handle the job, right? Leaders get traded out all the time. You make a bad leader, people smell it and they know it and they see it and they want you out of there. You see what I mean?
Well, you know what? One of the things we need
still
to
proving
do
my
is
point,
understand and
EBN, but okay.
recognize that any man on his purpose and on his purpose and moving towards a plan is a leader of his own orbit, whatever that orbit might be. Some people's orbit is bigger than others. Some orbits are just the size of their families. And if you're leading your family on a path of where your children are going to be educated and productive citizens, and your wife and your husband have a plan that you could both follow that makes sense, doesn't matter whether you're a world beater or not. You're at least a leader in your own orbit. And that's where it starts. That's why, there's an attack on families. Because if you have a neighborhood with 100 families in it and they're intact and everybody's on their purpose, even if it's their personal purpose, that neighborhood is a good freaking neighborhood. And that's what people are, so that's what we say. We're looking at the macro level, but it begins on a micro level as well. And then there'll be natural leaders of the community, whoever's on the board. And that's why when we go to these community boards and they put stupid shit in place, it's because we got bad leaders on those boards. We could put pornographic books in school for third graders to read. How does that shit get passed? How does that get passed? So that means the people in the neighborhood who vote these people in, either not voting, they don't care what's being legislated. And
they don't care what a real leader is. That's what I'm saying. That's all. Like, y'all are correct.
Fellas, I gotta get out of here. I got some stuff I gotta take care of.
All right.
I appreciate y'all today.
What you gonna say?
Mr. Rich, this is what I'm going to say.
So hostile.
A lot of people don't understand the virtue of leadership. You see what I'm saying? A lot of people don't understand that leadership is a lifetime commitment. Even when you still hold the position or you don't hold the position anymore. That's the problem that most people have, especially politicians. That is why you see they come into office, all they look is the time. So once the time is over, they disappear. You never see them again. But they don't understand that based in the culture that our ancestors created, leadership is a lifetime position. Once you've been appointed, it stays with you for life, because because the nation will always need you. You're always going to be called upon to do one or three duties. But they say, "Oh, I'm retired." You never retire from leadership. So the thing about it is that women see that leadership to them is a temporary thing, or the way they change clothes. So when the heat is hard, they take off their clothes and they're like, you know what, I'm done, I'm out of here. Because women constructively were made to be under the leadership of somebody, not on the leadership.
I agree.
But under the leadership. So when the heat is too hard, when the temperature is too high, she takes away or takes off that leadership cap because she knew she wasn't supposed to have that cap. The reason why she has that cap is because of the Western experiment, which is democracy. It's a Western experiment. It's not even a system of a government that was even brought by our ancestors or God. No. Western experiment is contrary to nature. That is why the issue becomes, as the issue persists, because it's not supposed to be. And women love democracy because it enables them to be that which they're not supposed to be, and stop being it when they feel like it.
Hey, I can answer this question though. Well, what proof do we have that men are natural leaders? You want me to tell you the proof? When all else fails.
Let me get these super chats real quick, then you can go. My bad.
Did we read this one already?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, bet. Somebody read this one for me.
Pain?
Yeah. Still low key. 21, $2. Men today are castrated mentally and chemically.
Damn.
Yeah, man. Jesus.
I agree.
Yeah, Me University, $5. It's very simple. Women in the modern day have to be empowered to keep the men from rising up and usurping the ancient power structure. I don't know. Yeah, okay. What's that? BJ Type, 98, $2. Leaders talk to brick walls, EBD. Is that the last one?
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know. She been in the chat talking shit anyway. Nobody don't give a fuck. Look,
I
the
have
thing
no
is,
idea what that means. Go ahead though.
it means nonsense. But
No, you gotta
Wait,
understand
hold on. Let me talk, bro. Let me talk.
Yeah, I agree with that last super chat.
I'll talk about that so much.
Like I was saying, the proof that men are the natural leaders is the simple fact that when all shit goes to hell, who do they blame first?
The
Men,
men.
of course.
Even the ones who decide to leave, man, and do it and quote unquote do it on their own. Who do they blame when shit fell? Your daddy ain't here. My daddy wasn't here. It's the boss at work. It's God. It's religion. So women basically let you know who the natural leaders are. A natural leader don't need to take appreciation or take credit for doing normal shit. You'll hear these women out here. I get my kids ready. I do. That's what humans do, man. That don't make you a leader. That means that you did a chore. You did a task. Now you will be a natural leader if you was living in a situation and the school that your kids went to were trash, and you either tried to change what's going on in that school, or you got your kids the hell out of there and put them in a different school so they have a better future, have a better education. Men are always looking towards the future of things. Men, when they're in their kids' life, because they wanted to be a better version of them. That is what leaders do. Leaders try to upbring the people that are behind them so that they can be better leaders. When Bruh brought up the whole quarterback thing, which it was kind of partial, because I believe that if you are in a quarterback position, you've been a leader from top one all the way up, because the quarterback is a leader position. So it don't matter if Tom Brady was a good leader or not. He's always been a leader. You see what I'm saying? And it went into that whole Kaepernick crap and all that stuff. But it still come down to men are natural leaders, because when all else fails, they're gonna blame a man regardless if he was put in that position to succeed or not.
But that's the thing. He missed the whole point. Hold on, Pat. He giving Tom Brady the leadership role, and we all know them NFL coaches, the GM will tell that they don't want a black quarterback, no matter how good he is. We blur the lines, and
yeah.
What Payne?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. What are you saying is that we're past
y'all. We
football,
blur the lines
ahead.
and we make new definitions when y'all want to, but then when a woman do it, y'all upset. Like I don't get it.
Let's answer the next question, Ekene. What proof do we have?
Payne, to talk about what I just said, because I was really trying to get on NBA ass about
that. Let's just concede that point. That sometimes women, we give on these panels, we give women a pass on certain shit. We already know that. You know, we should or not, we shouldn't, but we do. It just happens.
Yeah, Mr. Penn was for the time, our pain. Mr. Penn was the question.
Let's get to the next question. What proof do we have that men are natural leaders? Go ahead, Ekene. You take that.
Okay. Mr. Penn, as I'm about to answer that question, let me say something. Let me address something real quick. What's her name? BJ Tide said, leaders talk to brick walls. What she's trying to say is that these women are not going to change their mind. We are talking to brick walls. They're not going to move. Because guess what? They get insensitized to be stupid. So they're always going to be. To answer what you're saying, right? Oh, shit. You know what? I'm getting a call right now. You guys continue. I'll come back to that question later.
All right. What's up? So I'll and I won't be too long because I want to hear what everybody else thinks as well. The proof of that men are natural leaders is, first of all, the world that we live in today is because men are natural leaders. Number one. Number two, leadership has can come in all different shapes and sizes, right? Someone had to, and I think it usually starts with a vision that a person has that can share with others. Maybe it starts with your friend, maybe it starts with your family, but the more you start to share this vision of a better tomorrow, I think when you share it and you grab other people's attention and you can inspire people to help you along in your vision, and you have a sense of direction of where you want to be, because where you want to be, a lot of people want to go with you. So I think the leadership is about direction, it's about vision, it's about conviction, it's about don't look over here and don't look over there, don't listen to him, don't listen to her. When I'm speaking, you know what I'm talking about. You don't have to put too much thought into it. You can ask me any question you want. I'll give you the honest answer. The buck stops with me. The accountability ends here. Check me. You can check me all day long, but I'm still the same person and who I am. I don't change. I don't bend, and I don't switch for anybody. So leaders are pretty concrete. I think that's what we kind of aspire to be, right? We aspire to be something that doesn't change, something that is consistent, something that says when we look up and see the same thing the same way, we know where we're going. We have a North Star, we have a sense of direction, and we don't have to be worried about distractions or the sideshow or entertainment. Where we're going is to a better place because this man is taking us in a direction that we all want to go.
Go ahead, PMU. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back in case if you guys.
Okay, go ahead, Eagle Man. Go ahead.
I will let the other guy go. I can be next.
Okay, PMU, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I think that men are natural leaders. I think that I will go as far as to say every man is a leader, but all men don't tap into it. Let me say that again. I think all men are leaders, but most men don't tap into it. Something is suppressing what they were created to be. And it could be anything. It could be situational, where how you were raised, who you were raised by. It could be in situations where you watch your father be a corn puff, and you didn't take leadership because your father was a corn puff. It could be any of those things, but I think men are natural leaders. I think that we, and some of us more than most, just like my brother just said, we got to be concrete. And I've said this many times before to my own family. I don't give a fuck what you believe. What I believe is what I believe. I don't give a fuck if it's 300 of you and one of me. I'll stand 10 toes down in front of all 300 of you motherfuckers until I'm gone. It's what I believe. Is how my family is structured. It's how I run my household. How I run my life. You can't come and just tell me fucking anything and I'm gonna believe it. Right? I'm just that guy that's going to be 10 toes down on what I believe. I'm not going to change it. It would have to be some hard goddamn, solid goddamn evidence for me to change the way I think about something, the way I believe something, the way I see something. That goes for me, my family, my children, my work, everything that I do in this life. I stand 10 toes down on what I believe and I don't falter for nobody. So I think that men are leaders, some more than others. Some ain't tapped into it, but some are concrete. That's 10 toes down, like myself, Trigger Mike, R Pain. Some of you guys that stand 10 toes down and you don't move from what you believe.
Yeah, I gotta say this, right? I gotta say this, guys.
Hurry up, man.
The question is, what was the question again? Because let me read it. What proof do we have?
A hypocrite?
What proof do we have that men are the natural leaders? Oh, yeah. The proof comes with the consequences. The proof is in the consequences, because you don't have to be told you're a natural leader. Guess what happened, right? Something happened in my house, and I was pissed about it because my wife was supposed to do stuff about it. You know what my wife said to me? You're the man. You're supposed to handle it. You're the leader of this house. She reminded me that I'm the leader. I don't have to fight for it. And you know what I did? I just kept it going because the consequences comes to me. A woman can brag about being a leader. She can say anything about a leader. She would like to fight with you to be a leader. But as soon as there is a consequences for that action, she's going to point the finger at you and say, no, it's your fault.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. Yeah.
And there is nothing you can do about it. There is nothing you can do about it. So as a man, as soon as your name, your last name is at stake, you the leader automatically. Nobody needs to tell you that. So you better grow up. Every man on this channel, every man on the panel, every man on the chat, you are the leader within within that corridor of your house. Once you cross that compound of yours, your gate, the buck stops with you.
I got
You
you.
got to
Hey,
do that.
hey, Corey,
I
go
ain't
ahead.
gonna
Let's go
lie,
around
bro.
your.
I wish some of these goofy females in the darn chat talking all that crap would lead their ass up here and try to debate what we talking about.
Yeah,
I see
yeah.
them talking a
Let's
lot
be
of
nice.
crap in
Hey, women, come
the
on
chat.
up. Hey, Corey, go ahead, man. Let them go. Let's go around that way. Go ahead.
All right, so EBD basically said the first thing that came to my mind: society, the society that we live in today is what lets us know that men are natural leaders. All the industries that we have, the progress that we've made, all of that shows because the way things are set up, it was under the leadership of men that we got to the point that we have here. The one thing that I do disagree that Black Man Unfiltered said was that he said all men are leaders. I don't believe that. I think that's dependent on the kind of leader you have.
I think he said should be leaders, though.
Oh yeah, I say all men are leaders. But they're let me give you an example. You remember when in the movie Blade, when Blade was suppressing himself because he knew his true manhood was drinking blood, but
Right.
but he suppressed it. I think a lot of men are like Blade with no blood. They suppress it. They don't show their strength, their true strength. They don't go into their actual nature. They stay humble. They stay down. They stay quiet. They don't do anything, and they don't tap into it. But you got men out here that will taste that blood. And when Blade got that blood, he was at his best. He would kick more ass by drinking blood than he did suppressing himself. So I think a lot of men out here are suppressed and they don't tap into what it is they naturally come with.
I see what you're saying, but me,
would
I
they
think
not be
leadership has
suppressed,
to be.
BMU?
Hold on, Ashton.
Let him go.
We going down the line. I think leadership is something that has to be learned. I don't think it's just something that everybody just innately has. That's the reason why fathers are important in the little boy's life, because that father is supposed to teach his son how to be a leader. When the son gets to a certain age, they should be around their father because now they're watching what their father's saying. They're getting all that influence from their father, so that when they're put in a position that their father has been put in, they know how to operate because of what they've seen. A lot of people don't see that, so that's not something that they have in them. That's something that they have to learn. I think that goes into every industry. You don't just be put in front of, when you accept a job as a supervisor. If you've never had a supervisor role before, you're not just going to go in and perform that. You have to learn that. You can communicate to the leaders to your left and your right. You could talk to your mentors. You can do all this, but it's not something that's just going to snap of a finger and it's just going to come out of you. So I think leadership is something that has to be learned, and then you have to execute. There's trial and error. R-Pain could tell me how to be a leader, but how do I know if I'm successful at it unless I actually do it and then I see the results that come from it? So that's the only part that me and you disagree with. But other than that, yeah, EBD said exactly what I was thinking, so he kind of stole my thunder. But that's all I got.
All right.
I'm gonna disagree a little bit with him, bro, because like I said, you conflating being a good leader with being a leader. You can be a leader and not be a effective leader. So you can learn how to be an effective leader, but you still got to lead yourself. You still got to make those decisions and be accountable for when it doesn't fall the way that you want it to. So it's a difference between being a effective leader, a good leader, and being a leader. Because there's a lot of men out here right now that are heads of their family, and their family not doing well. See what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Like Men are natural leaders because it still falls on them. Whether if the family's going to succeed or not succeed. If a man has a son and his family lifestyle or status isn't where he wants it to be, he's going to put more time into his son and into his children so that they can put the family in a better position later on in life. You see what I'm saying? So being a leader is a natural thing. It's in you. It's not on you. And and I understand what you were saying with the other stuff. I agree with some of that stuff, but I'm just saying, like, yeah, even if you don't believe that a person is not a leader, they're still a leader. And I never said that women cannot be leaders, but they're not effective leaders. They're not. They still be harping on somebody else to help them. They still be harping on the government to affect. That's why this whole, and I know I'm veering off to the left, but the whole term
keep going.
strong and independent. Ma'am, how are you independent? Do you print your own money? Do you actually own your own business? Do you own a country? Where are you independent?
I be calling them queen. It's
Yeah,
Saturday night at the juke joint.
No, I don't.
where are you independent? You're dependent on somebody to watch your kids so you can go to the club. What are you talking about?
Ooh, or leave them there by themselves.
Yeah, and that's bad leadership, ain't it? Because you know what a leader has to do? A leader, like a man who's a real leader, yeah, he want to go hang with his homeboys. Hell, he might want to go and step out on his wife. But you know why he ain't gonna do it? Because God darn it, if I do this, it's setting me up so that I won't be able to provide for my family the way I think I need to provide for them. What does a female do? Shit, I gotta live my own life. Mama gotta have a life too.
These kids
they're not fit to lead it. Point blank period. The same clowns that's in the chat talking right now, talking about all triggers, man, she's not a leader. Look, she's on YouTube. This is my day off. She on YouTube. She probably be on this mug every damn day. Instead of trying to make a video or making a channel so she can talk her bullshit to her echo chamber, she's in here been in this thing for about 3 hours still talking shit. Ma'am, don't you got something to do? Where them kids at? Are you leading them kids to their homework? Are you leading yourself to something productive, or are you just sitting right here in the chat too scared to come up here on a panel and talk? Because I'm pretty sure that link was for everybody. But
Solo. I'm about to leave.
You landed it there.
No, don't leave being you. I'm finna call you out too.
Hold on.
Y'all sit up here. No, being you. I'm finna call you out. You say every man's a leader, but the problem with us as leaders, black men, y'all are horrible leaders. Y'all nitpick. BMU, you just said you stand against 300 people. You don't give a damn. I did the same goddamn thing with you, and you swear me down I was wrong because I stood on my belief. We would sit here and turn on each other, but y'all would let these hoes lie, scheme, and scam, and don't call they ass out.
Who will let them do it?
Bill, you ain't winning. Call Priscilla out on her channel. Let's stop the cap.
You say what now?
You ain't winning. Call Priscilla out on her channel. Stop the cap.
I'm not. You know what though? My point is this: the lion don't go to sleep with the sheep. The lion stays back and watch the sheep come to him. I'm not finna go over there to that channel where all those fucking demons and demonic mothers. But you know what I'm finna do though, Arvane? I'm on here with y'all. I'm on here with y'all today. I'm gonna be doing barbershop tonight. But guess what? In the morning, I'm gonna be leading my wife up into that plane in the morning, going to Jamaica for 7 days, sitting on the beach, sipping drink, watching the fucking sun go down. That's what I'm gonna be doing. I'm gonna be leading because my anniversary is on the 21st. It'll be 15 fucking years. So that's what I'm gonna be doing. I'm a leader.
Exactly. And y'all be worried about where the black community went. You only worried about your household. You can give a damn.
I'm trying to be an example for you, Ashton. I'm trying to
worry about your household.
You letting the world go to shit. Hold on, you just worried about your family.
Hold on, Ashton. Let me reflect on you. Leadership is an action. Everybody can talk, but the action is what it is. Instead of you looking at it as a negative, you can say, you know what? 2 weeks ago, Arvane celebrated his 36 years, and then now BMU finna go on the 21st of September on his anniversary and celebrate 15 years of marriage. Damn, marriage may not be that bad. These boys are doing good. That's what you should be saying.
I never said marriage was bad. But if I say something that you don't agree with, just like you said, against 300 people, you sitting up here calling me the enemy. That motherfucker tried to nail me to the cross.
Hey, post the link, bro. Post the link. Post the link for them.
I can't. Only Trigger Mike can do it. I wish I could.
Oh, boy. That's exactly what I want to go at. Talking about sitting down.
Okay, before we go on, wait a minute. Before anybody else go on, hold on for a second. Hey, Ashton, do you want to answer the question?
Lauren, what you say?
Ashton, wait a
I
minute.
already answered the
Ashton,
question.
you want to answer the
Oh, what's the
question?
question?
What proof do we have that men are natural leaders?
Oh shit, here we go.
I mean, y'all will put y'all pride to the side and
Why
let
you
whatever happen for
y'all
the
like you a woman or something?
what?
Hey, y'all, you a
You see
woman
what
or
I'm
something?
saying?
You say y'all like you ain't no man.
Us as black men, y'all will put y'all pride and ego to the side and let whatever happen to make sure your family is okay. You know what I'm saying? Like that's natural leadership, but it's kind of wrong. You get what I'm saying? Like you let shit slide just to get by. Like I don't agree with that.
So
I mean that's leadership, but
did you go to Prince Ella and challenge her?
no, for what?
Oh, I don't want to hear nothing else.
I never said I was a leader. We sitting up here arguing about leadership, and we all black men. I just showed y'all we all agree at the same damn thing.
Wait a minute, you say you ain't no leader.
Hey, EBD, your sound's out, EBD.
I'm sitting up here arguing with y'all about leadership. So what's gonna happen when I go to Prince Ella?
What's
What's
wrong
the
with only
point?
worrying about your family though?
Fit right in.
Somebody said that.
Brother, if your community fucked up, what's gonna happen to your family next?
But check this out. You only have leadership over things that you have direct responsibility over.
There you go.
I can tell everybody in the street what to do. I can walk up to the next brother and tell him to pull his pants up. I can go over to the next sister and tell her that she shouldn't be wearing all this revealing clothing. I don't have direct responsibility over them, so they can just tell me to go F myself for all they care. But me as a man, I have direct responsibility over those that are within my household, my wife, my kids. So what I have to focus on is making sure that things that are in my household are productive, and then I'm raising my kids so that they're productive people in society. So the problem is a lot of people think that we got to go out here and save everybody else. I'm not. I think we should focus on the people who are trying to follow us and go on the right track and leave all the people who don't want to follow us and just let them go on their own separate way. Because eventually they're going to come around and they're going to see how messed up their life is. We see that now. You got women who are out here having hot girl summer, and then they get old and dusty, and now they like, oh, now I want to be feminine. Now I want to settle down. They're going to figure it out eventually. We got to worry about the 1% that are actually tuning in and actually agreeing with what we're saying, and forget everybody else until they want to come over into the fold. If we keep worrying about everybody else who we don't have responsibility over, we're just gonna be arguing with the world.
Exactly.
That don't sound like good leadership. I can't agree.
I want you to try that and then tell me how it goes with you. I want you to go out into the street and try to police everybody up and tell me how that works out for you.
So we used to
Corey, in the are you responsible for anybody else's troop or division, or are you only responsible for yourself, your division? If you're the head of your division.
But okay,
I mean,
so hold on, wait. Let me answer the question, because I don't have direct responsibility over those soldiers, but I can still communicate with their leadership because I'm not the one that's writing those evals. I'm not the one that's actually doing the punishment. If I know somebody who's acting a fool in the military, and I also know somebody in their chain of command, why would I go over and yell at somebody's soldier when I can just save myself the frustration and I can just go over to their leader and say, hey, police your soldier up. They did this, that, and the third. So no, you only have responsibility over those that you have direct responsibility over. And if you don't, hey, that's the uncontrollable. I like focusing on the controllables, not the uncontrollables.
You definitely have to start there. That's what I meant by saying you only control what's in your orbit, man. And you got to start there. I don't know if you're back, Mike. You know, we got a super chat here. Be University, $5. Great women leaders will sacrifice to the point of stupidity. Great men will take responsibility for something he doesn't even know about. She will not. You know, so take that for what it's worth. Jasmine Ethereal, $1.99. Shout out Princella. She got men tight. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, like the lesbian. Yeah,
More
okay.
filters and highlights and makeup, talking about what somebody got somebody doing. So you real with yourself.
Yeah, she got enough makeup on to repaint the damn Golden Gate Bridge and talk
A
about.
lot of filters in the chat talking a lot of shit. They can't even keep it real with themselves though. Foreheads and filters. That's all I
Okay, so we got one more, right? B University, $5. All of you have been correct. A great leader is for the people. Second, principles first. In Christ, they are the ultimate. They keep great right hand men. Yep. They keep great right hand men. That's true. I like that. B University, $2. Men turn into boys when women lead. Bad business. Yeah, that's true. They can. B University again. Yeah. Women made to step in our short absence. Yeah, women are made to step in our short absence. Yeah, our absence has been a little too long over so many years. Jasmine Ethereal, $1.99. Big man. Shout out Priscilla. Hey. Okay. Big Ant 11, $10. Ashton, if you don't have the fortitude, just say so. It's okay, but when it's time to stand up, you stay over there with the women. Oh man, yeah, there you go, Ashton. Shots
You
fired.
know what I'm saying? Yeah, shots fired. You hear me?
Lauren Mack, $1.99. Ask Mike to drop the link if he can. I want to come up and whip some ass.
more filters and forehead. More filters and forehead. Yeah, go ahead. Please drop that down link. I want to hear what this idiot got to say.
Mike, if you can drop the link, that's good.
All right, I'm gonna try to drop the link. Hold on. Y'all keep it going.
Okay.
Oh, boy, crazy, man. Why you stupid, bro?
Bro, that's my thing, bro. Cause see, a lot of people like to take shots in chats and stuff when they supposed to be adults and they can come have a conversation and actually refute what we saying. But all she been writing in the chat the whole time is, "Oh, you triggered. Oh, you bussy this and this, that, and other." But ma'am, you can't even put a picture of your real self up here like that. Like, bro, you got a picture that you probably took 76 times, and then you found one that actually you thought was confident enough. Then you put filters on top of that, and then you put it on here. If I go to her any social media page she has, I guarantee you 90% of her pics are filters and her skin being lightened.
Right.
90% of her pics are from the neck up.
Can you hear me, Ope?
Like, we really can get into it, bro. I'm really with that shit, though. What's up, though? Man or female? What's up, though?
Yeah, but that's how you can. This is how you can tell, right? Real leadership versus everybody faking the funk, right? Yeah. Like I would say, people who kind of put on this facade of leadership fold. They fold under pressure, right? You ask enough questions, the story keeps changing, this and that and the other. Like I was saying, and great leaders, they never change. What they said 10 years ago, 20 years ago, they're still saying that same shit, and they ain't changed, they ain't moved, they don't reconsider. They're not about that. I don't know what that is either. I don't know what that is either. Dirty folks. Hey. Nah, dirty folks. I think that's you.
My bad, Uncle Jeff. I just wanted to call you out.
Okay.
I don't know, man. I just got here.
Oh, all right.
Hey, okay, EBD, you finished that Uncle Jeff
Yeah,
story.
all right. I'll just leave it there. I'm good there. Go ahead.
Two things. Number one, EBD, I see you with that grown ass man hat behind you. That's goddamn grown ass man hat. Don't know boy wear that hat.
Uncle G, what's up, boy?
What's happening, people? Oh, black man, what's cracking? I'm sorry I ain't get back to you, bro. I've been so busy. Congratulations, bro. Enjoy your time with your lady, bro. That's what's up. Love to hear shit like that, man. Appreciate you. Being a Marine, I can tell you clearly that all men are not fit to lead. That's all men are natural leaders. Let me try to co-sign that. There are natural leaders who happen not to be nurtured to lead, and they have to have it pulled out of them or brought out of them by being around leaders. But every man is not fit to lead. Let's knock that shit off. And the other thing I think we really need to address is that a lot of sisters complain that they want leaders, but they have no intent on following. What good is a leader if you're not going to follow him? All you're going to make is confusion. Okay. If I'm the lead, if 3 times 2 is 6 and 5 plus 1 is 6, which formula do we use to get to 6? Whichever one the leader says. And sometimes my wife lead. This shit I ain't get. My wife is a logistics. She's at that corporate, all my the little corporate shit I need help with. My wife kills that. So why, if that's her strength, would I not let her take the lead on those particular projects? But in my house, what I like is
but I'm sorry, Mr. Uncle Jeff, for cutting you in, for cutting you off. My question is this going to be a question to you, Uncle Jeff?
Yes, sir.
Would she lead?
What up, Akina?
I'm doing good, my brother.
All right,
How you doing, Uncle Jeff?
I'm good, man. What's happening? I had to holler at you, man.
No problem. Would she lead in your presence, or would she lead in your absence? Is she going to lead when you're at home, or is she going to lead when you're not at home?
Again,
when does she lead?
Again, generally, when my kids were young, she led in my absence, with my kids knowing that under certain instances, I don't even want to hear what you did. If she come to me, your ass gonna have hell to pay.
I like that, brother.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know what you did. If your mama have to tell me that you did, especially my sons, if your mama have to come to me, that's because she did all the crying and praying and advising and counseling. So now we finna do the ass hand test. And your problem is you only got one ass. I got 2 hands. So so in my absence, my word leads and she fortifies my word. In my presence, I have yet to have my wife boldly usurp my authority. But that's because by the time you see us in public or anywhere, we done laid our plays already. We done laid our shit out. So we pretty much know what we doing, where we coming, where we going. Now, if we gonna really be honest, from the Willie Lynch letter, whether it is real or not to now, our issue has been that our women are the only women in history to, for 4 centuries, be programmed to be obstinate to our word. How do you get a black woman to jump out of an airplane? Have a black man tell her not to. That's and what you have to do is get a woman to that's funny, Zero Tolerance. You have to get a woman who realizes that as truth and is willing to face that. Are you willing to face the fact that you have been taught to TRW my every word and not give me as much respect as you do your Caucasian supervisors? Are you really? Are we going to talk about that? Now, I submit this to all the black men, especially the single ones. I mean, it's fun, it's enjoyable, it's entertaining what we're doing, but we're dealing with a moot point, gentlemen, because something that this makes sisters melt down when I have these conversations in face to face with them. I let them snip off and say all the nasty sniping ass non sequitur straw man argument shit they want to, and then when they get done, I say the following: oh yeah, well, counting all the brothers you don't like for all the very valid reasons that you have for not liking us, you outnumber us by 2 million. There are 2 million more black women before I even entertain, before I do another stomach crunch, make another dollar, or entertain fucking a woman of another color. There are 2 million more of you. If I'm having problems with you in this relationship, I'm not bad at relationships. I'm bad at math. Why am I fucking with you in your obstinance? You're right. I'm wrong. Keep it. That's all you got to say, brothers. You are the commodity. Do you understand that you are outnumbered 16-1, counting the ugly broke niggas? Counting all the niggas they don't like. The fat ones, the broke ones, the ones that beat your ass, the ones that got a record, the ones that can't read, the ones that got to borrow your car. Counting all of them. Why are you dealing with any of this? You're right. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Bye.
Dirty folks, go ahead, man.
Uncle Joe, this is where you wrong. These women will leave your ass for a broke felon.
Let them.
A scammer.
Let them.
All right, dirty folks, man.
Hold on, brother Ashton. What value is the woman in the first place?
Right.
You must look at you bigger, brother Ashton.
There you go. I ain't talking about me. I ain't talking about me.
You are.
Yes, no, I'm not. No, I'm.
Yes,
no, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Okay,
why when I bring up
topics,
we always say it's anecdotal?
Let's take it off of you, brother. I apologize. You must look at higher. You must look higher at the value of a man that a woman will leave for an old funky ass man. If she want to fuck bums, why are you trying to hold on to her? Let her go fuck them bums.
Free boy.
That's right.
I don't get it. Yeah, a woman will leave you for old. Well, let her. How do you lose? Yes, brother Ashton. In that scenario, when you or a man like you, a hardworking, honest, upwardly mobile, intelligent brother that can go to, I say this all the time, that's comfortable in a dice game or the Oval Office.
But that's my point, Uncle Joe. This is my problem with you.
Hold on, brother. Let me ask you this question. How does that brother lose when a woman who will screw a foul dude or do whatever you was talking about, that woman, how does he lose when he loses her? Could you explain?
Because again, this is bad leadership on men's part. You would leave that woman and let her be a single mother, knowing your kid's life and future is at stake. You know they finna end up in a bad environment. You know the gang's finna prey on your wife, your ex-wife being a single mother.
Those are great answers to other questions.
But wait a minute, hold on. Okay,
this question. How does a man, a good man, lose by letting go of a shitty woman? Go.
Come on, boy.
Uncle Joe, so we can make sure that you know this is not anecdotal. I don't have kids. If my wife decides to step out, I will personally take that bullet and not leave to make sure my kids don't end up in a bad environment, to make sure that predators don't prey and trick my ex-wife into raping my kids.
I am so happy for you, and that makes great sense. And when I ask you that question, I'll expect that answer. I'm asking you again. How does a good man lose by getting rid of a good woman, a bad woman?
Brother,
the answer is rhetorical. He doesn't.
No, it ain't. Come on, bro. But that's hard. That's hard, brother Ashton. You see the obvious point to this.
Uncle Joe, like I don't understand. I've been trying to.
Don't nobody want no dudes. I've been there, bro. I've been there. I done had the correct dudes that one of my exes.
Let's move on. I mean, listen, Ashton, you kind of move the goalposts when you're answering the question.
Of course,
I can't. Like that's leadership.
Yes,
I would take an L to protect my household and my family. Y'all would say y'all leaders. Y'all would say y'all leaders
behind your back. Y'all stay with your kids.
Listen, y'all would say y'all leaders, and y'all still would let that woman leave and destroy your household.
Your household is already destroyed. Your household is already destroyed.
That's the most leadership.
But that's again a leader. I would lose the battle to win the war, and the war is my key.
No, you didn't win the war. You did not win the war. You lost the battle and you lost the war.
Okay.
This is how you win.
Because your kids get to see you get kicked in the teeth by this broad.
That's right.
They finna see you get kicked in the teeth for child support, for alimony.
That's right.
Okay. They finna be mad at you because they think you left Uncle Joe.
Let's talk about child support for a minute.
Okay.
Let's talk about child support for a minute. I went back to court. My youngest son will be 17. This was maybe 7 years ago. I went back. Somebody, is there a cafeteria?
Hey, yeah, your background, bro. Your background, yeah.
Holy shit. Okay.
Kids with you, Ashton. Take your kids with you. You their daddy. You're their leader. Take your damn kids with you.
How about that?
games. Go to court. Get your kids. Do what it takes to
50%
get your
custody.
kids. That you don't have to stay with no goddamn dirt eater to make nothing work. Get your goddamn kids. Get custody of your goddamn kids and move on.
Ooh.
Some states will help you get
Ain't
your
nobody
kids.
trying to hit them.
No. Asking, brother, asking.
Hold
You
on,
do
BW.
that.
I understand what you're saying.
You moving the
Uncle Joe,
goalposts again.
Uncle Joe, I understand. No, I'm not. I'm just giving you a rebuttal. You can get your
Them
kids, but
excuses.
it's certain states or certain lawyers would just sit there and drain your pockets just to make money.
That sound like
They
a
know
leader
exactly
looking for
what you're
excuses.
going through, and they will.
Ashton,
Okay,
that's
okay,
not the talk of a leader, brother.
That's not a leader. That's
That's not the
okay,
talk
okay.
of a leader.
Those are
Y'all,
excuses.
you missing the point. All
I
I'm
see
saying is
your point. I
there are
see your
leaders,
point, but
and
you're
he's still
making
gonna
it
end
to
up losing
avoid the
regardless.
obvious one.
Those are
Okay.
excuses.
You're making it to avoid the obvious point, brother. I was trying to tell you this. Here's
Those
what you
are
do.
excuses. Those are not
Here,
excuses.
can I give
You
out
went
some
on mute,
generic?
Mr. Payne. Payne, you're on mute.
Oh,
I'm
mute,
listening,
Payne.
Uncle
You're on
Joe.
We're not going nowhere with this. Let's move on, man. Go, dirty folks.
We
Go
are
ahead.
going somewhere.
mute. Hang on, dirty folks. Yeah, it's his time to talk. Just
Yeah,
get his
go ahead,
idea on there.
dirty folks. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, we can kind of hear you. Go,
Kind of,
try
sort
it
of, you
again.
kind of low, bro.
Yeah, you kind
Yeah,
of low.
dirty folks.
Man, this stupid ass. I just ordered a new mic too. Yo,
Oh,
All right, I
that's
think you
that's
good.
dirty
You
folks
good now.
off of Damon. What up, dirty folks?
First off, man, salute to Uncle Jeff. You know what I'm saying? Shout-town love. Second of all, bro, I got a mathematical answer to
Oh man, it's bad. It's pretty bad.
you.
No, be on mute, King.
I don't know what you did, dirty folks, but I like your old mic better.
I think Mike is gonna. I think that Mike is gonna fix it. I think that Mike is gonna fix the mic. That mic
Okay.
is horrible.
Hello, man. Hold on. I gotta switch mic. But before I switch mics, though, let me say this.
Go ahead.
It's either my baby or her baby. It's not our baby. I have seen too many people stay, and I've seen a lot of men stay in bad relationships for the sake of the kids. And the kids, they may not go to jail, but they still don't have a representation of what leading life means.
Damn simps.
You know what I'm saying? I will say this, bro. And Jeff is right. Bro, the math, when I was a kid, right? And Jeff know what I'm talking about. He's from Chicago. I used to go to Evergreen Plaza. We used to have these contests. Who can get the most phone numbers? My whole thing was, if you lose one girl, gain 7 more. So if the girl told me, oh, I got to get 7 more phone numbers for the one girl who didn't give me her number. That's how I spent my teenage years. Bro, there is never a time that there is a loss of coochie. If you got money, she'll date a broke dude. If you broke, she'll sleep with a dude with money. If she gonna go foul, she gonna go foul regardless because she wants variety. Man, you find your lane and you stick in your lane and you keep it moving.
That's that South Side of Chicago shit right there. Hit him again.
I'm just saying, man. Look, it's air, then it's water, then it's girls. Black girls leave their coochie on the sidewalk. You could just pick it up like change, bro. Like you ain't gotta worry about some girl talking about she don't want you no more. There is no scarcity of sex. That's some internet shit. There is no scarcity of sex. There's scarcity of commitment, but there ain't no scarcity of sex. You know what I'm saying? All these girls is prostitutes. Have you been on Instagram lately? All you gotta worry about is running your race. I want to say this about men being leaders. Every man has the potential to be a leader. The reason black men don't is because I come in these spaces and I hear a bunch of dudes say they don't have to follow a man. And I think that's crazy because hierarchy dictates that you follow somebody. So when the man that you follow is like tech support. You know what I'm saying? You call me and I'll tell you if she right or wrong. Because what girls will do is they'll try to isolate you from other men so you can't do man stuff and make you think you crazy. Ain't nothing wrong with you. So you got to be around other men as tech support, saying, yo, this is how you do it. And you got enough men thinking the same way. That's how culture happens. You know what I'm saying? With y'all, the lack of culture y'all have, or the matriarchy being a coach, is because y'all actually listen to these girls with clothes on. Even when I listen to Jeff talking about sometimes his wife lead, in my head, the first thing I thought was, that's not it's leadership, but that's delegation of duty. He the boss, he put in middle management, had middle management handle the little ones. You know what I'm saying?
That's fair. That's exactly right.
So even then he's leading. He's just not an expert at that. I'm not an expert at everything. You know what I'm saying? I'll be like, yo,
You delegate.
But you oversee, like you got to know just enough to know that they're not cheating, right? Like,
That's it.
fix a car, but I know that I don't need no damn transmission. You know,
Right. I can't fix it, but you can't lie to me about it.
exactly. You know what I'm saying? You need to know just enough to keep everything, on the straight and narrow. But you ain't got to know everything.
A leader knows a little bit about a lot. Followers know a lot about a little.
I go with that.
All right, gentlemen. All right, 30 folks. I guess you're gonna go hit that mic. Hey, Trey, what you got, man, on the subject?
Yeah, I don't think all men are leaders. I've never thought that. I think my time in the military proved that all men cannot be leaders.
Come on, bro.
There's a lot of betas out here, and beta will be what they will be. They will always follow behind the actual leader, and that's fine. You have to have that. You have to have that. It's a balance. I do, however, think that there is something that either a light bulb clicks in some guys and their leadership qualities come out, or they're just born with it. I would say that I'm probably a guy that just had it. I've always been the point guard. I've always been the team captain. When I was in law enforcement, I was the class leader. When I was in the military, I was the dorm chief. I was always
leadership always found you.
Always found me. I've always been in a leadership position, and I think it's just because I've never been afraid to take the L. I think in order to be a good leader, you're going to lose sometimes, and it's going to happen. And you got to be able to be accountable and say, I jacked that up. That's on me. I made that mistake. And I think a lot of men, their ego won't allow them to take the L. So they're never going to be good leaders. We've seen it in politics. We know guys are dead wrong. We can look at it like, bro, you're dead wrong on this. They will never admit that they're wrong. You're a bad leader. Leaders can say, hey, that one's on me, fellas. Or that one's on me, team. I made the mistake. I'll correct. I'll be better at this. But I do not think, I do not think all men are leaders. I do think, however, though, you can teach someone how to lead properly if they are willing to learn.
Okay, listen, I got one for everybody. What kind of jobs do you think? Wait, let me ask this question.
I'm pretty, but why am I this big on the screen?
Well, yeah, that's Mike doing that. I don't know how that happens. I don't. First of all, you don't mind anyway. But anyhow, let me throw this out there.
Wait a minute, hold on, Arpain, before you change the subject. Trey just proved my point. No, hold on, Arpain, because you've been changing the subject. Trey just told you he's a leader and captain and everything. No, you finna change. Hold on, Payne. You know I'll never cut you off and derail the subject. Just give me 1 second. Trey just told y'all he was always the leader and captain, and he still. If I was the man that I am, like me personally, he is not a leader because he couldn't keep his family in house. He is not married. That is how BMU did me.
Whoa!
He said that. He said, "I am not the man because I don't want to get married right now." There is divorce leaders.
Your point.
That's what I said.
Okay, but that's point. Okay, but this is what I'm saying.
Not a leader because he got a divorce.
You would allow
listen to me, Uncle Joe.
Okay.
Me and BMU agree on a lot of stuff. But if I don't say something that BMU don't agree with, he nailed me to the cross.
You said you will. I did nail your ass to the cross. I hope you bleed now so you can change. My thing is this. You said you will turn into a straight bitch ass simp nigga if your woman cheated on you or did something to you.
That was just a scenario. But that's not me though. That's not my life. I have told you 1,000 times.
You said if it was.
Okay, but that was just a scenario. But you see what I'm saying? I just gave you the average man household. And y'all sitting up here calling me a bitch ass. Y'all don't know that.
I got you,
y'all don't know that. Y'all don't know that.
Ashton, let's put this in your house, brother. Let's put this in your house.
No, don't put it in my house. I gave you a scenario, and y'all said a bitch ass nigga. I told you some of these lawyers sit there and scam off these men, knowing that they right. And they still tell that man either drain him dry or don't file for custody because it's a lose-lose situation in certain states.
I was trying to school y'all on some child support, but you didn't want that.
I do want.
I was trying.
My state would give the man the kids. So whatever you finna say, I promise I already know. But my thing is,
wow. Wow. Okay, wait a minute, guys. Wait a minute. This is
But
brilliant.
is every state like
Not
that? Uncle
only
Jeff?
is Ashton Weems a professional, he's a psychic. You know what I'm about to say. No, bro. You can qualify that statement. You know exactly what I'm about to say.
No, wait a minute, hold on, Uncle Joe. Just listen to me. My state will give the man the kids.
That's not what
But
I asked
again,
you. Will your state
is that
give the man the
is
kids?
that every state, Uncle Joe?
Will
Yes.
your state
Yes.
give the
Yes.
Okay, that's the
Yes.
answer to that question. Now I need to answer to this one. Do you know what I'm about to say?
Tell me
You
first,
don't.
and I tell you.
You
No,
heard
Uncle Jeff. I don't lie. I don't lie, and I have never lied on YouTube, and that's one thing
Okay.
I stand on.
So
So
do
tell me what
you
you
know
been
what
saying,
I'm
and I
about
tell
to
you if you
say?
right or I tell you if you right or wrong. I ain't gonna lie to you, Uncle Jeff. I ain't no bitch ass nigga. So tell me what
Okay.
you been saying. I'm gonna tell you if you right or wrong.
Sure. Okay. I'll tell you that I'm about to say something about finance that involves trust and incorporation. Why don't I let you talk about it since you know what I'm gonna say?
No, please
Ashton,
explain what you
Ashton,
finna say,
no,
and I'm finna tell you if you
brother,
right
you
or
know what
wrong.
I'm gonna say. You know what I'm gonna say.
He can't
We're
qualify that.
having a
what I'm saying?
leadership. This is a leadership class right now.
He can't qualify
It
that.
is. You
Okay,
cannot qualify your
but
statement,
you
and I'm
see
gonna
what I'm
tell you where
saying?
you learned that
You
from.
see what I'm
I'm
saying?
gonna tell you where you. I'm
Trey,
trying to talk.
exactly what I said.
Brother Ashton. I'm
I
trying
just
to help
tried
you.
to. I just tried to give you the float, and you sat there and said no. So, like I said, Trey has sat here and told y'all he has been a leader in everything he
We're not
does.
talking about Trey,
But
bro. We done with
okay,
Trey. We talking about Uncle Jeff right now.
Trey said
Leaders also know when
also
to
know how to
listen.
take L, so you need to
Okay.
take it right
Are
now.
you going to take on the subject of living trust and incorporation
No, Jeff,
and personal salary?
Uncle
Hold
Jeff,
on.
Uncle
Oh
Jeff.
my God.
Let's
Hang on. Payne had a question.
explain.
Originally, Payne had a question. Payne had a
We are
question. It
going
can't.
somewhere. This is about leadership.
Right.
We're gonna
All
go
right.
down
Fuck
the
it.
rabbit hole. We
Fuck
don't need
it.
to go
Fuck
down,
it.
He's
man.
got.
Look,
Payne,
y'all
what was
want to
your
worry
question?
about how to take care of your child
Payne,
We don't
support.
have to go down
Catch
this
my show,
rabbit
and I'll tell
hole,
you.
man.
Payne, what was
I'll outline it. I can't do it here.
Payne? What was your question?
No,
What was your question, Mr.
Uncle
Payne?
Joe, please.
No.
Not no
Fuck it, man. I don't.
Uncle Jeff, you know
I
I
don't
disagree
force
with you
feed
on a lot
wisdom.
of
I
stuff.
don't
Uncle
force
Jeff,
feed wisdom.
Uncle Jeff, you know I disagree with you on a
I
lot of stuff,
got
but
a
I
serious
never
question.
get rude and disrespectful.
Ashton, we got to move on.
Can I ask
Move on.
a serious question?
Man,
Move
let's
on.
move on.
No, it's a quick
I got
question.
a question
It's
for
a quick
everybody.
question. Can I ask him a
This is
quick
the same
question?
topic. We're gonna move on.
Okay, but I
What
just want to ask him a quick
positions
question.
do we think we shouldn't have leaders in, or well, female leaders in? What positions do
again?
we have in our society shouldn't be given to women? What position do you think?
I'll say this, and I'm gonna drop off. I think that when we have teachable moments, when we have an elder trying to teach a young man, I don't think we
He's
should be.
not going nowhere. I mean, we
Are
gotta
you
read
sure
the
about
room,
that,
man.
R-Pain? Are you sure that what I am going to say is not going to help any black man going through child support? You're sure about that?
No.
I get
I didn't
everybody.
say that, but you were asking.
Hell, I was trying to hear what Uncle had to say.
I'm trying to tell you, man. You know
I
what?
tried to hear what he said neither,
Here's
but
how you hear it.
he
Here's how you hear it. Just come to my show, so nobody's interrupting
You see
anyone,
what I'm
because
saying?
I mute everybody to hear one person. That never happens anywhere else but on my show.
Is there
So I ain't gonna talk about child
is
support here,
is
because
there-
apparently
is there-
that's not worthy.
Is there
But you
any
were
You see what I'm saying, R-Pain?
before you get upset, Jeff.
Why can't we?
I'm saying Ashton is not going to answer your question. We keep asking him, and we've been down this road again,
Brother,
man.
I'm trying to
He's
make a
not gonna
declarative
he's
statement. I'm
arguing.
trying to make a declarative statement.
Can we
Wait
just
a minute,
let?
hold
Can we
on,
just hear?
R-Pain. What you mean I ain't gonna answer his question? When have I ever bay pedal?
Trey, you want to hear it? You come over on my show. I'll let you talk. I ain't
You
gonna
see
let
what
nobody
I'm
in front
saying,
of you.
R-Pain? R-Pain.
So
Don't everybody say you old and don't get with the new times, but you say that everybody else is disrespectful. R-Pain, don't I always keep it civil?
I'm not arguing with you, man. Stop it, man.
I ain't saying you are arguing, R-Pain, but this is what I'm saying.
Question, man.
R-Pain, this is what I'm saying.
You asked me, let's talk about the next question.
R-Pain, this your third time saying let's go to the next topic, and I be sitting here trying to have a conversation.
I asked you to run the show. That's why. Because Mike asked me to run the show. That's why. Or else I wouldn't say shit.
Okay,
Right?
he asked me to be a talk one day,
This man is
and I
the
gave
leader.
everybody the floor.
This man is
This
the
is
leader.
the problem.
This is why I'm good, because what Brother Payne just said. Mike left me to run the show. That makes him the leader. What that means is that everybody right now has to shut the fuck up and listen to his question.
And that's all.
Exactly.
I mean, so let me frame this the right way, right? I'm just saying we have a lot of women in a lot of spaces. Which kind of position are they in that they shouldn't be in for those leaders to be effective? Let me just start by saying I don't believe a woman should be a police chief. So anybody wants to take that up.
Have you
I
ever
don't want to
worked
go
for a
first.
female
People
police
accuse
chief?
me of hogging shit up. Somebody else go.
Have you ever worked for a female police chief?
I'm good to go.
No,
Exactly,
I
Trey.
work for female leaders. I think they're good at some things, but not at others. If they
And you
have the
said they
same
full.
mindset as
You said
well.
they full of shit at the job you was at too. But you used to
I didn't say that. I
backpedal
didn't say that.
and
I never
slave
said
out
that.
our pain.
I never
Yes,
said
you
that.
Nobody
did.
gonna
Nowhere.
answer the question.
You said that they
Hey,
did
Craig,
some
you had
backdoor
something.
shit,
No,
and
I never said
you
that,
said
man.
something slick, and they laughed. Yes, you
No,
did,
I
our
never
pain.
said that.
Ashton, something's
I
bothering
never
me,
said
Ashton.
that.
I got a question.
Nobody gonna answer the question.
No.
Ashton, I got a
I'm
question.
listening, Trey. I'm listening, Trey.
Who the hell is that in your profile picture?
Hey, yo.
Oh, that's me.
Who that?
Okay,
Who
I'm
is
gonna have
that?
to ask when. Was that senior prom? Was that
No,
when
that
was
was before
that?
I went. That was before I got dreads. I missed
Oh,
having waves,
clearly,
but I don't want to go
clearly.
back to it. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah,
I have a follow up
But
question.
again,
I got a follow up
that's what
question.
y'all do when y'all don't like
Why?
somebody. Y'all want
Why are
dates and times.
you catfishing the stream?
Y'all want goddamn what
Why
is
you
it? Y'all
Let me
want the
catfishing the
link
correct
stream?
you. Let me correct you,
because
Ashton.
y'all don't want
Let
to
me
agree with a
correct you,
person that
brother.
y'all
Let me
don't like
correct
or
you.
know.
I'm
But if
sorry.
I had
Excuse me. Excuse me. Let me correct you. I want names, dates, places, and faces from every goddamn man I talk to. I don't talk to people who can't qualify. No, you said it was about people who don't like you. Okay, that was a very valid question Trey put up because I was like, who is this nigga? Because you got dreads.
Okay, so
That's
we're
a
gonna
valid
derail the
question.
question, right? So we don't. So it was a bad question. Just say it was a bad question.
No, it wasn't.
No, it went because
No, just
Prince Ella
answer
sit
it.
here tell y'all she worked at Cricket, an engineer, and a goddamn fucking medical therapist, and y'all ain't ask for backgrounds on shit. Y'all sit there and lay down and die and let her destroy y'all community. Like, let's stop it. Let's start with the cap. Y'all sitting up here saying y'all got a bone to pick with Trigger Mike because he let her ass slide and did question her fucking Army, Navy fucking rank.
Nah,
Like
I
y'all
said that.
always
Put
do
your
this
name on
shit
it.
with niggas and females.
Uncle
Y'all would
Jeff.
let the female slide, but y'all be on a nigga head that don't give a goddamn. Like, stop it.
If you
Okay.
just mad because everybody on your head, I'm the one that said that. But since
Brother,
nobody
you
want to
think
answer the question, I'm gonna just answer the question. I think
Thank you,
who mad
Paul.
they on
people,
my head?
period.
You don't think I can play along and be a fraud and just play to get along?
I think people,
That
No,
shit ain't
because you won't
hard.
be quiet.
we just not gonna answer the. Okay, we just not gonna answer the question. All right.
You
So
won't be
Uncle Jeff,
quiet.
but Uncle Jeff, you
Let's
sit here
go.
and talk 40 minutes and say 50
And
slick
it's
ass folks,
very
and I
valid points, Brother Weems. And
Just
when I'm
ask the
proven
question.
wrong, I
Let
admit
me
it.
answer the question, man. Go ahead. Who's gonna answer the question?
I'll answer the question, bro.
Go ahead.
I don't necessarily think that women should lead anything outside.
Oh man, your mic is low.
I'm like tripping again.
I don't think it's the mic.
Yeah,
I
it might
think
be
you got. I
something
think
else.
it's a set. Did you change a setting?
Yeah, I changed some settings.
Then that's where your answer is. It's not the mic. Look at your settings. Is the mic set up to mono? Do you have more than one sound card? Is the mic running through the proper sound card?
All right, let's try this. I took it on. Is that better?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit.
Our pain. In the meantime, can you repeat the question one more time?
All right, this is what I believe. I'm gonna talk loud. Hopefully, y'all can hear me.
What's
I
up,
don't
Kyle?
believe that women should lead anything outside their front door. And I'll be honest with you. If you ask women, women don't want to work for other women. If women don't want to work with the representation of themselves, then what does that tell you? Like, I'm not even. I saw pieces of the show last night. I couldn't tune in because there was too many girls with clothes on. But, bro, at the end of the day, women are great at repetitive tasks. I believe that they could do an excellent job if you tell them what to do and you put it in the employee handbook.
Give them something to fuss over.
But if you have to ask them to solve a problem, I don't think women should be teachers. I really don't. Look at Baltimore, look at Chicago. Every school where women teach young black boys, they can't read at grade level. The whole city of Baltimore, all 53 black schools in Chicago can't read. when you go talk to these teachers, and I'm old enough to hang with teachers now. They sniffing coke, doing dyke shit. Like, shorty, you teaching our kids? I really think that women should be able to duplicate whatever they do in the home, but I don't think they should lead anything outside the home. And I think that women really need to stop talking about gender equality, because there's a lot of jobs that women should not do. What is a female police officer going to do except call a male police officer? You know what I'm saying? They're on this gender.
Unless she can act masculine enough.
But she can act, but she'll never overpower a man.
No, brother. You got some women out there that fight like, wait for it, men.
Yeah, I know. I worked with them, and I'm still telling you, they can't overpower a man.
Exactly, brother. I think I'm agreeing with you.
We had an Olympic boxer, and she used to get dogged.
Bruh.
She was she could actually fight technically.
Mocked.
She could throw hands.
Mocked.
She could get punished by dudes on the street.
And you could, I was about to say, she could be a world-class Olympic boxer. Get a fat drunk. He'll beat her naked. Yes, I'm with you there.
It's a matter of strength, yeah.
Yeah. So I think where'd he go? Brother Dirty, where'd he go?
Yeah, he's still there, Dirty folks.
Okay. Yeah. And to co-sign what Brother Dirty folks said, you take the number of female teachers in Chicago, cut it in half, and replace that with black males. Somebody that's gonna give you some base and go, look, if the homework's not important to you, if paying attention to me is not important to you, get the fuck out and bring your mama back. Stand up, get the fuck out and bring your mama back. And guess what happens? All the problems leave the room. All the problems.
They gonna me too his ass, Uncle Joe's. Like, stop it. They may have worked in the 80s, but they gonna me too his ass today.
Okay.
They don't.
Brother Weems. I think we got enough problems. Could you do me a favor? I need you, if you could, to work on one solution. Because what happens, I've seen this in conversation a lot with you, brother. We will slide in even a hypothetical solution. I can't march troops into Chicago and make them fire half the women. This was hypothetical, brother. But you know what you did to my hypothetical solution? You put a problem on top of it. I need you to stop putting problems on top of solutions.
I just gave y'all a hypothetical, and y'all called me a
No, you didn't,
nigga,
brother.
like...
No, you didn't give me a hypothetical. You just said it'll never happen because. Is there a way you can start a sentence that does not have not or never or can't or won't that is solution oriented?
Damn.
If not, then work on it. Then work on that.
But
while
y'all
I'm making,
y'all don't stand 10
toes down. There's don't. We're not supposed to be talking about this right now, brother. I'm supposed to be answering a question while you work on a solution. The next thing out of your face hole should be a solution. That's not one. All right. All right. Now let me get back to what I was saying.
But this is my problem with you. Like I have no disrespect to it. It's not no hate.
I'm not being disrespectful.
I just call you out. You are being disrespectful. You will sit here and say that you will let your woman lead. No, like we. That's my point. Uncle Jeff be in.
Can I have the floor with this brother, please? Go ahead. What did I do wrong? Tell me what I did wrong.
You won't admit that it is a new day. This is
a new day.
Era.
It's a new era.
It may have worked for you.
Am I admitting it right now?
Back in the day.
Okay, stop. Hippity hop, mob.
Yes,
stop.
You are.
Hippity hop, mob, stop. I am going to do what I have been asking you to do. I am going to take your objections head on. It is not the day I grew up in. You are right. The ways of old are not the ways of now. You are right. Here's your problem. There is nothing new under the sun.
Right. I was going to say that.
Just because of the calendar does not invalidate wisdom, brother. It doesn't. I agree with you.
Uncle Jeff, let me say this in your behalf. And in this example, Ashton, in this example, there was a hypothetical even way back when.
Fuck my point, dirty folks. I forgot it.
You know, it was. You know, I didn't say fuck. I mean, it was a hypothetical. Even if
No, I'm saying fuck it. I don't even remember what it was. I know it was valid though.
Yeah,
I know it was moving us forward.
I mean, it's not a hypothetical or pain. Uncle Jeff, you know what I'm saying? Y'all sit up here and just overlook that shit. I'm steady telling you this shit is happening in y'all face, and y'all will say
It's
next
a
topic.
hypothetical, though. We're
How
talking.
who said it's a hypothetical? Just because I said it?
No, it's because you argue in a circle. You don't argue straight. When somebody I've never heard you go, you know what? I
When
never
I
thought
argue
about
straight,
that.
y'all will say that's anecdotal.
Oh my
That is what y'all
God.
do.
Okay,
Y'all will say
okay,
it's
Brother
anecdotal.
Wings.
I'm
Let me know
emotional.
when I can, Brother Wings. Let me know when I can get 60 uninterrupted seconds from you. Can I get that?
Uncle Jeff, I always give you the flow.
No, brother.
I used to give you the whole 40
Brother,
minutes.
that is not
and
the
you would
answer.
say
That's an
9
answer to
quotes
another
from
question.
Pootie Tang.
That's a great
No,
answer
Uncle
to
Jeff,
another question. I'll ask
Uncle
you
Jeff.
this one again.
Okay.
No.
Let me know when I can get 60 uninterrupted seconds to address you.
Hold on. Wait, Uncle Jeff.
Exactly.
No, Uncle Jeff, let me say this. Let me say this before you go off. Ashton, I'm going to answer what you said head on. You didn't say this, but you implied it. And this is the problem. Because I hang around colors from time to time because I like tequila and free pussy. Let me explain something to you. Y'all are afraid of women. Y'all are literally afraid of
Man, you better talk, boy.
So when you
30 folks.
That's because I got a one-man campaign on my channel to bring domestic violence back. I'm trying to show y'all penalties. I'm trying to show y'all when I'm out there on the block and I see an 8-year-old boy trying to ride his bike, and I say, man, I remember being 8 trying to ride my bike. I help him out. And it's 5 grown-ass men talking about some, don't do that. His mom gonna snap. Y'all scared of women. When you talk about men don't want to be teachers, but the Teachers Association is 98% women, 1% gay dudes, and 1% the janitor / gym coach that sleep with everybody. Y'all scared of women. You can't.
Do men not have a reason to be afraid of women?
No, they don't. Well, yeah, no, some do. Some do. Those that can't stand on their own feet, those that can't stand to be wrong, those that don't want the last word, those who don't set principles for their families to live by.
Exactly.
Those dudes
Exactly,
outside of
Uncle Jeff.
those categories have every reason to be afraid of women. The men that raised me, the men from around 60th and Damon, from around Pulaski and Flournoy, from around over off of Holman on the west side. Shout out to my family. Them niggas wasn't, and they raised me that way. My word, my woman's word is first. My word is final, and I can go get her, and she can tell you right now.
You know what?
What exactly qualifies as being scared of women?
I just
Exactly.
Okay, let me say this. And shout out to Uncle Jeff, because I always tell somebody I'm daddy. I tell girls all the time, like, do what you gonna do, and be like, you don't want me to tell dirty folks. I'm the supervisor. Man, look, just sign this. You don't want me to go get dirty folks. You know he gonna
because you know what he gonna fix this shit, and you ain't gonna like it.
Oh, hey, Dirty Folks, I'm waiting to hear your answer to Trey's question. You heard what he asked you?
Wait, okay, I'll give you a perfect example. Once upon a time, a couple of summers ago, I meet a guy that I've never seen before or since, and I never want to see him again, to be honest with you. Tattoo on his face.
Hey, bitch is clean, that boy.
There they are, right?
Came in the mail.
They just came in the mail, and they only got the germs of the person who put them in the wrapper that you now have on your tongue. Go ahead.
Have you Trigger Mike, have you ever seen those factories, sir?
Huh?
Have you ever seen what those factories look like? You look
Look,
at
I've
the
been doing
shoes.
this.
What's wrong with
I've
you?
been doing this to bless the shoe for 20 years, bro. I ain't caught none yet, but I might have
God
started.
bless you. God bless you. I generally bless my shoes
But
like
now
this.
that you
I
say
bless
that
my
shit-
shoes with prayer.
But now that you say that shit, Trey, I'm probably not gonna do it again.
That's right.
Yeah,
You're
it's
used
not
to,
a
man.
good
You might,
idea.
you might get your dose.
No, you safe
Woo!
in Houston. You
All right.
licking a woman in Houston.
Go ahead, Dirty Folks. Let me hear your answer.
34. I'm gonna be honest with you, but I can't hear a word you're saying.
Yeah, your mic is horrible.
Let me get these super chats while you fix that. Let me get these super chats. Me University, $2. God said women as the weaker vessel. Watched over. Gleddy, $5. Appreciate it. Y'all still on Princella. Y'all are weirdos trying to compete with women on who is leading. Only black men do this. Compare yourselves to your daddy, WM. You know what's weird is that I really don't think we try to compare. Like in a discussion about leadership, it's usually only the men. We're the only ones that have to deal with you butting in our goddamn conversation. That's really it. I'm not talking to women about women. Like, I don't see women in the talk about leadership. In fact, and it's not even me. What I'll notice is that start talking about leadership and who takes accountability and blame, and the women naturally fall away themselves.
Yeah, the room get thin.
The women naturally will fall away. So,
nobody even listening to this girl. Nobody
because
listening to her the whole
this
time.
is what I think. This is what I think. This is what I believe women are doing. I think they believe that because we don't view them as leaders, if you really look at it, dive deep down into it, who are they trying to be? They're just trying to be men. They're trying to be like us. They went to school and paid all that money for a bullshit degree so the world could look at them and revere them like us. That's it. That's all they're looking for.
Well, technically they haven't paid.
They get upset when we don't look at them like that, and we never will. I look at my wife as an educated woman, but she's feminine. I need her to be a great mom. I need her to be a great wife. I need her to be feminine. I need her to be the feminine counterpart figurehead of my family. I'm not looking at her like I look at myself. She can never represent to this family what I represent, and that makes them pissed, boy. It pisses them the fuck off that, we don't be like, yeah, you the man of the family sometime. Ha, ha, ha. It's never going to happen. I'm not competing with. I don't see women in the talk about leadership.
Well, it shouldn't happen. It happens too
Well, they
often.
be so tricky. They spend $5 to say some bullshit.
It's all good. Appreciate the love, Gladdy. Keep it coming. Me University, $2. Infantry, president, pastor, not for women. Ooh, boy, that pastor one. We could go. That women not being in the pulpit shit. They don't. Black
That's
violated.
that's first. That's actually First Corinthians.
Hey, the black community.
It's First Corinthians 14:34, where it says that women are not to speak in church. Women are to be silent in church, and if they have any questions about the Bible, they are to ask their husbands. I tell you what, I'm guilty. I was up all last night putting it all over the internet, and I've been in all of y'all houses. Go look in your Bible, and you'll see right where I wrote it at 1 Corinthians 14:34.
Exactly. These black leaders still let that shit
My
happen.
man, Big Ant,
Uncle Jeff, I'm a
$10.
heathen.
Am I the only one mad that BMU going to Jamaica and didn't ask us to go? Where's our invite?
Oh, you can come with him. You just got to buy your own shit.
There you go, Uncle Jeff.
You come on with him.
Wait till I get my new
Black man, invite everybody. Come on. Come on down there with me.
Everybody invited to Jamaica, goddamn.
Everybody, come on down.
All right.
You niggas with no passports, try your luck.
Good.
All right, so that's the super chats. What y'all got, man?
Those points, Mike, what we left with was what professions are not good for women and not suited for female leadership. And my man just put up 3 good ones. And we were trying to go around the horn, but we got derailed on what it is.
Can I get dirty folks to answer that question?
Hold on, man. I'm having.
He's
still having mic issues. Okay.
Will you take the answer from anyone else?
Yeah, Uncle Jeff.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, the question is, what exactly are men afraid of with women? Is that it? Was that? I'm making sure I got the question right.
Yeah. He said that men are afraid of women. I don't disagree, but I just like to hear his. I hear somebody's opinion on it.
I think that men are afraid because they have for so long had the vajayjay dangled as the prize in front of them. They have for so long bought into happy wife, happy life, that it is the disapproval, it is the noise they make, it is the confusion they bring, it is the problems they stir that men are afraid of. They just don't want to deal with that shit. They don't. They like, we've been told, and this is a phrase I hate. When you have sex with a woman that's your wife, you're getting lucky. Is that the same luck I need to win a scratcher or Powerball? What kind of luck is involved? I'm on the Marvin Gaye side. I want you to want me like I want you. You can't do me a favor and give me some pussy. You can do me a favor and wash my truck. You can keep that favor, Cooter. I don't need that. I want you to want to give it to me. And if you don't, you can keep it. But
Exactly, Uncle Just.
that's the style that I was raised on 60th and Damon. So we don't, you gonna always, here's 3 places that I know you gonna have a problem if you wasn't raised there dealing with how them men think. Chicago, Detroit, 4, Baltimore, and New York. We was taught different. I did my uncles, my father, my grandfather, they friends, they set me up different when it comes to women. I'm sorry. I'm not going to be beholden to fucking you unless you got the only pussy here.
Can I try off what Unc said? Because I totally agree with the whole thing of, they have the vajayjay dangling over them. I also believe that it's been beaten into them because a lot of men were also raised by single mothers. So they didn't. Well, I wouldn't even say raised because, like I said, a lot of these females don't raise them; they babysit them. And so basically, what it is, the female has the authority over them, and the one thing that the female is going to do first is she's going to make you fear her. See, fathers get respect, mothers get feared. You see what I'm saying? And mothers would use the fear of her words, like when you was giving an example about your kids, they can use the fear of their words to say, "I'm gonna tell your father you did this," to gain fear from their kids, because the kid respects the father. Most kids don't want to disappoint their father.
Go on and say it.
You see what I'm saying? They don't want to disappoint their fathers, and they'll even embrace the wrath of their mothers. But the mothers, once you live with when you don't have that father figure in the house and you don't have that mother there to tell you what to do and what not to do, and when you don't do what she says, she beats you. That's beating fearing to you. So when you even have conversation, and let's not even go to aspect because see, I was raised by a single mother, and I have 2 younger sisters, so I was always around women. So whenever I would get into arguments and my sister would do what these clowns in the chat be doing, talk shit and stuff like that, and they know you can't do nothing to them. And if you did do something to it, it was consequences. I learned to be more timid around women, where to the point where if I got into an argument with them, I wouldn't give them the full wrath of what I can show. I would wait until afterwards, like, "Oh, I should have told that bitch this," because I became reserved.
See, come to my channel. I teach you how to do DV properly, man. Don't let it get to the phone. I got you, bro.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. Like, it's a lot of men have been raised by women who did not instill a form of respect for them, but they instilled a form of fear for them. That's why you don't talk about my mother, man. Your mom out here being the hoe. What you mean? I need you to get over this so that you can let them become better.
I was gonna say what Juan said. I want to combat something Uncle Jeff said, but I agree with what Juan said. That's why I say women shouldn't teach, because your authority figure, your whole childhood shouldn't be a woman. Because women they're not even consistent about the thing they're disciplining you about. One day that's cool, the next day it's not, depending on how she feel. But here's the thing. This is my pushback on getting lucky. And I know you weren't saying that, but
come on, Southside.
The pushback on thinking that vagina is important when it's common. Once you break the seal, it's common.
Yes.
This penis is way more important than vagina.
Yes.
And I can prove it. This ain't even no misogyny shit.
I don't know how you. I don't know. I don't get the pushback. I'm with you. I don't.
This ain't misogyny, right? If a man wants coochie, he'll get coochie or he'll get lotion. Women pay $200 for a fake phallus. Women put anything in their coochie. Shower heads, vegetables, other women. Women don't care about their coochie. Only men care about their coochie. They don't give a fuck. They don't even know how to wash it half the time. Ask your girl when her period come on. She don't even know her cycle. She don't know the one responsibility to her coochie, what that is. So when you go to a sex toy shop and they got one table for you and a whole store for her, that's because she's trying to replace you. Because you are you know what I'm saying? It's the you thing. Am I lying?
No, well, you can stress. I don't know I don't get where we disagree, but
there's a little bit of an assumption that men are actually breaking the seal, though. There's a lot of men walking around here that have never even smelled. They don't know nothing about it. They never
ain't got a whiff.
But
ain't
they
even got a
could
whiff
though,
of it on
Trey.
the job.
Well,
It's
A
not
lot of
hard.
men
It's
out
not
here
hard to
that
get
have not
sex.
Are we
had sex
talking
at
about
all.
men or are we
Matter
talking
of
about boys?
You are
no,
shut down.
I'm listen.
What are we
I'm
like?
listen.
What
I'm
are we
dead
talking
serious.
about?
I
No,
met a
he
guy.
right.
I
He's
met
talking
a
about
guy who was
men.
36. He's a virgin. He's 36. He's never had
He,
sex.
bruh, he's talking. That's real shit.
But
That
you know what?
there are. This is a new. We gotta make that separation. Brother Weems is constantly trying to make that. This is a new day.
You know what?
This is the day. This is the day of the unfucked incel male.
You know,
Facts.
and I think that's a beautiful thing. You know why?
Sure.
The baby booms was full of dudes who never should have got pussy and married a single mother and fucked up their community. So the fact that if you ain't getting no pussy, you probably don't deserve none, dog. I'm just being honest with you, because pussy ain't hard to get.
It ain't.
Well, you got to look at
All
it
you
this way.
got to do is chew with your mouth
How
closed.
can you diss the men that don't get
OnlyFans made
pussy?
$5.6 billion in 2022.
No, I'm gonna tell you.
The owner of OnlyFans paid himself $1.3 million a day. That should tell you all you need to know about how much sex these guys are actually getting, and that includes the married men.
Exactly.
But I think that's crazy because Pornhub is free. But here's my thing.
Exactly.
I don't know how Pornhub charge, and I don't know what they charging for, because I get the same nut for free.
Here's why I'm not putting them down, but I am kind of. The problem is women are not selling what those men were taught to buy. Men are trying to buy love, and women are selling sex. Men are trying to find virtue, and there is no virtuous woman. What they're trying to get is the hug they never got from their mother. But girls are opening their legs before they open their arms.
Facts.
You got to get what the market is giving. You know what I'm saying? If that's the market that you in, or shop somewhere else. Men are trained that women are virtuous, that they're smart, that they all these things that they not. Nurturing, they not. They none of those things. What women are, and I saw a piece of the show last night with whatever homegirl name was, but I went off because she was talking too much. She had too many clothes on to be talking that much. She was trying, everything that she said was powerful about women depended on men. Men giving her the opportunity and training to hire herself, men paying her for her presence, men paying her for sex. Everything she said made women awesome depended on men. If all men were just like, you know what, we cool, which is
They are. They are.
When she hit that wall, she'll understand. When men just looking like, I'm cool, it's a better model, then she'll understand. Then she'll run around.
We have to acknowledge that men are in love and women are in business. It is two different things. Two different things.
Sir, I'm not going to allow you to keep. I will not allow you to keep talking until you repeat that.
Men are in love, women are in business. I was talking about this on another panel. And I was telling you how
Trey,
women,
you gotta pause for a minute. Let that shit cook.
Oh my God, that's a 3-pointer from the fucking parking lot.
Let that shit cook, Trey.
I'm serious. We talk about Chris Rock told us this.
Nigga, I need to
years
smoke
ago.
some
Chris
weed
Rock
right
talked
now.
about how men are loved opportunistically, and it's important to understand that. I was telling them a story about how my ex, she plotted on me for 3 or 4 months. I didn't even know she knew who I was. She knew who I was. She knew my name. She knew a lot about me. She was already making decisions about what was going to happen.
Had her cousin run your name.
Exactly. I had no clue. And that's why I'm saying we got to understand that this is a different day and age.
This nigga is a 44 long.
They out here making
they
out here making business decisions. I don't know if you guys, real quick, and I'll just end with this. I don't know if you guys saw the video of the white woman who was saying that she's checking bank accounts on the first date. She's asking guys for bank accounts. And here's the crazy part. Guys are actually showing her. They're actually showing her their bank account. I'm like, who's the real problem here? Is it her or is it the men?
Dude, you cannot police. This is the only policing that simps are supposed to get. They're supposed to be driven from your circle, and they are supposed to find the women they deserve. They are supposed to be drained of their money. They are supposed to be cheated on behind their backs. They are supposed to be disrespected in public. They are supposed to have their word second guessed, usurped, and ignored because they are simps. And we are to let it happen to them. Because simps and these horrible heifers we are talking about are not going to be able to survive after whatever comes next. The next big thing, power grid goes down, Polar ice caps melt. The aliens are unfriendly. White supremacy war. Whatever. The next thing that destroys American society on the level of the Ukraine, where coincidentally there is no feminism, they sent their women out the country. There is no feminism. The only way that feminism works is if men protect it. Because the truth is, I don't care how masculine a lesbian is, it still takes 4 of you to move a couch.
So are we saying that if one of our homeboys is a simp, we supposed to let all that stuff happen? Is that what I'm hearing?
That nigga pay.
So we ain't gonna being a simp is a choice, bro. Being a simp is a choice, period.
No, I think being a simp is destiny.
The only rebuttal that I have for that is, as men, we supposed to hold our homies accountable. So if I see that my homie acting like a simp, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm gonna let him know, like, yo, you not operating.
Yeah, of course, warn them.
And then what you gonna do if you keep going?
You're not gonna change them though. You can warn them and let them know what it is. But see, a lot of times, and that's why most of these simps are raised by females, because they don't see hardships, and it's like, yeah, but I still believe in love. Yeah, but they're not all the same. Yeah, but no, bro. Look, if you gonna either learn from my mistakes and learn from the experiences that I've seen, or you gonna experience them yourself. And depending on how fragile you are right now, you might not survive it. You might come out a worse person.
But don't y'all think that this is why these simps continue to operate the way that they do, because they don't have mentorship within their circles?
They got No, it's too late. It's too late, bro. Do you know what? Do you know if you put your hand over your glass and I pour milk out, you know what I'm gonna make? A fucking mess. That lid is tight by the time you about 12. The simp lid is tight by 12. If you ain't got it, these dudes, that's these dump truck ass dudes that lead with their wallet, that and this is not to say I believe in love. Nigga, I love my wife. I believe in love. Of course. But I believe in my love going to who is worthy.
Exactly.
And I don't believe that all sisters fit this category. But enough of that's the other thing. If we're gonna get to some solutions, here's some absolutes we gotta hit. Number one, if we are saying that there are absolutely no more good black women on this continent, let's just say that so we can talk in that. If there are some, let's talk about finding them. And there is
no. Look, let me explain something.
Okay, well, hold on, dirty folks. So you are saying that there are in the 48 contiguous states, there are no more dateable sisters left.
That is what I am saying, and that's
okay. Let's go from there.
Now, here's the thing: if she wants to make me a liar, that makes her an exception, and exceptions are exceptional. You make exceptions for exceptional people.
Well, they don't exist, brother. You just said they don't exist.
Oh, no. Check this out. Listen to what I'm saying. My thing, my contingent is this is how I'm moving. Exceptions are made for exceptional people. So the problem with once you say that everybody's not, then everybody's looking for the exception. And girls are dumb, so they all think they're the exception. You got to be the rule.
I agree with that entirely, but you nullify it when you say that there are none. If we go downstairs and look where I keep my forks, there are no spoons. You're saying there are none of those sisters left. There are no exceptional sisters left. Is that what you're saying?
No. All right, check this out. Let me say it like this. Let me rephrase, rebrand. The idea, because most guys are looking for love. When I look at these panels, it's a bunch of girls saying I sell coochie, and a bunch of dudes saying you shouldn't do that. Only men can love. Women reflect the love they have for the man. They reflect it on the child. You can tell when a woman has children by different men, which man she liked the most by how she treats the child. Women are the reflectors of the love that men provide. They're the mirror for men's son. And that's nature. I have no problem with that. When you look at how these guys are, for instance, if I say, yo, y'all girls, I'm to the point now that so many girls know that they make my assets that I hate what they are, not who they are. I know some cool girls, what they are. Like, yo, what you're going to do is going to destroy me, your family, the community. Don't do that. And you telling me what you're going to do, and I'm like, all right, shorty, you be easy. It's to the point now that if I tell a girl, like, you cool, girls are like, oh, shit, want this pussy. I'm like, yes, I would like some pussy. Because they feel like they're the exception to the rule. Which don't make them exception, it would make me horny, but that's not the point. Guys are looking for love that they looking for the hug they never got from their mother. Or they got too many hugs from their mother. Either way, it's not a healthy way to approach it. The healthy way to approach it is, I don't even believe that women should have a table to bring nothing to. I thought that was dumb. As a leader, you don't ask what you bring to the table. You tell them what qualifications they need to eat. This is what I need you to bring. I'm having a barbecue. I need you to bring the bottle. Hey, bro, could you bring some buns? I ain't asking you shit. You gonna participate or you not gonna participate, and we all gonna enjoy ourselves. I think that takes away the autonomy of power from men. To ask women to be equitable in any situation that's your situation. Your employer don't ask you that. They ask you if you're qualified. Then they tell you this is the rules, this is the handbook, this is your schedule, this is your desk, this is your salary, and then you say okay if that's where you want to be. If that's not what's for you, you don't go there.
Don't your employer ask you why you should be hired by this company?
Yeah,
that's what you bring to the table.
Yeah,
I'm not advocating for that question, but I'm just with that example you just brought up. Jobs do ask why should you be hired by this organization?
Okay, am I missing a window? Who talking right now? I don't see.
Corey's talking.
Oh, that was Corey. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Corey. I didn't know. The circle wasn't moving. I didn't know who was talking.
You know the irony with that, Corey. You're right. Employers do ask why should you get this position, but here's the thing: girls will tell you if you don't try to get. Here's the thing, and I see this along a lot of times, and I mentor my guys about this. She don't care who you are when she first meets you. She don't care. She wants you to know who she is. Talk to a girl. You ain't got to say nothing. You can be on the phone 45 minutes. She'll tell you about her whole life for 45 minutes, and then be like, I feel like I knew you my whole life. You ain't got to say nothing. She don't even know your name. You said your name was Bubba. She ain't gonna remember that, so it don't even matter. Girls is getting pregnant by niggas named MySpace _ 486. They don't care about who you are. They care about how you make them feel about themselves. They're comfortable with you. So you're not offering a girl a position of tenure at that point.
I'm answering you, black man.
You're not offering her a position of tenure. At that point, you just interviewing. You ain't at the second interview yet. You know what I'm saying? She applying. The crazy thing is she got y'all applying. Y'all feeding her. Y'all taking her out. Y'all trying to impress her. Her? The girl that got fake dicks? Her? You should be like, yo, organic better than the imitation, shorty. You paying $200 for imitation. Give me $400 for organic. Instead, y'all trying to give her $40. Y'all got the game mixed up.
Hey, man, 30 folks, that's good, man. JT, you got anything on the point? JT just came up, man. What's happening? You're on mute.
What's up, bro? What's happening? What's up, everybody? What's up,
Hey, man.
What's going on,
Hey,
man?
I'm gonna go on and tell you I'm hating on your chair because that's the one I was looking for when I got this piece of shit.
What's going on, black man? BMU, what's up, my brother?
I'm with y'all though, man.
My brother, what's going on, my brother? Good to see you, baby. Hey, Jeff, I messaged you back, bro.
Yeah, man. I'll see you then. I said, well, you gotta hit me with what I need, and I'll see you.
Yeah, I'll email it to you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Payne. So can you rephrase it, bro? Or are we
Yeah,
just
there's a couple of questions on the floor here.
Okay. we just freestyle.
Yeah, so we can answer the question here, right? What women even want? What do they even want to be in charge? What does a woman want? Do women even want to be in charge? We're talking about women, we're talking about men in leadership and all that kind of stuff. But this question is, do women even want to be in charge? Do you think women want to be in charge? Yes.
I mean, you can hear on half of these panels. You can talk in real life to these women, and most women don't want to be in charge because it entails entirely too much for them to be able to really be in charge. That's why they will hold on to this whole thing of being independent. That's why they say that type of stuff. I'm independent. It's like you're an adult, right? We say the same thing. We go over the same conversations with these women and everything. Normally, if a woman want to be in charge, there are only certain things she want to be in charge of. Her. And basically anything that's attached to her.
Well,
Not
let
the
me ask
kid.
you this though, JT. You don't think women want to be in charge of men?
No,
You don't think so?
no. They want to be in charge of children, and that's only for a while. But as far as like being in charge of men, no. You got a bunch of women that are, for the most part, they're irresponsible. You want to find out how irresponsible they is? Check the credit
Ooh
report.
shit. Ooh
You will
shit.
see how irresponsible they are.
Especially hoes. I don't know one hoe with good credit.
And check the national debt.
And the national debt, yeah, you can do
I,
that.
I'll say this though, I kind of agree with some of it, but I do believe that they want to be in charge because the simple fact is they want to take on these responsibilities, knowing that they can't really fulfill those responsibilities. They want to take charge. That's why women, when they raise their sons, they raise them so that they'll be able to always be under their authority, even when they grown. I'm a grown man. My mom still try to treat me like I'm 15 years old. You see what I'm saying? It's about being able to have a say so when they want to. They don't want the responsibilities of being in charge. But they do want to be in charge of men.
It's the difference between not wanting to be in charge and not wanting to be told shit. They're not the same. They look the same, but they're not. What we're discussing right now is if you watch and I'm going somewhere with this. If you has everybody here seen the movie As Good as It Gets with Jack Nicholson?
Yeah, I watched it.
One of my favorite scenes ever in cinema is when he's trying to get on the elevator, and the mindless receptionist goes, "How do you write women so well?" I think of a man, and then I take away reason and accountability.
Yep.
Okay, this is why you're gonna start an argument if you ask her where she want to eat, because all she knows is what she don't want. Do you know why? Because she is deathly afraid of being wrong. To women, wrong is bad. To men who are unfit to lead, wrong is bad. That's why they won't give you a direct answer, because that direct answer might be wrong. To a leader, all wrong is the opportunity to change course.
Yes, sir.
And without being wrong, how the fuck do you expect to grow? This is why generally, when you see a man of a certain age, when he get his next woman, she's an upgrade from the last one because he learned those lessons. Do you know why women continually date down and date shittier dudes? Because what the universe does is if you don't learn your lesson with this person, I'm going to give you a slower remedial version of this lesson. You didn't learn from the last man that beat your ass in private, so the next man is going to beat your ass in public. This is why when you see your ex out with the dude, that dude he don't add up to you. Because she didn't learn how to get better than you. Because in order to do that, she has to be honest with her. But dishonesty starts in the morning when they get in the mirror and they don't want to deal with that bitch that just woke up. Where's my makeup? I got to cover this bitch up. Where's my heels? I got to be taller than this bitch.
Where's my hair hat?
Where's my hair hat? Because you cannot deal with that person in the mirror.
Yep.
It's real simple, bro. It's real simple. Find a bridge 100 women built. You will not. Do you know why? Because that bitch down in Patty down in accounts receivable told me that you need 15 tons, but fuck her. I'm only sending 12 tons. That's why.
Yes,
a man will look a motherfucker in the face he can't stand and do what that man say. You ain't gonna get that. You ain't gonna
get that. Good ass point, boy. Oh shit, Ash back.
What's up, youngin?
Let me get this super chat.
JT, OG, triple OG, my dog.
Advanced perception, $5. You can't say that there are no more good women left until you have personally visited all 50 states. The ones yelling online are the loud minority. I actually agree with that. Because the same way we are looking at the badass 50-some% of people who love to break up their relationships and marriage. The rest of us is out here chilling like, isn't this crazy?
Ain't that some shit?
These people crazy. Look at them, like, right? There's a bunch of that. That's the one criticism I actually have for black men.
Come in here,
I
baby.
feel,
You ain't gonna
but
believe
in
this
fact,
shit.
it's not even a full criticism because I don't see any other course that most black men can take. I have faulted black men for a long time. Well-adjusted black men who have created situations for themselves and want to take care of their family, they isolate because they just behave like an island onto themselves. It's like, look, man, it's too much shit going on out there, man. These people not gonna taint my family, man. I'm trying to be, I'm low key, like I'm low key with it. I know all those dudes. You see, I know most of these women don't know them because they don't seek them out. They just love riding Pookie or something. But I know all these dudes, and that's the one criticism I have is that we should be more visible, but shit, we can't help people that don't want to be helped. So we just kind of go off, on our own way, build our own community, build our own group of black people that raise kids well, that we can take to the park together. We do all this shit, right? The new black community already exists. You just looking for it in the wrong place.
I believe 99.3% of what you just said, brother Mike. I'm with you 99.3%. The 0.7 is that they not looking for them kind of men. Yes, they are. It's just that those kind of men saw you first. Oh, you can keep looking, but the kind of man you talking about, Mike, is a wild turkey. You know how hard it is to find to hunt a wild turkey? That's one of the hardest animals to catch. A man, and this is what kills sisters over a certain age. A woman is a peacemaker. The man is a peacekeeper. So once you meet a man over a certain age that got all his shit together, he's made his own peace. So he don't need your help. He don't need your car. He doesn't need you to help him maintain his peace. He needs you to help him amplify it. As in, if he likes to bowl, if your family don't own a bowling alley, if he like to fish, do your daddy own a boat? Do you own a bait shop? What do you know about rods? And how can you amplify my peace? Because I'm not going to have you come over here and tell me what I need to do. God damn it, I done what I need to do. My credit says I done what I need to do. My car keys say I done what I need to do. My address says I done what I need to do. The shoes in my closet say I done what I need to do. So what I need you to do is give me a reason. And here's the other thing. How you gonna make that man surrender monogamy to you over a certain age? For what? If he got kids already and he ain't finna do that no more? If he got all his shit and he don't want to divide it in half when it don't work out? Why would he? Why would he? We are outnumbered just by black women. 17 to 1. Do you know what that means? That means you're not playing, ladies. You're not playing. This is why I don't even entertain this mindless nonsense from these women. I bring up numbers. We're not playing musical chairs, 17 women around 16 chairs. No, there are 17 women circling one man sitting in a chair already, vying for a seat on his fucking lap. If you get a black man today under 40 and you start a monogamous relationship with him, you have just condemned 16 black women to die alone. That's what the numbers say. If you want a black man in the future, black women, you're going to have to share him. That's the truth. And I wish the fuck I would. If I was not a blissfully married man, I got out of the theater of this fucked up shit. And I'm one of them dudes Mike talking about. There's a gang of us just watching this shit eating popcorn. If I hit to get back in the game, oh, brother, you can bet I would have a squad of 4. They would all know about each other. And they would all be somehow benefiting my movement. If not, come on in the office and bring your fucking playbook. You're fired. There's too fucking many. If I throw a water balloon Monday at noon downtown in any major city, I'm going to wet the pantyhose of 5 women who fit this description on any block. Fine, paid, over 40, no kids, own house, alone. Why the fuck am I taking your shit? It all make your dick stank. Why am I taking your shit? I'm not. This is a new day. Stop running your auntie's plays in a game you ought to be coaching. Stop. This is why I don't understand all of this conversation. I don't understand all of this frustration. I'm going to say this, I'll shut the fuck up. There's a movie called Sugar Hill. Brilliant movie. You don't have nothing to do this weekend. Wesley Snipes, Eddie Kane from New York, Michael Wright, Ernie Hudson, Abe Vigoda. Brilliant movie. There's a scene where Ernie Hudson's character is talking about Wesley Snipes' character to the Italian mob. And he says, could somebody please tell me why we are kissing this boy's ass? Could somebody please tell me why we are kissing these ratchets' asses? Why are we entertaining their thoughts? Why we are entertaining their conversation? Why we are entertaining their tantrums? They are going this route. In 10 years, you're going to start seeing funerals like this. The only people in attendance will be the brother on the bulldozer, the preacher on the words, and the bitter bitch in the box. Let them die off with this ignorant shit. What are you doing? You're right. Black men ain't shit. You're right. We just hate you. We're right. We just going over to Brazil because all that's over there is transvestites. Right. Whatever you say, right. Let them have that shit. Trust me. It's going to get so hard out here that women going to be forced to drop their foolish European white supremacist driven pseudo fucking pride and find a man. When they being hunted, when you being hunted for your skin, which you gonna be soon. When we get back to the feudal shit, if the power get turned off for 6 months, in the second month, we gonna be right there. You ain't gonna have to tell them shit. It's gonna be a whole bunch of face bricking going on. I'm done.
Hey, Mike, you say you sit back eating popcorn watching this happen?
That's the shit I'm on now, bro.
Right? It ain't happening in Mike's house.
That's the shit I'm on now.
I'm doing the same thing,
I've
Mike.
done the work of 99 to realize I can only save one. The shit is inefficient.
Ooh,
it is so funny because it's like watching a car wreck. You know it's about to happen, but you can't take your eyes off of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, here goes zero tolerance. I'll pass. You don't get to pass zero tolerance with the shit you've been putting in the chat. You're going to be passed on.
I would.
You don't get to pass. I don't.
If I wasn't already married, I would never get married. I would not be getting married anytime soon if I wasn't already married.
For what?
Do you know when I realized that I couldn't do shit, man? Because we talk, like I said, that's why I was like, I'm not trying to save the black community, bro. I'm trying to start a new one. I realized
I'm not even trying to start a new one.
No, hold on. I realize, well, it's kind of inevitable to start a new one. We will group up in pairs of like-minded individuals who are black. It's natural. All right. If you walk into a lunchroom and there are people of different ethnic groups, the one group of people you're going to look at is the blacks, and you're going to go sit down at that table. Okay. It's natural that we will. I get it. We will just find our people, innately that way. But when I realized that I didn't want to fix this shit no more, is when women convinced us that mentorship could possibly replace fatherhood. And what they were actually doing is asking other individual men to come make up for the mistakes they made. So mentorship cannot replace fatherhood. I can't even try. If you want to build a community, if you want to do it the right way, if you want to get these kids off the street, if you want to stop these murders, these robberies, fathers. That's the only answer. Each one, teach one in his own household. I am responsible for these four walls and what happens. My neighbor and his neighbor next to him. That is how you create a community, not a bunch of men trying to fix a bunch of single female household. That shit don't work, and I'm done with it.
Sherry Shepherd said a while back that you married women need to loan your husbands out to come help me with help around my house and raise my boys. I heard that mess and
Did that bullshit even make sense?
You threw your man away. You want to borrow your best friend's husband. And
Show of hands.
what benefit does he get to come over to your house to
Show
help
of
you out?
hands. Who knows Sherry Shepherd personally?
You
I
do.
told her that very shit to her face. To Sherry.
I'm glad she heard it.
Okay.
I'm glad she heard it.
I smoke weed with one of your exes. Stop. Stop. What you want doesn't exist without payment.
Somebody to mute up.
What you want. Yeah, somebody got to echo. What you want is this is the reason you see women with especially with a lot of money. They got pretty dudes that won't tell them shit they don't want to hear. They got pretty dudes that look at it. What was her name? Terry McMillan, the writer that wound up married to that green-eyed gay dude that she didn't know was gay, and I guess catching the bouquet at their wedding didn't give her a clue. This dude was sweet as Christmas cookies.
What about what about the damn lip gloss he had on his damn lip?
You saw the dude I'm talking about, right?
I know exactly.
You know what I'm talking about, bro. This dude, look up Terry McMillan. When you get YouTube, Terry McMillan Oprah, and you will see Terry McMillan on there looking like the clown from Spawn with a dude, light skin, hazel eyes, in shape. She know that if both of them was bus drivers, this nigga would, even if he liked women, he wasn't gonna be fucking with her.
All right,
She knew she was way out of her league. And that's what they do. This dude was broke and he was gay. That's how she wound up. This is why black women love gay men so much. Because here's somebody with a dick and nuts that ain't gonna call me out. I get to have a modicum of masculine energy around me without accountability. Y'all sound goofy. Black women are marrying white men now. No, that's not new, baby. That's not new. I refer you to a TV show called The Jeffersons. That's not new.
It's not new.
What she's trying to get at, what she's trying to get at is that in droves, white men are looking at our plight and stepping up boldly to catch these broads we don't want. And I'll say it again.
Hold on. Let me address that. Hold on. Let me address.
Ain't no switch up.
Let me address this. Let me address that real quick though, because it's funny because a lot of these black women out here, they like to say that shit. And then, like I said, I always look at results because these be the same ones when the white dudes get tired of them. First of all, they ain't even marrying them. They doing what other niggas out here doing is knocking them up and keeping them in the house. Right. And then when they get tired of them, you know what they do? They don't do what niggas do. Niggas, if a nigga get tired of you, if he get tired of you, he'll just get the fuck on. You know what the white boy gonna do? He gonna go get your sister or your cousin. And while you moving out, she's moving right in. I've seen it happen before many times. See, white man, the thing about it is, white man, they ain't gonna give a fuck about your race and your ethnicity. Look at Halle Berry's husband. He getting alimony and child support, and he was calling her a nigga. So it don't got nothing to do with y'all black skin and this, that, and the other. It's the simple fact that they know that they can control you goofy motherfuckers even better. Because for one thing, you're gonna reserve that white man more than you reserve your own brother, and that's what's gonna set you up to be hurt even more. I've seen it. I've seen a black woman have 5 of this white man's kids, and he kicked her out before her friend. I've seen it happen before. They do it all the time. So you're harping on basically being hurt even worse. Because see, a black dude, if he do fuck one of your friends or something like that, y'all might still stay together. A white boy don't got no fucking friend and say you get the fuck on. I don't care how long you been here.
Well, brother, the only reason you hearing about white women, about white men, is because black women want to hide. Have you ever seen like you got a dog that live in your house, and if he shit in a room, until you clean that shit up, you can't pay him to go in that room because he know he didn't shit in there. What black women are trying to high hurdle the problems they have with existence, not with men, not with being black, not with being women, with existence. You have a problem that you are now operating counter to universal law. And this, oh, well, I'll just date a white man. A white man ain't putting up with your shit either once he figured it out. When y'all marry white men, y'all put all that shit away. That's why I say, you know what black men really want? Just give us the respect you give your white supervisors. If we could start there, because I know you ain't finna tear your face up and talk to your white supervisor the way you do your man. You not, because your ass ain't gonna be working there. Fuck you, Charles. Fuck you.
And guess what? And guess what?
Bates Prudential, this is Felicia. How may I help you? You ain't gonna get Felicia. You gonna get fuck you, Charles.
Yep, and if you get that white boy, he may take you. And he find out you being stupid. He may take you out on a boat trip one day and put them center blocks around your ass, or put your ass on the buckets and send you off to Afghanistan somewhere.
Say goodbye. Yeah. Well, the whole point is, brother. The whole point is, ain't no these white men is not marrying black women in droves. They're not, because black women aren't marrying anybody in droves. They're not. This you gonna see it. Let them keep talking. This is why I say this, y'all. Let them keep
I just wish they would actually come up here, because this is not an all males panel. They can really just hit that link and come up here and expound on the ideology.
Oh, there's a sister in here. No, that's
okay. What's up?
Good evening.
Y'all got to move this.
Hey, Anissa.
Hello. Who am I speaking to?
Oh, that's JT.
What's up, Anissa?
Hello.
Is there a reason the super chat's still up? I can't see.
Only Mike can move it. Only Mike can move.
Oh, Mike, is Mike incontinent? Mike got the shits or something?
Mike says got the cleaning person over his crib, so he had to step back for a little bit.
But go ahead, Anissa. Go ahead and speak. She can speak. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah.
I just had a couple of comments to some of the things that I've heard. I've been listening for a while. The first thing is, I'm going to answer the question, do women even want to be in charge? No, we don't want to be in charge, and we don't want to be in charge in men. I absolutely do not. But we do want qualified men and capable men who can be in charge and who can be in the leadership position in home. That's the key. The second thing, I think it was Mr. Dirty Folks, thinking his comment that there are no good women left is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, I think I am beyond the conversation of most of the men on this panel that seem to think that the only type of women that exist in this world are baby mamas with multiple baby daddies on Section 8 and all that kind of stuff.
How about that?
Sir, if those are the kind of women that you continuously encounter, you are the problem.
How about that? Come on
now.
If
you can't attract anything other than that, you are the problem. There are plenty of women out here that do not fit any of those characteristics. And if you can't attract one, that is your problem.
Mister, can you give them the zip code where those females are?
Well, hold on. Let the sister. I can tell you right where to find them, but let the sister cook.
Well, I live in Florida. It's a lot of money in Florida. It's a lot of people coming to Florida to retire. It's a lot of successful men that are moving to Florida.
We're not talking about money retirement, though.
I live in Florida. It's a lot of women in Florida. So I don't know about
but some of the qualities that you mentioned, though, to come to Florida was money and retirement.
No. I'm just saying for the conversation to be that's the only women that exist in the world, and that's all that's out there is absolutely crazy. If you can't attract it, then say that, but don't say it just doesn't exist.
But that would be an assumption. That's an assumption, though. That's an assumption. See, this is the thing that I have, and I agree with most of what you're saying, ma'am. But that assumption right there
that was made earlier. Dirty Folks.
Yeah, I know. I'm talking about what you're talking about right now. What you're saying that or what you think is they're saying is the only ones that exist are those types. I don't believe that's the case. I believe that they're just speaking on a certain type of women. And good women and women who hold themselves to higher standards, we don't have to talk about them because we don't have a problem with them.
So but if you don't want the ones with the baby mamas and the multiple baby daddies and the Section 8 or whatever, if that's not who you want, you shouldn't be talking about them either, because they really shouldn't be an option.
Why not?
Thank you. She's
Wait,
right.
wait.
They're not an
Hold
option.
on, wait. Come out. Why not? Wait, come out. Why not? Do you not? Do humans? Hold on. Do humans?
Women to the Pookies and the Ray Rays, or let them do their thing, because you can't
I
change.
understand that. I understand that, but ma'am,
not going to change those dynamics. So let
but
those
ma'am, that to me,
those men do their thing. If you don't
but,
want those
Hold
women,
on, brother. Let her talk. Let her talk, brother. Go ahead.
If you don't want those women, it shouldn't even be a conversation. I will never get on a panel talking about Pookie Ray Ray, a D boy, a Thug boy, and you know what? Because they don't even have access to me. I'm not even interested. I'm not even looking. You're not even a choice. I don't care.
That's fine. That's fine.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Let her finish, bruh. If you let her finish, guess what happens? She doesn't get to interrupt you when it's your turn.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, sis.
Right, and that's my.
I ain't gonna let her interrupt.
I am not interested in a Pookie or a Ray Ray or a Thug or a D-boy or somebody with multiple baby mamas. I'm not interested. They have no access to me. They're not a choice. They're not an option, because that is not what I'm interested in. I'm never going to come on a panel day after day after day after day after day after day after day and bitch and moan about those type of people, because that's not what I want. So I cannot understand, with all the women that are eligible, while you have to continuously talk about the women that are not, and who you continually say you don't want. You can't change it. You can't fix it. Like Mike said, we probably just have to start all over, which means the men who are qualified and the women who are qualified need to get together.
Okay, can I please reply to that?
Go ahead.
Okay, that's fine and dandy. That is your decision, that you do not want to talk about any type of issues with people going on. That is your decision. That does not mean that it is not right or wrong for people to point out disparities in the community or with behavior of other people.
How long you gonna talk about it though?
Talk about it. That's the thing about it. We just have a conversation.
Can I cook, please?
It's not like this is a life. It's not like it's a life. It's just recognizing that we're just talking about things that are conversational pieces.
Wait, John, hold on, bro. Let me finish what I was saying. The thing is this, bro. The whole thing is this. Because her whole thing was, why are y'all talking about it? That is a deflection argument.
Not
for anyone to say, yes, that is. Can I please finish? Can I finish?
Wow.
Like I said, that is a deflection argument. If you put that by that logic, when people be talking about the past or what people do, then they shouldn't talk about it, because those are not the people that they want. Those are not the people that they need. You cannot use that to expound on people not having an issue with not even black women, but actual behavior. It's the actual behavior that people have a problem with. Because to me, if you're a black person, if you're a fucked up person.
Juan, let me get this.
Wait. I'm not
second, let him go till he repeat himself. He getting real close.
Yeah, but you gotta have to land the plane, brother. Come on, man.
Bro, I literally only spoke for like 45 seconds, bro. Come on, let me talk.
No, it's been a little longer than that.
I am moving to the point. Like I said, that was a deflection argument, and it doesn't matter if you don't talk about what you don't desire. That does not give you the right to other people do not deserve to talk about what they have an issue with. Period.
I think they're both right.
Okay.
All right. Hold on. No. No, I was summoned, man. I was summoned. So here I am. Let me explain something to you. All toddlers gonna toddle. Every other race of woman goes to college to find a husband. Black girls go to college so she won't need one. So say you overqualified for this conversation when the marriage rate is 9%. 9%, unless you're a baby boomer. That 26% of black women that's married is based on baby boomers about to die. It's 9% if you're under the age of 60. And it's projected to be 2% by the year 2030 with a plus minus 2%. Y'all not getting these qualified men that you say you want. Now, when you turn around and say, man, that the hood rats and hussies, every girl I fuck with got degrees. And you know what they do? 3 holes. You know why? Because girls gonna act like girls. There is nothing that you said. Okay, let me say it like this. A man's ability to be a leader does not matter to a woman or with a woman. All those guys that are in the service right now, A man is his commanding officer. That's awesome. That he trusts that man with his life to make instructions and directions to save not only his platoon but the nation. And that nigga's scared of his wife. Everybody knows a man like that. Ability to lead and ability to play on the
your mic? No.
Hey, real quick, we got a super chat. We need to read. Go ahead, brother Payne. You mute it and read it like a Baptist preacher when you do it.
Advanced perception, $5. Glenny is talking like talking about divestors. The black women that got hurt by the black man, they now call Dusties. Meanwhile, they did the same
level.
What's LV?
I guess level.
Okay, level of damage to the Passport Bros. Well, you know, I don't think the Passport Bros are damaged at all. Hey, listen, this is a good conversation. One of the things that started it off, though, is Dirty Folks made a statement that was a blanket statement about all black women. And we didn't really check them on that because I didn't feel like arguing about it. I think that kind of conversation doesn't kind of lead anywhere because it's not true. I would say the percentage of women who hide behind the women who are lowbrow is too much. They let the dirty minority speak for the majority that's out there. And the problem is that the majority of women who are worth anything don't say shit. They are.
That's the problem.
Don't say a goddamn thing. The sister code is more important to y'all than correcting those ratchet ass honeys out there.
Will die on the wrong pink hill all the time.
Arpain, you are absolutely correct, Arpain. And Anissa, you know I love you because you're my sister and I love you. But I will say this, because me and you have these conversations all the time. I will tell you that women out here seeing other women out of line right now in this world that we're living in today. You can't tell the hoe from the classy woman no more because they dress the same, they talk the same, they look the same. They in corporate America. I work in corporate America, and I know a whole bunch of married fine women at my job who bouncing their heads up and down in the passenger seat on their lunch break. So I already so what I'm telling you is that we're living in a world that you can't tell the difference. Back in the day, you could say, "Oh, she a classy. Oh, she a hoe." Today, you can't tell. You could hell. The women, the hoes are wearing short dresses and skirts with their ass out, and the class of women are too.
Sure you
can. There is no difference.
Okay. Can we just address? And that's what I want to talk to Sister Anissa.
Okay, come on, Uncle Jeff. Come on.
Wait. Before you do that, I want to say something that Payne said. Payne said that I said that the precursor to that was Uncle Jeff saying, "Let's talk absolutes. Are all of them bad or are they good?" And I took the absolute. It wasn't like, and then I qualified it and was like, man, exceptions are exception. So
not quite dirty. That's not quite what happened.
Still called you wrong, then the dirty.
You were absolute first, and then but your question sounded absolute to me. So I asked you an absolute question to make sure, and you answered it absolutely, and then brought in exceptions, and that's the problem. If it's absolute, there are no exceptions.
But exceptions don't make the rule.
Of course, but exceptions don't exist in an absolute. They don't.
You see what I'm saying?
If my glass is absolutely full of water, there is no rocks in it. There are no salt. It's water. You said, I asked you, I said in the 48 contiguous states, unless you're saying there are absolutely no good sisters. Is that what you saying?
That was later. You said that too, but that was a different point of the conversation.
That was at the beginning of this, brother. At the beginning, this is what I'm saying to you. We got to talk to, and this is the biggest problem. Whenever you talk about these horrible gutter snipes, the women you aren't talking about circle the wagons around the horrible hoes.
I was just about to report you, Joe.
They don't know none of them. You wrong. What about men? It's what about ism? Yep. It's men do the same thing ism. As opposed to understanding that it is not us, Sister Anissa, you supposed to be mad at. It's these horrible bitches we talking about that's making women's lives hard.
But here's the thing.
But y'all don't, hold on, brother. Y'all don't. Here's what happens. I bet you. Dirty folks are paying. Brother, what we know, brother, maybe Brother Ashton. I was gonna give it to Brother Ashton, Brother Black Man. I bet a pinky finger that these brothers do not hang out with niggas that don't take care of their kids, niggas that beat their wife, niggas that's running from the police. They cut them niggas from their circle. Every sister I know hangs in a clique with one foul hoe, and she serves one purpose. She becomes the threshold for what is fucked up. And as long as you don't do what Tracy do, you good. As opposed to telling
might be the women that you know, but I don't think that.
Okay, well, no, Sister Anissa. It's the women that I know. It's the women that dirty folks know. It's the women that our pain know. It's the women that black man know. It's the women that this is all. Hold on, sister. Hold on, sister. Hold on, sister. I know 5,000 people. Seriously.
Okay.
I know. I have 3 of these to keep in contact with all the people I know.
That is not my experience.
I know a ton of men, and I promise you, Sister Anissa,
we don't have.
I'm just talking about my travels, sister.
Okay.
I'm just talking about my travels, if I may.
That's you.
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna tell you, it's me. Let's just say it's me. I know 5,000 people by name personally. I have been around the world twice. And this is the general consensus of black men that did not get together last night and go, fuck our women on 3. Ready? Break. Black women specifically have been for 4 centuries trained, programmed to be obstinate to black male assertive energy. I didn't make that up. It's an observation that we all have. Black women have a low common denominator broad around them in their atmosphere somewhere when they roll in cliques.
5 of them.
I did not make that up.
5
of the 5,000 people I know personally, 2,700 of them are men. And I'm going to say 2,650 of them will back up what I'm saying. Here's these men, we have never met one another. Could you tell me, Sister Anissa, what is our motivation for making this shit up? Since men are motivation oriented, what possibly could be the motivation for me to get Trigger Mike, R Payne, brother with the better chair than mine, dirty folks, Juan,
JT.
JT, yeah, brother JT. I promise you, Sister Anissa, we don't know. I don't know none of these brothers. I've never met them. How is it then that we all have the same philosophy? Is it that we are in some grand conspiracy to fuck you over? Is it, please explain, if you could, in your words, why is it that I think this way and none of these men are against what I'm saying?
I have no idea why you think
then you can't nullify it.
I didn't nullify it. I never said that.
Yes, you did.
I said that is your experience. What I said
that
was
is every man's experience. When was the last time you dated a woman?
Can I finish? In my circle of friends that are CEOs and nurse anesthetists and doctors and pharmacists and lawyers and all that,
we all have vaginas. Go ahead.
We don't have any hoes in our circle that we keep.
All y'all are hoes then.
Wait a minute. Ain't no doctor hoes. Ain't no lawyer hoes. Ain't no nurses is hoes.
That's your experience. Don't put that on everybody. That everybody's life is like that.
I didn't say all doctors was hoes. I didn't say all doctors was hoes. That's like saying every girl that don't know her daddy is a hoe. But every hoe I know don't know her daddy.
You said every clique has a hoe that they keep in their circle. That's
that I have been, yes.
That word. And I said
yes.
that is
let me ask you this question.
So y'all know
why do you bring up profession? Why do you bring up profession as if it ain't no hoe as doctors?
There's a lot of hoes out there. One thing I'm telling you is just because that is your experience doesn't mean it's
everybody's experience.
But it's everybody's experience up here, Anissa.
Let me ask you a question.
There's like 10 men. Okay, whatever.
Okay, I just brought up the 2,200 I know. It's okay. Let's get somewhere with this. We're going somewhere with this. Gentlemen, who in here do you know? Who in here, gentlemen, do you know that men that are counter? Brother Dirty Folks, how many men do you know that are counter to what I'm saying? And here's the other problem. When we bring our problems to you, do you know what I never hear, Sister Anissa? Here's what I never hear.
How many people in the world?
There are about 2 billion. Here's your problem with those two. Here's your problem. No, I don't know them all. I don't need to know them all. I don't need to know them all. If I'm putting together, hold on, sister, hold on. If I'm putting together 1,000-piece puzzle and 700 pieces make it a windmill, the other 300 ain't gonna make it a lighthouse. It's a fucking windmill. I don't need to know them all.
I mean, Uncle Jeff, she do got a point though, because I gave you some scenarios, and you said
I listened to you,
that's
sister.
Emotional, and that's not true because that didn't happen in your circle.
I don't know what he said. What did he say?
Oh my gosh! Is the premise of what he's saying wrong?
Your point, like. But
Is
I'm
the
just saying
premise
when
of
I
what
give
he's saying
when I
wrong?
give
Is
Uncle
he
Jeff the
wrong?
scenario, he'll say that I'm wrong because it don't happen in his circle.
No,
but he
no,
said
brother. I say you're wrong because your points are baseless, and when they are challenged, you move the goalpost. That's why I say you're wrong.
Here's the problem with that. Girls lie to themselves and then they believe the lie and tell it to other people. That's the problem. Girls say they don't know a hoe, but they first cousin is a stripper. I don't know no hoes though. But she's just at your crib doing your
I don't
hair.
have any strippers in my
I
friends.
didn't say you did.
And none of my cousins.
Okay, here's the other problem, dirty folks. When you come to the sisters like this, dear sisters watching this program, here's your chief issue. Here's your chief issue. Your chief issue is that when we bring you our problems, you all of a sudden have no idea what we're talking about. None. You don't know nobody. You don't know nobody like this. It's just us. But guess what? That position does not help you. It doesn't. Nothing she says helps single black women. Not a fucking thing. Because the problem is with us.
Are you helping them by what you're saying?
I am saying, sister, that the points you are making
What
do
you
not
said
help
helps them. What you said.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
How is that?
How is it? I am telling you. I'll try to tell you if you let me. I'll try to tell you if you let me.
How does it help me when that is not my
You know what's so crazy?
Okay, sister, let me. Okay, I tell you what.
Let me address it. Somebody in the chat said, "Man, he don't think all strippers are hoes." You know what? I don't either. Bigger look, I know more hoes that are nurses and teachers and strippers.
Sorry,
bruh.
I know. Ask any man.
Bruh.
CNAs and RNs are bigger hoes than strippers.
Dirty folks.
Bigger hoes than strippers.
Dirty
Female
folks.
Police officers are bigger hoes than strippers.
Dirty
folks on her circle.
They don't think they're hoes because they make up dumb reasons to leave the
dirty folks.
guy.
If you new to Chicago and you want some pussy, are you going to the strip club or to Shiloh Missionary Baptist Church?
Shiloh Missionary Baptist
Church.
Thought I was going to say something else, didn't you?
No, I didn't, because that's where I'm going. If I'm new to town and I want some pussy, I'm not going to the strip club. That's like giving a hungry man plastic fruit. I'm going to go where I know they're putting out. Church.
Or church.
Bro, if you can't get laid in church, you need to cut your dick off and donate it to science. That's one of the easiest things. Now, I'm trying to answer this sister's question about how does this help you?
Yeah, how does it help me? Because I don't see.
Here's how it helps you. I'll tell you how, sister. Okay, it might not help you. Are you, number one, are you single?
I am.
Okay. Do you mind if I ask your age? Hello?
What was that for?
Here's the point. Dear black women, all of you who are evasive about your age are misinformed. European white women need to be evasive about their ages because of what the fuck happens at 35. Have you seen it? Holy shit. When I'm elected emperor, plastic surgery will be the law for white women. So I understand them. You, Sister Anissa, if you don't develop a crack habit or an alcohol habit or eat red meat too long or pork, sister, you're going to be as fine as you are for another 40 years. So this whole, I can't tell you my age, that's for them broads. So I ask you again, African sister, how old are you?
Well, I was about to answer you when someone did the so I didn't know what that meant, if I was cut off or what. I'm
Or
45.
that okay, thank you, sister. A lot of times because brothers are so used to you being evasive, they jump the gun. But that too is feminine to me. I don't do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
So you are
exactly.
45 and you are single.
I have been
Uh,
married before though.
okay, that's fine. This helps you in this way. That because you are under 50, you unfortunately, through no fault of your own, if you want a black man that is worth a fuck, that number has been made scarce. If you want, and yeah, that's the other thing. Do you want a man or do you need a man?
Both.
That's not possible.
I got a PhD. I don't need a
Okay,
cookbook.
no. That's fair. It is possible. But okay. Which one is the heaviest weight? You wanting a man or needing a man?
Need.
Excellent. Then you are exactly who I'm talking to, because I am telling you what the kind of man that I believe you want to be with. A brother that don't need your car. A brother that's not. Okay, let's go down the line. A brother that don't need your car. A brother that ain't gonna come over and eat your baby Lunchables. A brother that
I don't have any children.
Oh, you are perfect. Okay. A brother that does not need your money.
Absolutely.
A brother that will not embarrass you. You can take him to a dice game or the Oval Office and he won't embarrass you. A brother that can conjugate a verb. A brother that looks nice in a suit. A brother that gets compliments on his looks when he leaves his house. That brother over 45 is fucking unicorn teeth. There's not as many of them as people are leading you to believe. And I believe I'm speaking for them when I tell you what it is they're looking for. And when I talk to sisters like yourself commonly, and I'm giving you all the benefit of the doubt that you are attractive, you are successful, I can talk to you, I can reason with you. I am giving you all of that. When I talk to sisters like you, do you know what I never get? Wow, I never looked at it that way. How can we fix it from our end? I never hear that. I always hear who I don't know. I don't know everybody. All when I don't know no women like that. And none of those responses help you if you need a man. They don't. They put you back in the same place. How can I fix it? We'll help you get out of that place. I didn't look at it that way. We'll help you get out of that place. This won't. Does that make sense?
Can I ask you a question?
If you have before, no. You sure can after you answer mine. Does that make sense to you?
I understand what you're saying.
That's not what I asked you. I know I know you understand me. You speak English and you're smart. Does that make sense to you?
That makes sense, yes.
Thank you.
I might not agree with it, but it does make sense.
Yeah.
But I did have a question for you.
Sure.
I wanted to get back to your earlier question when you said, I think you were talking about polygamy and sharing. How does that benefit? I mean, this comes up quite often. I find it very interesting that the men on these panels talk about that. Being in our culture and in the climate that we're in currently. But how does that type of situation benefit a woman?
Absolutely. Glad you asked. With the dollar on the brink of collapse, with the FBI pointing out coming up on 2 decades ago that law enforcement is rife with white supremacy, with food shortages, with global heating, with us not being sure whether the aliens are actually friendly. There are a number of reasons that will not be unclear to you when the next shit hits the fan, why you will need a man. It won't be unclear at all. So,
but why do I need to share one? How does that benefit me to share?
How does that mean to benefit you to share a man? Because there's not enough to go around. There's not enough to go around. And if you don't want to share a man, you're not going to have one if you want a black one.
But what's the benefit to it?
Here's the benefit. Get a man worth sharing. Get a man that, what do you do, Sister Anissa, if I may ask?
I'm in the medical field.
Excellent. Excellent. When the shit hits the fan, you will absolutely be needed.
Yes, I was needed all during COVID.
Okay. Sis, that's another thing. You don't have to respond to everything I say. You need to
Oh,
listen.
I thought you were looking for a response, but go ahead.
I was not.
Okay.
I was answering your question.
Okay.
This is another thing, and it is not your fault. It is in your bones. It is in your bones to be obstinate to me, to have something to say. No. Yes, absolutely you are. Because I'm trying to explain to you what it is you need. And you feel
I need a man that I have to share.
Okay, yes. Now, I want you to treat me as if I was coming to wherever you work to present something. And I need you to hold your questions till I'm done. Can we do that?
Sure.
All right. In the future, this one dude for one black woman thing, the prison system fucked that up. Crack fucked that up. Fatherless homes fucked that up. To the point that you are going to have to get with a dude that's about some shit in the future and get behind him and help him to lead with other women, and y'all jobs is to raise these children. Now, I know that is outside of you. So again, for those of you who it's outside of, who need a man, I ask you to refer, I can only refer you to the bulldozer, because that's where we're going. That's where we're going. All signs point to it. The Apocrypha speaks of it. Nostradamus spoke of it. The Bible speaks of it. The Torah speaks of it. The Quran speaks of it. The Egyptian Book of the Dead speaks of it. The Mayans spoke of it. This time that we are in has been spoken of for thousands of years. And what is coming next is taking us out of family and back into village. In village, the way that the modern black woman thinks does not work. You have no bargaining chips in any other place, Sister Anissa, because at 45, a 45 to 50-year-old man is not. What are you trying to do with you? Have kids? You ain't finna do that now. So he has no reason to be monogamous with you. For what? He has no reason to gamble all this shit you want him to have on whether you two are gonna work. That's not how a man at 45 got money think. I'm trying to tell you how we think, because we hold all the cards now. You're basically like a terrorist in a bank with no hostages, no money, talking about what demands you want. The police don't even know whether to arrest you or not because you haven't committed a crime. That bank's empty. There are no hostages in there. She's just standing in there yelling with a gun. That's what you're doing when you yell your demands, when you talk about what you need from us, when you talk about how we ain't shit, when you talk about all your obstinate speech, all of your obstinate speech that is counter to what I am saying hurts no one but you. And for this reason, have you ever heard of the great American black woman shortage? Me neither. There's no shortage of you. So you don't get to do this. It's dangerous. It's expensive for you. And it's expensive from this place. Maybe not you, sister, but the brothers that watch this, think about women, how y'all portray them. And since you can't just go, wow, I never thought about that. How about I do it this way? And when I brought up this concept of you having to share a man, you said never. So that's fair. And that's a great, if you have a time machine to go with that, to take you back to 1988, you're great. But going to 2024 and beyond, you're not.
Well, thank you for that, but
you're
we
very
would just
welcome.
have to agree to disagree.
No, we don't. No, we don't. You can keep that. You go and keep that. Get back to me in a year. You go and keep that. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Exactly. You're great. You're great. And I'm wrong. I'll be wrong, Anissa. You're right. You're right. You're right. I'm wrong. Watch.
I'm good.
Watch.
I'll take you.
Yeah. Check your email.
All right. Hold on.
Hey, Anissa, this is Rich. This is our pain. Listen, whether you agree with him or not, and you want to put it on the show, well, hold on for a second. Whether you agree with Uncle Jeff or not, it's a couple of bars in there that you should remember. If not for you, Maybe it's when you have your conversations with some of your sisters, because they may agree with that. So you don't want them to be left out in the island if they don't have to be.
Well,
Because
that's one
I
of the
don't know if
reasons
I.
that I asked
Go
the
ahead.
question, not necessarily for me, but for some of the women on the panel that might be listening, and maybe they buy into to what he's saying. So it may not necessarily be for me, but that was the whole reason that I answered the question, so he could explain it, because I've heard it. I've heard it brought up many times on these panels. I just wanted.
Let me ask you another question, though. Let me ask you another question. For all of this, all the freedom that you had, I don't know when you left your husband or if he passed away or anything like that, but for all the freedom you had to choose, a man at 45, right? If he's just getting on his stride, what makes you think he's going to want monogamy, or any man that's successful? You know what I'm saying? Why would you? I'm not even an advocate for him not to have to forget his options. But you would figure if you want him, he'd have options that he'd have to choose not to take. And that's for any man. If you have any standards at that age, right? He's going to be on his stride. He's going to be making money, and so you're not going to spend your time being jealous, right? So is that the kind of conversation you're going to have with him? Hey, listen, if you want to be with me, you got to be monogamous, regardless of whether you were that choosy through your single life. You know what I'm saying?
The irony of that. I would have to say, through my experience, I tend to, I think I've said it before on this panel, but you all probably don't know, I tend to like older men. So I have like a 10-year window that I can work with. Most of the men that I know that are within that 45 to 55, 60, they are not talking about polygamy.
Okay, yeah, I hear you.
They're not talking about Can I finish, Jeff? They are not talking.
I was raising my hand, baby. I
just
raised my hand.
Okay.
You can put it back in.
Put your gun back. Put your gun back.
They are not talking about polygamy. They are not talking about trying to have multiple women. They are not talking about becoming passport bros. They are not talking about, getting with someone that's 25, because most of them might even have a daughter that's 25, 26. So they're not looking to marry a woman that's 25, 26. So again, I understand that these talking points. I know some of these things do.
Man, that's what we about to know.
Okay, well, there are other men who are quite successful that just aren't, with some of the things that are being shared.
So why don't you have one?
What are they talking about?
You never asked. There you go, Uncle Jeff, assuming.
No, Mike is right. I didn't assume anything. You said you were single.
You said I said it doesn't mean that I'm not dating. I'm not married. So you said why?
Oh, you dating? So no, well, okay, you using the wrong word. You out there eating and fucking. You eating and fucking. Yes, you're eating and fucking. That's what dating is. Dating is eating and fucking. Dating, sister. Here's what dating is.
Again,
here's what
you know.
Here's what now. This is everybody that's ever had a child. This is everybody that's ever been out. I have never taken a man out on a date.
Don't try to put me in the category of the women that you know.
I'm putting you in the category of humans. You told me already that you need a man. Did you not tell me? Did you not?
Women that you know.
We can't hear
you. I'm talking about you, sister. I'm talking about you.
Chicago, but that's not
sis, I'm not talking about anyone but you. This is what you said.
I said I
want a man. I need a man.
I do.
I know plenty of men. I'm 58, by the way. I know 50. Almost done, sis. Almost done, sis. I'm almost done. You know plenty of men. You're dating. You want a man. You need a man. You are attractive. You are intelligent, and you want monogamy. You know plenty of dudes between 45 and 55. You want a man. You need a man. How long have you been divorced?
Let me think. Let me go back. 6 years.
6 years. You have no fine black ass has been divorced for 6 years, and you know plenty of niggas over 45 that don't want all that shit you said. My question is, if I want a car and I need a car, I'm not riding the bus for 6 years.
Oh
I'm
my
not
God!
either. I'm not desperate.
You don't have to be. You just told me there was a bunch of them. You don't have to be desperate, sis.
Arpane, you ain't gonna say she
You
don't
just
get it.
have to
Next
be.
topic.
You don't have to be. Who says you
I knew
have
you
to be
won.
desperate?
Took a head,
You don't have to be desperate. You
That's a
just
good back
told
and
me
forth. I
you
see
want
that.
a man.
I'll be able to wait for that
I'm
Mercedes.
trying to figure out how
You
long
see
they
what
gonna
I'm
go back
saying?
and forth.
You see that, JT?
Till this makes some sense.
Trigger
No,
Mike's
that don't make
back,
sense.
man.
Look,
That
she got
Mercedes.
clothes on.
Ask her how
This
long she
don't
been
make
celibate.
sense to me.
Hey,
No,
ask her
I'm
how long she been
intelligent.
celibate.
I got my own money. I got my own job. I'm good looking. I want a man. I need a man. I know bunches of men over 45, between 45 and 55 that got bread, that don't want polygamy, that ain't trying to be passport bros. But I've been single for 6 years.
Is every
All
man
right.
qualified to be a husband? Answer me that.
No, you told me it was
This
a bunch of them.
conversation
You
is not
told you the
going
one said
anywhere.
it was a
Next
bunch of
topic.
them.
I live in
Not a damn
in
place.
Florida. There's a bunch of men here that are not
Exactly. So why don't you have one yet?
Do you know how many men that with money come here to Florida to retire?
12 million a week. You're making my point. 12 million a week. Why don't you have one?
You don't know what I have.
This is
I do know. I do know. You told me. You told me.
Just because I'm not married doesn't mean I don't have one.
No, you told me you were dating. You told me you were
She said she
dating.
was single.
Dating is just dating and fucking until a man makes a commitment. Until a
Bro, she
man
said
makes
she
a
was single,
commitment,
bro.
dating is eating and fucking. You're eating and fucking.
This is circular, man.
No, jump on any.
Oh yeah, I'm done. I'm done with it, Mike.
No, wait,
You
how long,
muted,
Uncle
Mike.
Joe?
You
I
muted,
know a lot.
Mike, you
I know a
muted.
lot of women that don't
Mike,
give it
You
up.
muted, Mike.
They just go on
No
these
wonder
dates.
nobody heard a goddamn word I
Uncle
said.
Jeff just
That
know
nigga
I'm
have
a
to show for
hoe.
like
He
2
know
minutes.
I gotta be a
I'm trying
hoe.
to tell your ass.
Y'all hold up
Yeah,
for 2
I-
seconds.
That's a good. That's a good.
No,
Good
no.
segue. Go ahead,
All right,
Mike.
if you're just tuning in, welcome to the Trigger Mike Show on the Lapeef Network. Thank
I'm
y'all for
done.
tuning. Well, no, we're not done. We got one
Oh
more
no, I'm
question.
done with this subject. I'm
Oh, yeah, I was like,
this
we're
has
not
been
done.
cooked and well done.
I'm just
No,
gonna get this
well
super
done.
chat real quick.
Nothing.
All right, my man Big Ant 11 says,
Not a
"Who
thing.
in the hell want to come home to that?" Somebody said.
Ah,
Hey, you know what? God bless.
Oh, big
All
ass
right.
probably driving a
You
bus.
know the weird thing about
So
the polygamy?
hold on.
me.
Throughout this dialogue, I heard something I didn't think I would ever hear. Anissa be terrorizing me in my on Instagram. So I never thought I would hear that she needed a man. So on the grounds of that revelation, I want to ask the men: do men need women?
Help!
All right.
All right, we go around. Go ahead.
Men need companionship. So it doesn't have to be a woman. A lot of dudes got dogs.
Speak for yourself, sir. Speak for yourself. My dog can't give me a hand job. He doesn't have hands.
No. Here's the thing. Bro. I'm not really entertaining it because she got clothes on, and so nothing she said is supposed to make sense.
There's the point.
But I will say this. I remember being 19 years old, and I was sitting on the porch of my big places, and she was like, "Man, you got girls coming in the front door, out the back door." She said, "But you ain't doing nothing." She said, "You ain't doing nothing till all your girls know about all your other girls and they can coexist."
Woo!
And I said, "Yo, Nidra, hold my beer. I'll be right back." That was 25 years ago. So when I saw Trigger Mike make the comment like they don't talk about it because they do it, I couldn't do nothing but laugh. When I don't even tell girls that I want a girlfriend. I tell them I want a secretary because I need the what you guys saying. I've created philosophy courses about that. Women are only loyal to her employer, so treat me like your employer.
That's it, bro.
This is your rules. Girls are like, "You want a girlfriend?" "No, I want a secretary." You know the first thing they say? "Can I be the head secretary so I can run the secretary pool?" They don't even call it polygamy. They just want to boss somebody around. And I'm like, "Yo, shorty, you need to find 2 other girls to boss around because I will chin check you in this motherfucker. Do not, you know what I'm saying? Whatever you got to say to me, put in the suggestion box and I'll read it on Wednesday and we'll discuss it. But you ain't finna henpeck me today."
So 30 folks, you're saying that you believe in domestic violence to correct a woman?
No, I'm just joking on that. I do, but I believe in no. I'm gonna tell you what I believe in. I believe in disciplining her in her love language. No. Y'all ask me, I'm telling you. I believe in disciplining her in her love language. If she beats kids and she likes to be choked during sex, that's her love language. If she likes to talk you to death, if she likes to talk you to death, then we can have that discussion. You know what I'm saying? If she put her kids on timeout, then I'll shut her out for a couple of days. I won't hear nothing. You know what I'm saying? Whatever way she knows how to communicate, that's the way I communicate with her.
because I pay attention enough to know a love language.
Can I give my 2-minute answer? Let me tell you, as much as I was looking for my wife, I damn sure need her, because that was my experience. Maybe that's why we've been married for 36 years, because I looked for her, man. It was divine intervention that I found her.
Yes, sir.
And I had to give some stuff up to do it, to put my mind in the right position. And that's how I feel about it. I'll argue to people to death. I stopped trying to smash any just random chicks just to get laid. And when the opportunity arose, and somehow we met up at this horrible house party with we never stopped talking from that day.
That's beautiful.
So that's it. So I'll just land it there. So yeah, I need her, man. And then now it's 36 years left. I need her even more now than ever. Okay, so let me land it there.
You know what I hate about y'all old niggas? Anybody that's married before 2008, I hate you all.
That's an old nigga
too, man. An angry man hates that man. After I finish talking to angry man, shit, man, I want to jump off a roof.
Yeah.
Why? Because the influence, because you guys have a pattern now, right? She still hates you and love you at the same time, but y'all been together for a long period of time, right?
Okay.
Everything after 2008, dating changed in 2008. All of a sudden, all the girls got fat, and if you call them fat, it's body shaming. You know what I'm saying? Everybody be attention whores. Nobody
I got married in 2012. My wife's built like Beyonce.
Bro, she must not have social media. Look, God bless you. What I'm saying, bro, is 2012 was still cool, but
yeah, T-Pain was out on Sprung. Club was jumping.
You know what? T-Pain to the point now. I mean, our pain to the point right now, man. Our pain just like, you know what? I don't know where my socks at. You know
Back when they were doing the twist.
Nah, man, he got married. Luke was still hot. We thought Luke Dance was a stick when he got married. Freak Dick was still out.
Nah, our pain got married when that song.
I'm not quite sure.
Wipe
Here's
out.
the point you gentlemen keep making that is just absolutely, to me, fucking moot. Unless you're going to say that there are absolutely no black women worth dating, then we're going to have to stop trashing them all, because that's not what I'm here to do. I'm not here to trash all black women.
You just told that woman that was on the panel that ain't no good women.
No, I didn't.
No,
when did I say that, brother? No.
Yeah, you got to start
This is
again.
the problem on this show.
Come on
This
now.
is the problem on this show right now. And if I can't get this out, I'll bid you gentlemen adieu. I will not have my words twisted. And if you speak on me, you got to qualify what you say. Brother Weems, I don't want to hear anything else about anything else. Please respect me and yourself and come out of your mouth first. I don't care about any other shit you say. You can say the other shit. But I need you to come out of your mouth first with a sentence that gets close to what I'm saying or what you think I said, or an apology. Now, what did I say?
When I say that these women are horrible, you will say those are the women that you hang around. That's not everyone. But when you was talking to that woman, you said she don't know the whole friend, and she clearly went to hell and back to defend that she don't know a hoe in her circle. So she's basically, still fucked up the vibe, the conversation, just to defend the conversation that I was trying to have with you. Like, I don't understand how you don't be getting why I be calling you out, Uncle Jeff.
But I don't know. I think you have a point of some sort, but you really aren't vocalizing it well, because you're saying that I am somehow saying that there is no validity, or I bounce around with the validity of you should be with better people. I'm not bouncing that around. I'm not. I agree with her. You are saying that I am somehow wishy-washy on any point, and I need to know.
No, you're
when
not
I'm
wishy-washy,
vacillating, and I know how it might look like I'm vacillating because I speak with nuance. A lot of younger people, the same people who mock you, like y'all trying to mock our pain for being older, but you know what the problem is? Remember when you mocked him a few minutes ago? Do you know what you are now? Older, nigga. That's the way it works. So unless you are planning to blow your brains out right after this show, you gonna get older. So pretty please with sugar on top. Knock that shit off. I'm trying to figure out what it is that I am going backwards and forwards on. Where have I shifted ever on anything that I have said? And you are making it sound like somehow I shifted around on my conversation with Sister Anissa, and I need anybody here to back that up.
Just apologize so we can move on.
Excuse me, guys. Excuse me, guys. I got something to say. This is what I want to say.
I've been waiting for a minute.
I gotta talk. You guys have been talking forever. I gotta talk. So this is what I gotta say, right? The problem that I've noticed is this. Ever since I come to this space, when we were growing up as little kids, they taught us something about proverbial words. They taught us about figurative words. And they taught us about words that are literal. And one thing that I've come to notice is this, right? A lot of men in this space interpret words just like women do. Literal. A man is supposed to understand words in figurative and in adage and in proverbial. So when a man says something to you, you don't dissect the words. You don't dissect the word that a man said to you. You look at the meaning behind the word. That's how men talk and communicate without getting into argumentative exchange. We do this argumentative exchange because most of the men, most of the men in this place are raised by women. That's why you guys sometimes operate like women. When a man talks to you, you dissect words like women. You can't dissect words as a man. And that is why they say a lot of men are not fit to be leaders. You know why? Because a lot of men in this space are never raised to be leaders. A leader is somebody that understands the meaning behind words. You do not interpret words.
Can I answer that question?
Without using figurative or without using logic behind it or proverbial. So please, guys, a lot of you guys need to go back and I don't care how old you are and get raised by men. Because a lot of you guys are not men. I'm sorry.
Anybody else?
Yeah, can I answer the damn question? God,
go
ahead.
We was waiting to answer the question. Go ahead, bro.
Go ahead.
Okay, yes, men do need women. You know what I'm saying? That is a rhetorical question. And my thing is, if men did not care about how women move, then they would not be talking about it, for one. You see what I'm saying? Because all I've been hearing as the deflections are, why do y'all talk about women like this? Don't talk about women like that. And I agree, there are good women out there. I would never say that every woman is not a good woman, but a lot of the good women are taken and they're hidden off. They're living their life. But what we see are the ones that are left behind, the ones who choose to be out there and do that. So we're going to speak on what we see. You don't hear about the good wives that have kids, have 4 or 5 kids and live the house life or are doing their own thing with a full family and stuff like that because they don't figure it out. Do what they do and stay out the way. It's this ratchet shit that be showing up in front of people. So we have the right to talk about it. And if you're not a bad woman, if you're not a bad woman, then why the fuck would it even bother you? Because I've never heard a motherfucker say, man, good bitches ain't shit. Never heard it. So we're gonna speak on what we see, for one. And about marriage, I'm not. That's not my thing right now. Maybe when I get older, I probably would dwell into that. But for the moment, right now, I have not seen any reason in society, in my neighborhood, in my community, where being married is beneficial.
Facts.
I think it depends on where you are in life. So like when you getting older and you starting to work and you trying to be successful, at that point, I don't think a man needs a woman, because then she's just going to be a distraction depending on what it is that you're looking for at that time. But as you get older, if you want to start a family, if you want to create a union, create a nuclear household and all that kind of stuff, that's when I think, yes, you need a wife. Because at that point, then we're going to go through the whole rigmarole of sleeping with women, having kids out of wedlock, and those kids grow up to be negative people in society and all the stats that we know of and all that. To the point that Anissa was saying, why do we keep talking about the same females all the time? I think it's okay to bring back shame. And I think that's why it's still a conversation. Juan Solo was saying, no. Anissa was saying that if those are the women that we don't want, then we're not going to give them attention. Yes, that's true. But two things can be true at the same time. We're not going to show those women the attention that they want. But yes, we can still talk about the things that we don't want. Because at the end of the day, this is a show. There's people watching and there's an influence that's tied to that. If we can communicate what's not the standard, that's not wanted, then hopefully we can affect what's going to happen in the future. Because yeah, we're going to get older, we're going to pass, but what are your kids going to have to deal with? If we don't communicate what's wrong with our community now, then what are our kids going to have to deal with? If we don't talk about the Suki Hanas and what's the red chick, if we don't talk,
ugly red,
yeah, if we don't talk about why we don't like those things, then all that's going to do is just create more influence. And then our kids that we do raise to be good, you could do everything that you want as a parent to raise your kid to be good. But if they have to deal with that when they get older, then what's going to happen? So I think two things can be right at the same time.
Okay. I don't.
JT, you got something on that?
Yes, sir. So absolutely, men need women. Shit, I need my woman. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of men and women tend to forget, especially when you're young, that you get old. Have you ever seen an old person that didn't have any help? Have you seen a person that didn't because they didn't create a family, because they didn't do the things they were supposed to do while they were young? And one of the things is to build a family. Now, we don't know what may happen, through our course of living, but a lot of these things that we do when we talk about these issues that we have is for mitigation. It is not for a person to absolutely have a lock on being out of the angst of the world. Shit happens, you know what I'm saying? But we try to mitigate risk. This is the reason why we do. When we talk about these issues, I can tell you right now, a lot of us talk from different levels of life. Like myself, Mr. Payne, we're not talking as men that are trying to marry and court women and build a family with them. We're speaking as fathers, uncles. We're speaking as more of an elder, at an elder look on how we're looking at the next generations coming up. And just like what Trigger Mike saying, it gets a time, man, when we just sitting back eating popcorn. It's dope as hell for us to be able to get on YouTube now and speak about what we observe. We not out here struggling like a lot of you young folks are struggling. Y'all ain't gonna find nobody. That's just what it is. Not because there ain't nobody out there. It's because of the mindset that you guys have. Men ain't shit, women ain't shit. We in 25 years of this same bullshit. 25 years of it. And it's going to be a time where people, and I said this on Black Man Shit, there's going to be a time where this conversation that we're having, these type of conversations we're going to have, is going to be a thing of the past. What people are going to be talking about is having people. If y'all don't see it right now, somebody was just talking about it earlier today. I think it was said it. It's going to be one person, the grave digger, and the damn preacher that's going to be at your damn funeral. If you don't think that's true, go to some of these hospitals. You will see people that are in dire situations. They have nobody there for them. None. And I ain't talking about the old folks. I'm talking about young people. They're just in there. in these hospitals. No family, no nothing. They had a whole bunch of people that was cool with them. All they waiting for is for them to die so they can put their face on the damn t-shirt. And they can let some damn balloons go and light some candles and say their name. That's all this is about. Men need women, women need men. It is essential for men and women to get together and to at least get to a point where they can, have a partnership. Survival is what this is about. Survival is definitely what this is about. Y'all can't see it right now because everybody is comfortable. The water is warm right now. It's very warm right now. And the shit gonna get warm until that shit get back cold again. And guess what? When you ain't got nobody that got your back, you're gonna be out here in these streets. It's already happening right now. I don't know if you guys seeing what's going on with the economy, what's going on with the UAW and all that shit. That shit ain't about to go back the way it was. All of this shit is changing. All of it. And if we ain't gonna talk about the relationships between women and men, then what the fuck we talking about then? Because that's just as important as understanding wealth, understanding all the other things that's in life. Relationship is around all that shit. I'm a land.
You know what?
Can I say something really quick?
Rock out.
Is that possible?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to say thank you to R-Pain and JT because I really appreciate your perspective because you're coming from a mature perspective. Out of the four guys that said something, you have two guys that say, I need my woman, I need my wife, I absolutely couldn't do this without her. And then you had another two that were on the complete opposite end. So you could possibly maybe see the dilemma that a lot of women are having. It's not that there aren't men out there, but to find the man with the right mindset. I read something that said, find a man that wants to be a husband, not just a man who wants to be a wife, that wants a wife. And that is so pivotal. So you can have, it could be so many men out here, but do they have the right mindset? Do they have a mindset of a JT and an R-Pain? And that is what women are grappling with. We don't want to run anything. I don't want to be out here doing some of the things that I have to do. I can do it and I'm successful at doing it, but do I really want to? Absolutely not. But I absolutely need someone that has been raised and that's qualified to be in that position. And I think that is what women are actually struggling with. So I appreciate JT and R-Pain saying that you need your women.
So
Well,
hold on. I got a question.
Correct, bro.
You're getting the mindset, but what is he getting in return?
She said it was only two people that said that, and that's incorrect because I also said that men need women. So
Yeah,
that's
you did.
Second of all, it's not about being quote unquote raised. It's about what's in you already. You're gonna be a stand-up person regardless of who raised you or not. Because if you understand common sense and if you understand decency, then you're gonna follow that. If you're a stand-up person, you're gonna follow that regardless. But when men speak about whatever they speak about in relationship towards the opposite sex, it's not always as it being a negative. You might take it that way, but that is just the cold hard truth. I'd rather deal with somebody that tell me the truth than somebody that lied to me because they want me to perceive them as something that they're not. Don't lie to me. Tell me the truth. I'm fucking up. And that's what a lot of these modern women don't understand. If you're fucking up, they're gonna talk about it.
Okay, here's the thing, they don't care.
Can I ask you something, dirty folk, though? Do you think that it does not matter?
That
one dirty, but she can ask me. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Who was just speaking?
It was Juan.
I'm sorry. Okay, Juan. When I say raised a certain way, do you not think that someone that was a man that was probably raised in a two-parent home and saw certain dynamics and saw the father in the leadership position, in the provider position, do you not think that that man would probably have a different mindset versus someone that never saw that?
Nope, because I've seen plenty of examples of people come from two-parent homes and they are in jail right now. I know a whole bunch of that have pastor dads, pastor mom, and ain't shit right now. It does not have nothing to do with your upbringing. It has everything to do with your behavior and your decisions. Point blank, period. A lot of people like to
Anissa,
hold on. A lot of people
add
like to
this.
use the crutch of their
Let
parents.
me add this, Anissa. Let me just add this one. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah.
I didn't come from a standard two-family household. I was raised in a house up until I was 18, 17, before I went to college, with a bunch of women, run by my grandmother and a bunch of her daughters. My father came around because he couldn't take us because he was working 16, 18 hours a day. But what happened to me was my own epiphany. I had to get the hell out of that house because they were driving me crazy. So I went as far as I could and stayed in the state so I could meet and hang out with men, and that was the best thing that ever happened for me. So it kind of helped shape me getting around men and how they move and how and how they talk to each other. And that helped me immensely, but the one thing I take away from being with the women is that I think I have a good understanding how women move. Yeah, so I'm not intimidated by how women are today. I just think their nature is their nature. Now they're just unleashed. So when I found my wife, I didn't, I was looking for a wife, even though I'm her husband, but she had to get on my program. And she fit the bill, because I was moving up in my profession, and I was looking for a woman who wouldn't derail my plans. And she fit right in there like a glove. And I think, so that's my own anecdotal story to let you know. So it's not necessarily from a two-parent household, like Ron said. And even for you, as a woman of your age and where you're at, you have a certain amount of I don't know you that personally, but you have a certain amount of way you behave and the kind of things you expect. But if you find a man that you want, you're going to have to understand that there'll be some things you're going to have to move into the way he's moving. And it might be there'll be some growing pains for you.
Can I
No,
respond to that?
yeah, I definitely understand it. And I think I came from that perspective is because the person that I am dating credits the man that he is today because of how he was brought up and what he saw. And the example that his father was shaped the type of man that he is today. So I guess I was just coming from that perspective. But I
Okay,
understand
so
what you're saying,
I got a question.
I got you. Go ahead.
I got a question, Miss Anissa.
Are y'all gonna
or
shit if I
Anissa?
smoke weed? Who am I speaking to?
This is
That's for
Corey. You
Lapeef,
said you
man. I think you
disagree
might
with
want to go off
one of the
camera
things
when
that
you
I
do
said.
it.
You might want to go on camera with it.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so question. You say you disagree with. I was one of the ones that didn't say exactly what you said. So apparently you disagree with me. So I got a question for you. Women are hypergamous. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
So do you think that a man that's 25 years old is in a position to take care of a woman or a family in today's
No.
society?
No.
Okay.
So at that point in his life, why would you think that a man should say that he needs a woman if he's not economically in a position where he can actually manage one? Because since you said women are hypergamous, wouldn't you predict that there will be issues in that relationship?
Absolutely. Now, I think that there's a big difference between someone that's 25 and someone that's 45. I think that if you are a 25-year-old, more than likely you're probably going to date and marry people that are around your age group. That woman has to expect that she's going to have to build with you, that man is not ready probably to be a husband, leader, provider, and all of that. He's going to grow into that role. I think you would have to expect that and move accordingly with that and understand that. I think it's a difference. Like I said, when you're 45, you're going to have your expectations are going to be different than they would be for a 25-year-old.
Okay, I just want to push
Okay,
back
cool.
on
Hold on,
something.
hold on. Follow up. So, with you answering the question the way that you just did, what part of my response don't you agree with when I said that it depends on the point that you're at in your life?
Answer you a question.
I don't think that that's what I disagree with. I don't know
I
what
was one of the
I would
ones that said
disagree
that
with.
you don't need one depending on where you was. So when you said that you only agree with 2 individuals, I assume that you disagree with me. But if you don't disagree, then never mind.
No. I was just saying I appreciated JT and R paying for their perspective and that they said they needed their wives. Yeah,
Okay.
I
Okay.
wasn't disagreeing with you.
Here's my clapback on that. When you said that, all I heard was Chris Rock saying that men want a woman like unks. The women want that man.
Hey, checking out.
What you're celebrating are men that's been with their girls for quite a while and saying, "Yo, I'm glad that she already broke that buck. I want a broken buck."
Checking out, Uncle.
That's totally different than what's available now. I'm the only man in my family on both sides of my family that hasn't been married since 1890. Because y'all horrible people. But no, because here's what happens. This is the differential between just being a regular man and being black. You assume like men are judged on the bottom 20%, even though the top 80% are just fine. There's no bogus men on this panel. I would assume they're all gainfully employed or chasing their careers, graduated from high school, whatever the case may be. No serial baby daddies, none of that. But that is the perception. What women do is, and Uncle Jeff alluded to this earlier, I'm gonna say it differently the way I said. Women just want to be second worst. They need a Nene Leakes to say I'm not as bad as Nene. You know what I'm saying? So they're comparing their dating, because being a man and being a husband are 2 totally different things. My qualification and being able to earn and being able to relate to other men in society at large is different than whatever she's talking about. So the qualities that make me a great man may not make me a great husband, especially if you want to wear the pants and you think we equal, because we're not. I'm better than you in every aspect of life except having a baby. I'm just better than you. I'm smarter. I'm stronger. You know what I'm saying? More ambitious, greater network. I'm just better than you. You need a title to be what I am naturally.
Thank you.
So it's just different.
Okay. Excuse me. Yeah. But you want to see? Okay. I was doing a little social experiment here, fellas. I was downstairs because I was looking for just a lighter scarcity in my house. I was looking for a lighter so I could smoke some weed, and I wanted to get back up here, and I was thirsty as hell, just oversharing. I had to walk my dog. I said, "Babe, if you don't mind, could you please bring me some ice water on your way up, just in 15 minutes?" Now, I'm gonna ask my wife some questions. She's not yes, seahorse. I'm showing off. She doesn't sleep in a under the steps chained to anything, because this is the case in point. All black women ain't shit is some bullshit. I don't believe it. Honey.
Uncle Jeff, she just blinked 3 times.
That's hilarious. Hey, okay.
I told you to be quiet. You done for the day.
Babe, did I when I asked you, do you consider me your leader? Do you consider me your leader?
Yes.
Did I ask for this foul?
No.
Do you commonly bring me ice water without me asking?
Yeah.
Do you commonly bring me ice water when I do ask? Yeah. Is there ever a time that you have asked me for anything since we've been together that I did not try to bust my ass to get? No. All right. So I need to dispense with the concept. What are the 2 words that I start each disagreement with you with?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry.
When
I
I'm
thought that was for them.
no. When I have a disagreement with you, what are the first 2 words I start with?
Honey.
Okay, 3.
I don't know. You start with so many words. What words are we talking about?
Okay. Is it not true that when we have a disagreement that's big and get hot and we have to come back to one another?
Yeah.
Do I not start with, baby, this is the shit I'm sorry about?
Oh, yeah. You said that.
This is the shit I'm sorry about.
He's apologized for our entire marriage.
Yeah,
Before it even
I'm out.
started.
I'm out a couple years on
Before it even
apologies right now
started.
because I know that I fuck up. I know that I fuck
That
up.
was more than 3 words, though.
Okay. Forgive me, Pain. You're right. You're right. I'm wrong. Thank you for derailing my point with that.
Sorry,
I wish I was in the Yakuza and I had a small knife so I could give you a pinky finger for being wrong, but I'm not. Lucky for me, I get to keep my fucking fingers. My point is that black love is real. Black love exists. There are women who will listen to you. There are men who are legitimate leaders. There are black folks that don't just fucking argue all willy-nilly. Both of us got stank fucking mouths. We could tear each other loose. We don't, because we have something between us that is known as the relationship that we both want to take care of.
That's true.
Okay. Can she make financial investments? Are you teaching her to become a good financial steward in God's name? Well, A, you have to tell me which God. B, she was a good financial steward when I met her. And C, she doesn't make financial investments. We do.
True. Very true.
Next. Ain't no funk. Ain't no stank, bruh. It's real. Our Payne's relationship is real. He been with his at 34, bruh? What you got, 34?
36.
36 fucking years. Black man unfiltered. He finna go to Jamaica with his wife. I think she black. It's black women out there. They ain't all cantankerous, foul mouth, rotten ass gutter snipes. That's all I'm saying. Okay, babe, you want to stay somewhere?
No, I'm trying to get up, but I gotta go.
Go.
Somebody said, poor lady. Definitely not me. Sorry for you, though.
Whoopsie. Thank you, baby. Thank you so much.
That's what I'm talking about.
Bruh, that's why I don't let motherfuckers talk shit. You can't run your mouth raggedy on all black women. I won't allow it. Because she comes from a family of them. Her mama and her sister are Diane Carroll, Lena Horne, and Felicia Rashad. Them three. They fucking classy. They're intelligent. They're elegant. They ain't sold out. They speak proper English. That's my ride or die. If I told my wife, sell your car, she'd put it in the fucking paper because I'm not going to tell her to sell her car because I want some fucking gators. You can find it, but here's how you don't find it. By going to the same places where the skanks be, by doing the same shit that the skanks do, and sitting around complaining about skanks, because guess what you magnetize to you? Skanks. Like Sister Anissa said, it's a gang of sisters that ain't like that. It's a gang of them. But what you're going to have to do is follow my earlier advice. Go to these rotten ass broads that's talking this shit online. Look, how do you find a needle in the haystack? You burn the fucking haystack. Look at these people in social media, these women. Find the ones that agree with the ones that are talking bullshit in your area. Look her social media up and mark off all the sisters in there as uncoachable, all of them. Then go to Danica Marie, go to Sister Reva, go to Crimson Cure, sisters that talk like they got some fucking sense in their head, and look for the women in their chat that are in your area. And look for the women who are in agreement with them women in your area, and invite one of them out for tea at 2 p.m. That's how you find them. And if somebody could tell me why that doesn't make sense, I'm all ears.
It makes perfect sense. Hey, let me
I
ask
mean,
you this,
I don't know,
Let me
Uncle
ask you
Jill.
this.
I just seen her blink 3 times and say, "Help me." I can't.
That's funny shit.
That's fucking
Let me
funny,
ask you
Wayne.
this. One of the things that I know I get enough for, I know everybody else does. They say, well, you're so old, you don't know what the hell's going on. I said, well, how are you going to figure my 6 decades of life mean I don't know what the hell's going on? I said, here's the point. I tell guys in the new modern era, even though the pool has piss in it, if you understand the nature of women, you'll be able to, just like you said, you'll be able to ferret out the bullshit to when you're looking for something that's more meaningful. And you just outline one way to do it.
Bruh, and you know what? Just here's what you'll never hear from men, especially young men who were raised by women. Damn, Uncle Jeff, I never thought about that. I'm going to try that and get back to you. Do you know why? Because complaining feels good. Do you know why complaining feels good? Because these niggas was raised by women who complaining feels good to. I give you a fucking solution to your problem. A clear, you can't talk no shit about my solution, but you won't use it. You'd rather fucking complain.
I think that's clip worthy.
And that's the fuck you that goes to dudes. This fuck you is not to women. Young men who will not take my advice and all you say is that sisters ain't shit, fuck you, because you're not looking.
A lot of dudes don't take dating for courting, and they don't take it deliberately. They're not intentional when it comes down to it.
Right.
When you hear these talking points, the only thing that they want to do is get some ass, really. That's their goal. The goal is to get some ass. When the goal, getting some ass should never be the goal. It should be a byproduct of your ass out there getting a woman that actually fits whatever program that you got going on. When you hear these cats talking about bringing something to the table, think about what that shit actually is. It had nothing to do with a fucking table. Everybody, I am the table. Or, I bring this to the table. Don't no man go around asking a woman, first and foremost, what do they bring to the table? The table is the negotiation table. That's what it is. A lot of people don't even understand that. This is why when we marry, the man propose. He's not just asking you to marry him.
He's laying out his program.
Right. These are the conditions. This is what I'm built on. This is why you got to take the time to actually know who the hell is in front of you. They're not intentional. When you have people, they're not even exhausting certain ways on how to get someone to even date. Half of these cats don't even know what they're talking about. Why are we talking about money and dating? What the fuck is that? We already understand that it takes money to go on dates. But they're talking about how much is a damn date? How much would you pay on a date and all this shit? I pay what the fuck I can afford. That's all it is. It shouldn't even be it shouldn't be a damn discussion about that. When you're talking about dating, it should be to court. When you're talking about courting, it is to marry. Why? So you can build something. If you both can sit back and talk about what is our purpose in this union that we're building. I bet you a lot of people don't do that. They don't talk on what is our collective, both of us. Where are we trying to build here? Because I'm gonna tell you, somebody, I think he gone. Dirty folks was saying that a lot of, when you talk about our pain and you talk about Jeff, that y'all out of the dating. Yes, y'all was supposed to be out. Ain't nobody supposed to be still in the goddamn dating game. That shit
so
is
you
like,
talk about the old dude in the club.
Yeah, you look goofy in the motherfucker. Especially, I'm 50. I look goofy this motherfucker going to the club, just sitting there trying to talk to girls and trying to have a rap for them and all that shit. Nope, I was trying to get out the damn game. This is why you got people that's dating forever and you got people that's in counseling forever. You are not supposed to be in counseling for 5, 6, 7, 8 years and you still stuck in the same goddamn spot. It's the same thing when it comes down to building a relationship. You ain't never seen people, for instance, when you hear somebody being, before you get married, what do they call it? Being engaged, right? 10 years engagement. Why is it 10 years to be engaged?
Because that nigga bought time with that ring.
Shouldn't that be a conversation between that woman and that man? Why are we dragging our feet? Why are we dragging our feet when it comes down to doing these things? Why are we dragging our feet when it comes down to putting our plan together, getting our goals and all these different things? A lot of times you'll have a woman, and I'm gonna put this on the man. The woman be like, shit, we engaged. He hasn't said anything else after that, right? That's when the man is supposed to talk to her. So he can get her to understand and be at least at a point where she say, okay, this man ain't just pussyfooting around. I want to be married to you, but why? Because most women just want to be married, right? Or at least they just want the wedding. They want to be able to have so we can get this dance routine together and we can eat this expensive ass $700 cake and I can get this dumbass ring that cost $2,000 damn dollars, $10,000, $14,000, and it don't mean shit if I try to trade it in. It don't mean a goddamn thing because they're taking all of the things that's supposed to be building for some type of community that you have. This is why we ain't got no damn community, because you can't start. You're supposed to start from the family, the household, then the neighborhood, the streets, community, district. We're kind of like lost. And if you guys see, if you want to know how we're doing as a United States, just listen to the 25-year-olds speak on these goddamn platforms. All you gotta do is just listen to that crazy ass shit. Then you will understand. But no, you'll go back to our Payne, JT, and anybody else, and we old. When you say that about us, that means that you're saying we're irrelevant or we're not smart enough. All these different things. Evidently, y'all ain't smart enough. Evidently, y'all the ones that's missing out. It ain't that damn hard, folks, to go out here and get somebody that you like and spend the rest of your goddamn life with them. It's just not that fucking hard. Y'all make it hard. I'm talking about women and fucking men. Both. Men are not intentional when it comes down to this shit. This is why these women are out here going the way that they're going. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. I'm going to put the onus on us men.
Come on, bruh. And we are more guilty. Keep going. Keep cooking, nigga. Keep cooking. I just shook some shit in the pot. Keep going. We are the most guilty. Keep cooking.
We ran out of ideals. Men. We ran out of ideals.
Nobody gets fucked till we fuck them.
Hey, look, we need R&B back. I ain't talking about that bullshit R&B. I'm talking about some real R&B, bro. I'm talking about something that actually help men with their ideals when it comes down to getting that woman to like him. If you've never, I just never been one of those dudes, man, where women found me, goofy. I just ain't never been one of those dudes. Some of them probably didn't find me attractive, but for the most part, most women, at least they said, damn, he a cool guy. Damn, look at his swag. I can dance. I was good at playing sports. I'm fairly funny. I ain't got to be the funniest. I'm not a Jeff Brown.
Oh, nigga, that's how I didn't sports. I'm goofy. I laugh my way in the pussy. Oh, yeah. Jeff, you crazy.
A lot of that came from me trying to figure out who I am and how to attract women at a young age. 14, 15, 16, when I was like, man, and I looked to other guys. Damn, that dude's smooth as hell. You know what I'm saying? It's guys like that. I remember when dudes used to look at guys like Billy D. Williams and these guys up here and say, damn, that dude's smooth. And you dress smooth or whatever. And you be like, I look like Billy D, don't I? Right? We used to have those type of guys.
A man called Hawk.
Yeah.
Oh, man. That was the show.
Bald head with the shades on.
Yeah, and those snicker head, man.
We forgot how to be smooth guys, man. We forgot that women actually like that type of shit about us. The swagger. That's what they call it now.
All right. Did we get these super chats?
No, man, I don't think so.
Right, hell no. Them must have been coming in, bro.
$10. Big Ant.
Oh, yeah, I think we said this.
We got that one already.
All right, bet. Trucker Yell, $5. I can help answer her question. You know this is my field. Big Ant, $10. Jeff, I'm not getting married. I'm going to be a player, and I'm bringing back Player of the Year and a Players Ball.
It's still going down in Oakland.
You haven't been to New Orleans? I think that Players Ball shit is still going on. All right, I finally have social media, $5. An African has no voice in a black space. Sorry, but he is an outsider to black love and has been a presence in our discussion.
Wow.
If this person talking about me,
no, she talking about Ikene.
Ikene.
Yeah, some Nigerian that fucked her credit up.
I was gonna say, do you know what Ikene's
This a nigga riding around in a Mercedes in Nairobi right now.
You know what Ikene is gonna say to that? Ikene gonna say he blacker than you, so I answer for him.
I am blacker than you. Shut your
I
mouth.
am black. I am blacker than everybody here.
And
I am blacker than everybody there.
Let me say something. Let me break it down.
Let me break it down for you.
All right, Nurse Fancy, $5. Here's the $5 back. Comment deleted. No race attacks. I don't know what the hell y'all did while I was out there trying to get these kids together.
Man, it went to
I
hell.
can only imagine. Me University, $2. Age gap marriage. Only a patriarchy can do this.
I don't know what that
I don't
means.
know what they mean by that. But if you're just tuning in, welcome to the Trigger Mike Show. We have been talking up a storm in this mug today. Y'all go ahead, close it out, fellas. We got She Critique coming on pretty soon. Want to give a little break. Or do we? JR, we got She Critique going on. But yeah, man. What do y'all got? Y'all want to close it out?
Hey, no, thanks for letting us hang around, my guy. That's fine.
What see, Mike got some shit. Mrs. Mike got some shit planned for Mike right now. He trying to get rid of like,
Mrs. Mike is doing her last visit of the day and stuck me with these two big-headed ass children of ours. So yeah.
And my house is being
I
burnt
wish.
down.
I wish. Shit. All right. What have y'all been on since I took that little break?
We've just been chopping it up.
That's what's up, man.
And we hear some good stuff, though, on marriage. Jeff brought his wife on.
Oh, you missed my wife, Mike?
It went from men. Yeah, it went from men need women to ages, being ages.
I missed the ageism. It got a little funky, in my opinion.
One more thing, Jeff put out some good solutions for guys who are looking for somebody that might be up their alley. So I think you should go back through that and clip it about going to women's chat and look at the women who agree.
What they saying.
But disagree with all the effery that's going on and see if they have a lot more women like that in their chat.
JT didn't tag my fucking hand and came off the top rope.
Yeah.
I mean, I brought my wife in here. Then JT came off the top rope, leg drop. Then hit him with shit.
Well, shoot. All right, man. We're going to close it out. Thank y'all for coming through, man.
Check that out, Trigger Mike. It was
I will. All right, man.
Yeah.
We've had one hell of a show today. This was a good one. I'm glad that everybody came to share their thoughts. We had one hell of a dialogue. Shout out to all the mods in the chat holding it down. If you could, on your way out, hit a like. All right. Make sure you support us on this great platform. Salute to everybody. Uncle Jeff, Payne,
and this is being
Collins came through. Juan Solo came through. Ikene, as always. Even Anissa came with the smoke, but I think she listened. That's her own special way of listening, is talking over you while you talking. But she heard you. That's her own special way of doing it.
Yeah. I gotta shut it out right now. I gotta get it in my. I gotta shut it out right now. Just right now, I can't take it. I'll let it hit my subconscious.
That's their own special way of listening. They heard you, man. Trust me. All right, y'all, man. We're gonna get out of here. We got She Critique on the Lapeef Experience channel going on tonight. So make sure you go over to that channel, the Lapeef Experience channel, and subscribe if you have not. Show your support for all of the great Lapeef shows and the other Lapeef Network. Make sure you go get a snack, eat your dinner, put your family onto it, because we're going to be back on the BS on the Lapeef Experience channel for a She Critique. I don't know what the topic is right offhand, but it's going to be a good one. You already know we got some heavy hitters over on that network as well. So prep for that show. Thanks to everybody that came out. Thank you for all your support on this great Payday Friday. We appreciate you, man. Great show. Let me see what we got. Let me make a few more announcements. Yep. We just gonna do it like that, man. Thanks, everybody. Good topics for today. Shout out to Princella the Queen Maker. All right. Her dialogue gave us a lot of dialogue for today. I'm really not about attacking anybody personally. Like, I don't really like that personal life shit, because I'll be ready to off somebody if they do it to me. That's why I don't really like it. But, some of the points that she made, and this is one of the things I actually like. She made her points so eloquent that she believes what she is saying. And that's what gives me the ability to rebut it. This is a ideology versus ideology match. And that's what we need to get back to. I'm not faulting her for having an opinion. I'm just going to state my own and we'll debate from there. This is what I'm going to encourage everybody to do in these YouTube streets. You can absolutely have a respectful, substantive, meaningful dialogue without slander or disrespect. Can I get an amen? Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. All right. Thank you all for your super chats. Yeah, we're going to be back on this BS another time. My man AP just hit me with a super chat. My man AP, $5. Took this space long enough to see AP side. All right, we did that, man. Shout out to all my green gang. Shout out to all the mods. Thank y'all for holding it down today. Corey Collins, thank you for coming through. We saw some newcomers today. I never seen Juan Solo either. Thank you for coming through. You always welcome, brothers, anytime in this space. I'll catch y'all later. All right, I'm out.